Well, a very good morning. Welcome to the third day, the final day, and the finals day of VW Breakout Doorslammers 2022. We had an action-packed day yesterday. Everybody that stayed on site last night, hope you had a terrific time. It was one hell of a day. It was such a good laugh. And how I still have my kneecaps this morning, I don't know. These are the time trial runs for our big bracket, who will be just going straight into randomly paired eliminations in a couple of hours' time. It is Eliminations Day for all of our classes here. Yesterday was epic, absolutely epic. So, previous winner of the big bracket from last year, Keith Herbert with Mr. Furious in the Auto Glim lane, taking on another man who went way deep in eliminations, Pete Lane in the CUDA. Now these are effectively tune-up runs. Bit of practice if you like. Make sure the combination's doing what it's supposed to do. And for Keith, it's a 961, which is around about where they wanted to be. 12.08 for Pete, slightly slower than normal. That's right. Okay. Next up, Lee Charles with the dog is nodding. The dog is actually nodding. Look, there we go. With the big Plymouth in the Auto Glim lane, taking on Neil. Help. I can say Scandinavian names. Why can't I say that? Thank you. I can't say that. Well, I could, but I couldn't do it quickly. So I'm sure there was lots of celebrating and partying going on in certain pit areas last night.
No, it was all in the bar.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Is that where everybody went? Okay.
In the bar.
Do you know what? When we finished about 10 o'clock, I was wondering where everyone had gone.
Very good evening indeed it was down there.
$10.03 for Lee and $11.40 for Neil. Going to be another cracking day of bracket racing and heads-up racing.
Oh, look who's paired up for this one. There, this is a repeat of your final from last night. John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda and Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang. Lee,
for John, sorry, go on.
$5 grand. JT, $2 grand. They walked away with yesterday.
John, yeah, all I was going to say was that these are the best conditions of the weekend.
Oh,
absolutely. Boy, it's lovely and warm. It's probably about 18, 19 degrees if you're listening in or watching in. Hardly a cloud in the sky, hardly a breath of wind. And John Turner's being back.
Well, they both are. Oh, no.
Okay. John's looking at that going, why didn't he have that light last night?
Nice 964 for Lee.
Not sure what's going on down there. It looks like Dave's sorting out.
I think it's
John's
his hands
belts.
device.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, even though it's a non-permit event, the safety is still paramount. So,
well, John's actually John's unfortunately stuffed it in the wall at the finish line. Do you remember that a few years ago?
No, I don't.
I think a core plug or something let go, and he ended up in a wall just past the finish line. The car wasn't too badly banged up. The accident probably made John better looking, so he'll be listening to this when he gets back. I know he will.
Oh, that's the point. I've got to build up my insults, haven't I?
Well, John goes red again this morning with an 0-1, taking on Pete Creswell. I think John knocked it out yesterday, actually. 8.49 for Pete Creswell, 10.07 for JT, 1.35. That's a very quick run for Pete Creswell, 8.49.
That's good. Car's working. Solo for Nick.
So the Williams boys. Most importantly, has Lee got the sticker on his car today? Because we can't have an incident like that again from last night.
All good fun. Birthday boy from yesterday is our Nick. All right, 11-1, 11-2 would be good. If he goes into the 10s, it's outstanding. Mind you, conditions are excellent. 11-1 or 11-0. Yeah, 11-04. That'll do.
You've seen this before, haven't you?
Too many times.
No. There's no such thing, man.
Yeah. Run of the day yesterday. I've got to give that to Jason Dodd, actually.
Yeah.
When he had that 007 light, it is dialing under pressure. Taking on Colin Morris in Eliminations yesterday.
It's hard to do to pull a perfect line.
Yeah.
You can spend your whole career trying. It's hard to do a perfect run. You can spend your whole career. Do both at the same time.
Yeah.
Almost unheard of.
And Dad, Pete, was like, what just happened? Because Pete was stood on the start line going, he was gobsmacked. Yeah. Brilliant. It just odds.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
It wasn't me being. I'm so glad it wasn't me being dead. Because So 1071 for Jason Dodd. Adam Novak goes 11 flat.
Yeah, I know, but you're the man who knows.
No, Luke Hoskins, you're lying. Luke Hoskins, Jeff Cowley. Jeff Cowley does a 9.4 with the Nova from Evesham. One good thing about running big bracket one day after the other is if you get clouted on day one, you get to stay over and do it again. There's a few extra people on there.
A few additions today.
A couple missing as well, I think, actually.
Yeah, well, Guy King is not racing today. Dave Fulton is in.
Turned up,
yeah, he's in today. Obviously, that needs to go through.
Much better for Luke Hoskins. 9.57 and 9.44.
John Tevenham's not running because he's in Pro Doorslammer. Okay. So obviously he's only doing Saturday only. There are a few others, and I do have a list.
I was just going to say, Dave Fulton's down here right now.
Apparently we don't have Mark Bailey today. Oh, right. Okay, Guy, can we mention no Tim Stanbury today? Well, if he appears, that's changed. And no Steve Matthews with that brilliant little console.
Mark Huxley, though, for day two. In your take elimination, can he dip it down into the nines again? Dave Fulton, though. Did you see his Facebook post? It was hilarious, wasn't it? I want to go to the Doorslammers, but the dog won't let me go. The dog was sitting in the trailer car.
I had a brilliant chat with Dave Fulton last night. I'll tell you more about it later on, but he's a top bloke. Top bloke.
9.59 off the trailer and a 10.14 for Mark Huxley.
All right, Ben Kennedy and John Bean.
I might need the receiver for round one of Pro Doorslammer, please, if that's okay, chaps. Just to give you a
Right, next up after Big Bracket in the test run, it will be front wheel drive round number one. And Luke is going to be very, very busy on that because not only is he going to be on the cans with us, he's going to be making notes.
If someone wasn't listening to that right, you said on the cans.
Cans, yeah.
Oh, headphones, not on the can with us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he's on the can as well.
I'm so excited. I'm going to go sit in VIP on the toilet
and commentate.
Commentate. Oh, swing him on time.
All right, 10.33 for Ben. John Bean goes 9.65.
But anyway, yeah, it's going to be good. Tom's still got the rug in the boot. Can you see? Look.
Yeah.
Just in case he wants a picnic at the bottom end.
That's the one.
$11.12 is what he was dialing in yesterday.
We had an unbelievable amount of red lights yesterday, didn't we?
Oh, ridiculous amount.
Including, sadly, in the final. But there was I think round one, nearly half the races were decided by reds, weren't they?
Yeah. So, Brett Featherstone, he'll be round the 9.596s. Tom will be now normally aspirated here. When he puts the gas on, that car can go into the mid-10s. So, 9.17, 11.27. Nice runs. Okay, Ronnie Mercer with Annie. He's Paul Pop, runs in Outer Anglia, Pro ET, and pretty much anywhere else that you can. Going alongside Jordan Payne with the Sticky Situation Corvette.
Yeah, Ronnie venting the nitrous. Will he be back into the 8s? Jordan Payne with the Corvette. I think he went out round one, then went a few, didn't he?
Yeah, went two. He went out round one and then bought back in and then went 2 more rounds. So yeah, good performance yesterday. But it's his, as you say, it's what we call the package. He was pulling 01 and 02 lights and just being 100th or 200 off. But it's so tight. Very good race, a difficult car to get around.
That's the thing, is you have to make yourself hard to beat, don't you?
Off the line.
Positively snoozy.
This will be a 7.4. 7.49, 182. And into the 8 once again for Ronnie. 8.95. All right, Rocket Ron. Did catch up with Ron last night, and to say he was displeased with his own performance yesterday, I think is an understatement. He was beating himself up a little bit. He said the occasion got to me. Quite simple.
Really?
Yeah. He says that he's used to championship racing, but this, I think it's because there was money on the line. Just thought I forgot what he was supposed to do. Yeah. Cherry on the tree in round one. Bought back in, pulled another cherry as well. So he'll calm down a bit today, I think.
Not his normal clockwork self, I think, is probably the way to put it. Up against Katie Booth. Katie went a couple of rounds yesterday. Ron's car is an 8-second car. Katie's, without the nitrous on, is a 10-second car.
See, look at the Ron, look, 003, that's where he should be.
Could have done with that yesterday.
Yeah.
And the car is back where it should be too, 8.27. Katie runs bang on the normal numbers at 10.63. 1.27. So the Dart Avenger of Mr. Dave Cherritt in Kestrel Lane taking on Mr. 887. Colin Morris.
Yeah, he was clockwork yesterday. Unfortunately, came across Jason Dodd on that unbelievable run for Jason.
It just amazes me when someone's 0-1 on the tree and they're late.
Yeah.
Well, not late, but, you know, second, whatever. Quite unbelievable.
So, 2 highly experienced racers. As a lot of them are, fair to say. And Dave Cherritt, 007. Colin Morris got left on again. little bit of a curveball, 902. Still 150 mile an hour. Dave Trey goes through with a 10, 11, 125. Right, Williams Brothers Racing represented by Gary Carr. Found an issue, which was quickly resolved, which is good news. So Gary back into the 9-1s, could dip into the 9-0s here.
Taking on Christian Burfeld with that. Immaculately rusty Nova.
Yeah.
$867 for Christian, much more like it, and a $915 for Gary Carr. Still probably looking for a bit more than that.
Yeah.
What do you think?
But if it's consistent,
It doesn't matter. Probably only matters if he's entered in Supercom, which I guess he wouldn't be for next week. So Jens Konecki and Simon Goff, I can just imagine these two having a conversation at the top end, and Jens speaking perfect English and not understanding what the hell Simon's talking about.
oh dear.
So Mr. Goff in the all-take limb lane went a few rounds yesterday. Jens went a couple of rounds too, more by luck than anything else. Then the car finally ran properly, but he had a nearly he had a 0.9 light, which was kind of the end of his day. Yeah. But looks like the car's running well again. He ran 8-1 in his losing effort yesterday, and they're here for 2 weekends in a row. So it's all about getting lots of runs. Simon with an 017 light. And an 855 for Simon. Well, Jens Konecki's a really good bracket racer. He's been around a while. And he's done well previously, but things not clicking so far this weekend. Thomas Haas and Thomas Bublitz. I'm sure there's a better way of saying that Benny will tell me about one day, but for now, we'll stick with that.
You just look at these two cars and you think they...
You're right,
exactly
you said this yesterday, actually.
Yeah. It looks like the same designer has done them and just tweaked them a little bit, but they're very similar.
I'm sure someone will know whether a Plymouth Valiant and a Chevy Nova are similar or the same car.
Yeah. So Thomas running in the low 8s.
It's the lights. It's the lights, isn't it? If you look at the light cluster and everything. $829 at 163 for Thomas, 1030 at 127.
Okay, Billy Gain made it all the way through to the semi-finals yesterday and went out to the eventual winner, Lee Huxley. Brilliant racer. Has, as we said yesterday, has won Doorslammers before. In actual fact, he was the Sunday winner last year. And I think he's on his own for this one.
Looks like it. I think we got front-wheel drive coming up. I think he's the last car.
Yep.
I think that's why.
So front-wheel drive, where we whittle them down from 32 to 16. And then, of course, then we start the running around when we can do the draws for the next round.
We're drawing over there, aren't we?
Yes, yeah, on the old balcony on pit side VIP. That's it, yeah. It's I don't know. It's the thing at school we used to call pairings. And you got all the gym equipment, put it all in the gym, you know, the ropes, the pommel horses and everything. You just had to run around. You had two or three people that were tagging you, running around, and the idea was you chased around to get away from all. But it's like that. It's the obstacle course to get over
something
there,
like that, yeah. 860 for Bill at 155. Thumbs up from the team. Round one, front wheel drive. I think we have a man that may know a little about that.
Well, we know a man who's sponsoring it as well.
Hello, that's me.
Yes. Morning, mate.
You're both of those people, aren't you?
Sometimes.
That wasn't leading up to a joke. You are both of those people.
I am indeed, yes.
Anyway, sir, go on. Match up of the round for you, or there's probably a few of them.
I can't even remember. It's going to be, I think, Uriel Wells taking on Craig Evans. 2 9-second cars. One's turbo, one's normally aspirated. Obviously, if you were there in the draw last night, Usher Jamshed versus Calvin Skerritt, I think that got some of the most noise out of all of it. It's going to be a really good round number 1. So, and when Ahmed got drawn, and I said, who would like to race Ahmed? And Terry Newton was like, me. And then the lady just pulled out, and I was like, Terry Newton.
That's brilliant.
Whoa.
Absolutely brilliant, that was.
Yeah, so, yeah, unfortunately, so 31 cars qualified. No, 33 cars qualified, 32 get to race. So unfortunately, Ian Dance was the only one who didn't make it down.
And there's no breakages, so he didn't get to...
Well, Dan's just come and told me there's no alternates anyway.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
Well, we thought we changed the rules last night, didn't we?
yeah, there is no rules, so we said.
Yeah.
But I told him just to come down and get a run.
Yeah.
Tag on the end, if you like. Yeah. So the first pair is going to be Carl. Carl's not having his usual... well, I was going to say, it's more consistent than usual, meaning he hasn't broke it, but it's not nearly as quick as usual either.
No, you did it, not me.
What? Yeah, I said so far. I always say so far.
No, that's it. No, even on the last run yesterday, the reason he went to 108 miles an hour is because the wastegate actually broke off during the run, so he just lost all boost system. So last night he was running around going, has anyone got a teal... can't remember the name of it, but the clamp that holds on the wastegate, and he's lost it on the track somewhere.
God.
So yeah, who have we got? Yeah, so we've got Carl Goldsmith taking on Connor Edwards. Behind that, Mason Critch with the CIB fee. He's taking on Ryan Scott, who's travelled from Ireland. That's about as far as I can see. But yeah.
Other than the list in front of you. But
No,
yeah.
that's it. Is. And again, this is sponsored by European Front Wheel Drive, which is basically a Facebook and website. You can find European Front Wheel Drive on the web, and you can check out the European Front Wheel Drive League. And it's basically racers from all around Europe. It started in 2012 when I was racing front wheel drive, and it was kind of like, who's the fastest? And trawling different forums. When Facebook kind of started, we started getting to know different people from around Europe. We started off with 6 front-wheel drive cars in Europe when we started in 2012. Now we're up to like 100, almost 160 vehicles in Europe running into the 9s, including 3 normally aspirated cars. And yeah, cars literally all over Europe. And obviously we're blessed because we've got Santapon on our doorstep. And when I say on our doorstep, I know a lot of people travel quite far, being in England or Scotland or anything like that. But some of the guys in Europe travel the same sort of distance to go to an airfield where they've tried to put a bit of glue down, but they can't really put too much glue down because it's a live airfield for the rest of the week. And they can't have aeroplanes coming down and suddenly...
Stopping.
All the crew were like, what, this is a Ryanair flight. So yeah, and then from there it's kind of evolved. It started off as Europe's fastest front-wheel drive drag racing. Now it's evolved to European front-wheel drive when we rebranded it. And now, as many people have been to the trade stall just behind the main grandstand where you can get T-shirts and stickers to support it, and basically all of that money goes into European front-wheel drive racing. Like sponsoring this event, we've sponsored the German front-wheel drive shootout at Zerps next month. We do a lot of stuff at How Far Raceway in Malta, and anywhere else we can kind of get going. Pila in Poland as well, we've supported those guys. It just gives us a chance to be able to give something to photographers and stuff like that around Europe who are able to go then and say, we're here reporting for European front-wheel drive. They get in and then they can send us the photos instead of just... And it just helps promote other races and it helps promote other races.
So who is the quickest?
Well,
Okay, I didn't realise that was such a contentious question, but...
the quickest happens to be a Russian.
Oh. Okay.
So Elshan Ashlanov in Russia is the quickest with an 8.11 at 179 miles an hour. He has been 187 miles an hour. That's in a Lada.
Okay.
Whoa.
Obviously. What did he do? Drop it off a cliff?
Yeah.
My goodness.
It's got the original rotary engine that came with the Lada back in the 80s.
Right.
And obviously fully worked out.
Obviously better engineered than anyone ever thought it was.
Yeah. And obviously, they've got a great racetrack that they've built to FIA standards in Moscow now.
It's not 45 degrees downhill by any chance, is it?
No.
No, okay. It's all right. Just checking.
And then after that, we've had Forsten Middendorf with the Mark 1 Golf that we've seen here multiple times, especially at Doorslammers with the Mark 1 Golf. Michael Holloman's next with the Honda Civic, the old Minion that we saw again at Doorslammers. And that's what this event is about. It's generally about bringing those cars to events like this.
In one place.
Yeah.
But that record, or the quickest ETs, hasn't really been touched for a while, has it? Because Michael's ET has been there for a while.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure our Russian friend did it fairly recently, obviously.
That was last year in July.
Okay.
That was one of those when I was at a wedding and they were doing the wedding ceremony and I got up and left and to watch it because it had come through on my phone and I was like, it's not this, look.
But at least you didn't get up and cheer in the middle of the wedding.
Oh, I would have.
Okay.
But I didn't have any good signal, so I actually left and I was outside like this. And I was like, sit your ass down. And I'm like, but there's someone's on a new European record. this is way more important.
Can you imagine the service going ahead? Does anybody here have any objections before this wedding continues? And it goes, yes!
Yes, new record. Okay, that's an objection we haven't had before.
Oh, and then obviously Wendell Brand, who we saw do the 8-3 here at Doorslammers. Again, Doorslammers. I mean, generally, it's Doorslammers and VW Action. And for exactly the exact same reason, is VW Action is much like Doorslammers. It is the pre-prep for an FIA meeting. So it's giving the chance for the guys to get the best runs. And the thing is, like, normally, the guys in Germany, they get one chance a year with the public race days at Hockenheim. And that's when those guys go and they can run their records in Germany because it's on public race days. But this year, as you said, we don't think it's happening.
I don't think public
Obviously,
race day is on the weekend before
Hockenheim's
Germany.
on with Nitro Olympics, but we haven't seen anything about the public race days.
We stand to be corrected.
Hopefully.
Certainly do. If you wonder what's taking the time, folks, other than us yakking, it is that the cars are paired up round in the lanes, but they're just making sure all the pairings are correct before they bring them round.
No, that's it. But
And
again,
as if by magic.
as they're coming round, European front-wheel drive, once it's all over, anytime you get some time, please do go out of the grandstand. Head next to Flipping Pancakes. You'll see the European front-wheel drive merchandise shop. Please do go and get some T-shirts and stickers. It does support the sport.
Don't touch Colin's paperwork. It's deadly.
Is it? Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 1 of European front-wheel drive. Carl Goldsmith taking on Connor Edwards. Connor, who is held back at the moment. I don't think he's got something, a part of safety. Oh no, he's got a flat battery. See, this is where Ian Dance would have taken the spot.
He's there. He's there.
Say, come on, let it, Dan, executive decision. Come on, Dan, let Ian race, He's going to get a bye run. He's there.
Gonna be able to start under its own power.
No, the alternate.
I know but he said
There's no rules. There is no rules.
So Carl Goldsmith trickles through.
We're all shouting at the race director,
No,
giving
you
him
are.
abuse. I am. As class sponsor, I'm very disappointed in you. Take note.
right, I'll be everyone's lightning rod of hate.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
I'll shove that lightning rod somewhere.
Well, he's made it round now.
Well, he's lost already, so unfortunately. Dave gives him the slap of bad luck and says, sorry, too late.
Yeah, you have to fire him up and bring him round when you're told to. Maybe he was hoping for best ET.
Okay, then next pairing, we have the Angry Birdie all the way from Ireland. Ryan Scott with the Honda Civic, taking on Mason Critch with that Seat Ibiza. Ryan Scott looking to run a 9-second pass, but unfortunately Mason Critch goes red straight away, so it is a real win in the Kestrel beer lane. Let's see if he can double it up. 112 at the 8th mile. Ryan Scott goes for the finish line with a 10:48. 148 miles an hour. Okay, next up, Ian Pepper with the Vauxhall Nova. He's taking on the Civic down there. Well, a clear reaction time advantage in the Auto Glim lane. Ian Pepper's trying to chase him at the top end. We have got 107 to 105, but it is in the Auto Glim lane with a 10:88. 136 miles an hour. And Ryan O'Mahony makes it through to the second round. That was obviously worth a trip to the workshop last night. Next up, Dean Heineman taking on Clark Appleton. Both of these vehicles 10-second cars. Clark Appleton's PB is a 10:68. Dean Heineman's is a 10:86. Lines drop. Reaction time advantage for Clark, but then he bogs on the start line. Dean Heineman is way out in front at the moment. 112 to 111 at the 8th. Clarkey gets very close to the centre, but a 10:16, 139, a massive personal best for Dean Heineman. He rolls into the next round. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the draw for the next round will be shortly after this on the VIP stage to the left-hand side of the track. Next up, Sean Duffy from Scotland taking on Mr. Boost, Matty Davison. We saw Matt go number 3 qualifier with a 9.7 in qualifying. TDI versus petrol. Matty gets a lot of wheel spin off the side. Now the power comes in at the top end, and this is all Matt Davison to the finish line. 10:31 at 123, but a 13:33, 119. Massive PB for Sean Duffy. Right. Teammates, this was a tough one when it got pulled out last night. Dominic Calisti with the Nova taking on Darren Dewhurst with the Shed. Now, Darren's had quite a tough weekend. This is where consistency needs to come to play. Dominic just having a quick word with the chief starter. He's like, I'll bung you 100 quid if you let me win. Straight in, as is Darren. The lights drop, calendar light reaction times, but the better time goes to Dominic, and he's still out in front at the moment. Darren Dewhurst was a heavy hitter in round number 1 last year, but he drives around Dominic, who has issues mid-track. Darren goes through with a 12:42 at 113. Next up, Carl Monks with the Honda Civic. He's going to be taking on Grant Moore with the Pigeon. Now, Grant's car, 10-second vehicle. As you can see, the sticker on the back from European Front Wheel Drive. He's taking on the 11-second Civic of Carl Monks. Over the full stage, the lights drop. The better reaction time goes to Grant Moore. And as long as nothing goes untoward, this is going to be all Grant Moore to the finish line. Goes through with a 10:99, 131, and rolls on to the next round with a 12:32 at 118 for Carl.
Stephen Ray.
Right, Stephen Ray. Oh, hell yes. Byron.
Yeah, now you don't
Where's
want
Ashley? Oh, well, unfortunately, Ashley Allen doesn't make it down with the Honda Civic. I know they were having issues with the battery pack on that. So it is going to be a bye run for Stephen Ray. Yesterday, smashing it. 10.16 is his personal best. Goes through 10.29.141. I can see some of the street racer crews underneath the tower. A lot of excitement for this race in the draw last night. Ahmed Jamshed with the big man Ting Honda Civic taking on Terry Newton with the shopping go-getter. Terry was supposed to be here in his escort van this weekend, but unfortunately wasn't ready in time, but he's using his backup vehicle and still having a good time. We know Terry can cut a light though. Both in, the lights drop, better reaction time to Terry. Little bit of a bog from Ahmed on the start line, but Terry is dead in the water. Ahmed goes through with a 10.0759. He was lucky. He was lucky.
Shame they didn't stick to the 500 quid 2-second bet.
Yeah, that's it. Imagine that. Well, looking around the corner, I can see Ashley Allen's car. That's a shame. He did make it down, but unfortunately didn't make the start line. Right. One of Colin's favourites.
Young Dan.
It's going to be taking on Hayder Jalal. So, debuts at the Doorslammers for both of these guys. Hayder had the quicker car in qualifying. Dan creeps into full stage. The lights drop. The better reaction time goes to Dan Brownshire. He's away at the moment. They're side by side, but this is where the power of the Integra comes in. Hayder doing 106 at the 8th and wins round number 1 with a 10.76, 137, a massive PB. The Brioche will be back at VWDLC Drag Days in a couple of weeks. Okay, round number 1 for Calvin Skerritt, our number 1 qualifier with the Honda Civic in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Yesterday he went into the 8s. He's going to be taking on Arshad Jamshed with the Civic Del Sol. Now Arshad, both the cars taking their time coming up into pre-stage. There's Calvin's in. Arshad taking it nice and slow. Oh, he's double bowled. Oh, unfortunately, drive shafts, brakes, CV joint brakes on Arshad's car. Calvin, though, doing 136 at the 8th and goes through with an 8.76 at 150. Shootout at the top end. Well, literally, you can see the remains of the CV joint to the right-hand side of the drag strip.
I think that's one of the first ones I've actually seen go on the line all weekend, actually.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah. Very much so. So at the end of round 1, at some point, we're going to be doing the live draw.
Yeah, literally, as soon as this is done, running down there to do the live draw.
And what we mean by live draw, if you weren't around yesterday evening, is that we don't pair everybody up on a ladder or tournament style eliminations like we normally would. We have random pairings. That are effectively picked out of a tombola.
Now, what a matchup this is. So, turbocharged Vauxhall Corsa, 9-second car in the Autoglim lane. Normally aspirated Honda in the Kestrel Beer lane. This is going to be a tough one to call.
With an army of mobile phones following him into stage.
Oh, the lights are gone. Oh, look at the 60 foot for the normally aspirated car. He's out ahead at the moment. Manager's out in front. It's going to be 112 to 120 for the back half. Goes to, 976 to a 981. The back half power of the turbocharged car win. 0.049 at the stripe. What a race.
Well, the normally aspirated car was way in front of hard track. Look at the numbers. 0.2 of a second ahead But like you said, Turbo in the back
did.
half.
I mean, the reaction times are almost identical. Right, two VWLC members racing up against each other. Better reaction time for Jacob Capaz in the Kestrel beer lane, but Ricardo late pulling away at the top end and goes through with a 10.62 at 139.
Jacob, really nice, 12.51 though, 104.
Right. Oh, Nick Gay made it round. He had issues with the car. All he wanted to do was try and make Nick, the other Nick, red light. Unfortunately, he didn't.
Did anything but with a 0.78, but there we go.
Well, Nick coming to a slow at the top end. He's going to get to the stripe first, though, and take the win. All right, next up, Mark Taylor.
Should have been alongside Chris Backshell.
Oh. Well,
And he was number 3 qualified.
he was. So, big upset there then. So one of our 8-second cars out of competition. Mark Taylor gets a bye run. What a start to the morning for him. Takes it nice and easy through the top end.
All right, your last pair then, Luke.
Yes, Charlie Roberts with the up, the 5 up, taking on Andy Nichols, last year's winner at the Doorslammers. Obviously, VW breakout crew, you're going to be cheering on the VW up, hopefully. V5 turbo, bit of an odd combination, but working brilliant. And Charlie is getting quicker and quicker. Now we know Andy Nichols can go deep into the 9s with the Honda Civic, but he's not had a So last pairing, ladies and gentlemen, in European front-wheel drive. Straight after this, I'll be running down the tower. I'm even getting the thumbs up to go and do that. And it will be draw time straight after this. Of course, if you're watching on the live stream, no doubt there'll be someone up there with the camera so you can follow on as well. Right then, final pairing, ladies and gentlemen, Andy Nichols, Kestrel Beer Lane, Charlie Roberts, Auto Glim Lane. Andy Nichols into Bree. Charlie's creeping forward. Oh, Andy Nichols jumps forward. Charlie Roberts goes through. Last year's winner is out. Oh my God, upset number 1 in the European front-wheel drive class. No time, unfortunately, for Andy Nichols as he rolled the beam, and Charlie Roberts goes through with a personal best of 12.10. 119 miles an hour. Whoever got Charlie Roberts in the sweepstakes will be dancing away right now. And then, unfortunately, we have Ian Dance, who was number 33 qualifier, did not make the draw. He's got a solo run. Look how flat he's got the front tyres. Right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to run down onto the VIP balcony to go and do the draw for European front-wheel drive round number 2. Of course, all of our front-wheel drive racers will probably be back in the pits by now, getting onto the live stream to see who they get.
Well done, Luke. Absolutely fantastic, and some cracking matchups in that round 1, and drama already at Doorslammers with people stumbling that shouldn't have done, but that's racing. It happens. This is what Doorslammers is all about. Sometimes you get lucky. A lot of the times you get good, but you'll take them both, that's for sure. Okay, so Luke disappears to go and do the draw. Next up then, it is 6-cylinder round number 1. Now then, the reason that you're going to see quite a few buy runs here is that we did announce a 16-car field during qualifying for the amount of cars that were here. And unfortunately, he had a lot of breakages yesterday. So you are, in effect, only going to see 2 races in round 1, and you're also going to see 6 buy runs. But what that does mean, we get rid of all of the buys in round 1, so that when they come round for the field of 8, if you like, it's matchups all the way through to the final. So 2 pairings and 6 buy runs. That's what's going to be happening in the 6-cylinder class, which is the next class coming round.
Down in Nitro FM, if you could have my mic faded up, please, because I'm going to be using it for the live drawing just at the moment. Okay. He's got it on him, yeah, and it's turned on. My one. I think it was number 4, mate. Okay, no worries, thanks. Thank you.
So not only are we having 6-cylinder come round shortly, Luke is going to be going onto the balcony to do the draw for round 2 of front-wheel drive. So just a pause whilst we get Luke into position. I'm not sure he's made it over there already, so that we're not far away from that. But as I say, 6-cylinder, we're just getting them sorted out in the lanes.
Yes, we've got a few buys actually going on in round 1.
Yeah, well, 6 of them.
Saying that.
6 of them.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, because obviously, as I was saying, a lot of breakages in 6-cylinder yesterday, hell of a lot. But that's racing. It's what happens.
Well, it's also what happens when everyone's trying really hard because there's lots of money to win, obviously.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things that happens. I know Luke's over there with the tombola. If he can give us the thumbs up when he's ready.
I think I'm ready.
You think you're ready? Okay, you're very welcome. Away you go, sir.
I've been upgraded to promo girl now.
That's not an upgrade, Mush. Anyway, go on.
Right, I'm going to get the blame for this because I'm drawing the chips as well now. I have no idea what I'm pulling out, but of course, round number 1 of European front-wheel drive.
That's what Rachel says.
Kestrel Beer Lane is going to be chip number 8. And I don't even have the form, so I don't know who chip number 8 is. It's going to be Ricardo Late with the Seat IB for TDI. Facing up against Ricardo Late is going to be chip number 13. Unlucky for some. Possibly unlucky for Ricardo. He's going to be facing up against Ryan Scott. So, technically, Portugal versus Ireland in round number 1. Next chip is going to be chip number 10. Chip number 10. That is Dean Heinemann. Chip number 10. And we have got chip number 24. Charlie Roberts. As you just saw, shock upset in round number 1. Dean Heinemann versus Charlie Roberts. Next up, chip number 22. Going to be facing Carl Goldsmith in the Kestrel Beer Lane. It's going to be facing up against chip number 14. Against chip number 14. Darren Dewhurst. So, Carl Goldsmith, Darren Dewhurst. That should be a real good matchup. Matty Davison, Mr. Boost, 9-second car. Going to be up against, chip number 4, another quick one. Craig had a hard fight in round number. One. He's going to have a real tough fight in round number 2. Next up, chip number 7. Man, oh come on, man, oh come on, pick a good one. Number 32. Nick, I'm liking that draw. He is my sweepstake guy, ladies and gentlemen. We have got chip number 2. Ahmed Jamshed, one of the quickest cars racing this weekend. And he is going to be facing up against chip number 9. Mark Taylor, he was lucky in round number 1, got a bye run in the end. So Ahmed Jamshed and Mark Taylor getting low on the chips now. Chip number 1, Calvin Skerritt. This is the one the rest of the guys and girls in here do not want to get. And it is going to be chip number 15, which is Hader Yellow. I think I had an all there. Last 2 chips. Kestrel Beer Lane, chip number 17. That is Grant Moore, and he is going to be racing up against chip number 18, Ryan Omani. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. European front-wheel drive, round number 2 draw coming up in a little while. Over to you, boys.
Well done, Luke. Very, very well done indeed. That's the microphone in the wrong place.
That's all right. Put the microphone on your head, mate. That'll work.
Oh dear. So there's the draw then for round 2 of European front-wheel drive. Right, so next track action you're going to see is 6-cylinder, round number 1. Just looking in the lanes. Actually, I've got no start line crew at the moment. I'll tell you what, now that draw has taken place, going to head over to Nitro FM 96.2. And when we are ready to go racing once again, we will take it back. So in the meantime, the airwaves belong to Nitro FM. So here we go then. It is round 1 for 6-cylinder, and taking it very gingerly off the line is Simon Durrans. He is on a bye. As I said to you, you've got 6 bye runs coming up here, but there are 2 pairings. And due to the rate of attrition, basically, not wanting to break cars, so they're saving them for later rounds. It does have a PB of in the mid-9s at just shy of 150 mile an hour. So car safely through to round 2. Well, you think he's only doing 20 mile an hour at the 8th. Let's take it very soft. Right, this is one of your pairings then. Dave Henderson alongside Mark Mosley. What a matchup this is.
Well, it depends. The only thing is that Mark Mosley is much more used to drag racing, as in cutting a light. However...
No, Dave Henderson races in VWDLC heads up. He's currently leading the championship.
Stand corrected then. Or sit corrected. Here we go then. This could all be won and lost on the tree.
Oh, maybe not.
Mark Mosley was away first by a margin, but that was as far as he got.
VWDLC to the front.
9:33, 156 miles an hour sees Dave Henderson through to round number 2. And unfortunately, Mark Mosley, his day is done. I normally expect to see Mark Mosley go rounds at this event, but not today, unfortunately.
Wow, just looking through round number 1 of European front-wheel drive. Sweepstakes time. Ryan Omani was number 1 for reaction time in round number 1. So whoever had Ryan Omani in the sweepstake, you have got the first section of money coming your way.
Ryan Omani, let's have a look.
Again, I've lost my bloody phone.
It's not
There it is.
You haven't lost it, it's where you left it.
I don't know where anything is these days. Ryan might be one of our real late entries, so he's possibly not in the sweepstake.
He's not.
So I might have to throw him into someone.
No, he's not there, mate. Wow.
All right, here we go then. Second run of six-cylinder class, sorry. El Toro Mohammed Shah taking on Harvey Bogle, as you can hear below us.
Well, Harvey with the wander off the start line again.
It was. The thing is, he always takes his time to launch the car. Mohammed goes through with a nice, easy 913.
But the faster speed is Harvey. Again, it's just the, like you said, taking the time to launch the car is not what you can do in eliminations.
That's it. Well, James Wilday
looks a bit ill.
Bringing the car up, doesn't want to do anything. He's basically going to break the beam and see who he gets in the next round. Dave's like, turn it off, it smells.
So is that friend from Austria going to turn it up for round 1, do you think? Well, they haven't come all this way to go any slower.
Well, they've come all this way to take the money, let's be honest. It's cost them a lot of money to travel here. So I think their main aim now is
win.
They've run the world record for a four-wheel drive Audi.
Yep.
They've got that. Now it's about winning the race. Which they should be quite capable of doing on paper.
On paper, But you have obviously James Wilday in the same class.
You do, you do.
Well,
and
yeah,
I think
anyway.
that's possibly why James is saving it. Because I don't need to do anything here. If I come up against Hubert in the next round, possibly, again, if this race goes all to plan.
So Hubert's on a, is that on a buy run?
Yeah.
Yes,
but
yeah,
Hubert's on
he's
a
got a
buy.
buy run. And obviously, he's taking it easy by the sound of it, yeah.
That's the taking it easy sound,
Yeah, that is, you know.
Yeah, it's all buys for the rest of the class now.
Just very quickly as well, we've got a slightly quieter moment. Just as a courtesy to everybody behind you, everybody standing at the front of the grandstands, if you could please sit down if you wouldn't mind, folks. It's just that everybody sitting behind you can't see because you're hanging over the fence. Thank you very much indeed, folks. There's plenty of seats to choose from, and there's plenty of good viewing areas, so thank you very much. So he went 7, was it?
760.
30.
730.
Something, yes, Luke. Yeah. Taking it easy, Luke.
736, 185 yesterday.
This will be pretty close.
155 at the 8th.
Ah,
730, 191 miles an hour. Wow.
Yeah, taking it easy, just trying to win, Luke. The only thing that surprises me with that is it doesn't 60 foot much better, because it does launch really well.
Yeah.
And it squats and goes. But yeah, that's another record.
Mm.
Oh, the Golvo. I think he was going to take a steady run, then got bored.
This is taking way too long.
Yeah.
Do you know what I was always aware of, and you guys may have had this too, was when I was licensing years and years ago, just in the streetcar, I was very aware of people looking at me going very slowly when I was going up the racetrack. It was quite horrible, to be honest.
Okay, Mike Whittaker as well, solo run into the next round. Well, here's Chris Backshaw coming around the corner. Unfortunately, didn't make the call for front-wheel drive round 1.
Got a big bracket. First round coming up in just a couple of moments as the draw.
Unless I missed it, no Sam Young.
No, you didn't miss it.
No. He should have been there.
I think as they were possibly in testing mode, they probably didn't want to race and elected to stay out and then basically come down and just do test passes
Right,
as opposed to being
throughout the day.
Shame, though.
I would say, John, take that with you this time, just to make your life a little bit easier. As long as you bring it back, because
No, I'll be getting you one now.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I don't really, they'll show me as they come out.
Okay, no problem.
Right, I'm being frantically waved at.
Okay, there we go, and that should do the trick. Hang on.
Yeah, so it is the 6-cylinder round 2 draw, and then the next track action will be...
Big bracket.
Well, sorry, Lucky boy.
Oh!
As if you did that on purpose.
Yeah, no, he just lost a bit of weight and length at the same time, I think.
This is like Challenge Annika. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, just without the cat suits, thank God.
Yeah. Okay, big bracket, round number 1. This is where the crew chiefs come down to the start line with 50 quid in their pocket. Hopefully they do not need to go round the corner and pay into signing on to buy back in. If you win the race, you're through to round 2. If you lose, you can buy yourself back into Eliminations. What happens then? Well, all of the buyback racers, and there could be 16 of them, because we got 16 pairings, which means 16 winners and 16 losers. The 16 losers can pay 50 quid and get themselves back into the show. But what they have to do is race another buyback racer. So in effect, only 8 of them will go into round number 2. And the other 8, put it on the trailer. Your day is done, unless you want to do some grudge racing later on today. So that's where it gets rather interesting. And it was quite good yesterday, because we had our last 6 cars.
Shut up.
And 3 of them were buyback racers. Right, Lukey boy, over to you.
It's like having a conscience, isn't it? Well done, mate.
There is one buy round in round number 2 in the 6-cylinder class. First chip out. Oh, Hubert Strenberger, number 1. Now, this is quite interesting because everybody is still in here. Everybody is 6 cylinders like, please not me, please not me. And it is going to be chip number 4. Chip number 4 is Joe Bristow with the Golvo. Next up, chip number 2. Chip number 2 is James Wilday. James Wilday, as you saw, just took an easy pass there, breaking the beams. He is facing chip number 6. He is going to get David Henderson. He is going to have to put in a pass on that run. Next chip. Chip number 10. That is Simon Duran's. And he is facing up against chip number 5. That is Mo Shabs. That means we've got a bye run and chip number 8 in the Kestrel beer lane. And that is Mike Whitaker has got a bye run. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Hubert Stremberger versus Joe Bristow. James Wilday versus Dave Henderson. Simon Durans versus Mo Shabs. And Mike Whitaker with the bye run. Job done, sir.
Well done, Luke. Well done. Get you running around all over the place today.
I'll fit in my dragster next week quite easily.
You will indeed. Okay, so that is the draw done for 6-cylinder round number 2. We already know the matchups for round number 2 in front-wheel drive. But matchups for round number 2 for the big bracket, we will not know until they come down because it is purely random pairings. We just get somebody to pick them out, basically. I want that car against that car. So they're all in the lanes. Head of the lanes, I can see Pete Lane. I can see Lee Huxley, Neil Lalute and Gary Carr tucked in behind them. I think it's Adam Novak's car. Pete Creswell, John Turner, but they are all down there. And now it is just purely the randomness of the pairing. So we don't know who is going to be racing who. But what we do know is that whoever goes through to take the big money at the end of the day will have well and truly earned it. It's a massive highlight of Doorslammers. Yesterday's drama in the racing was you couldn't have written that one. You honestly could not have written it. We got to the semi-finals, 3 cars left, and the reason for that is because you have 32 cars entered. And then obviously you get the buybacks. You do end up with a bye run in the semi-finals. There's no way around it. It's just the way it happens. And there were 3 cars left. Former winner Lee Huxley, former winner Billy Gain, and you got John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. And the randomness of the number selection meant that Billy Gain raced Lee Huxley and John Turner got the bye. Well, we know what happened in the first pairing. Lee Huxley put Billy Gain away, but then John Turner's car would not start. And everybody was down there. The Huxley team were down there trying to get it going. Nick Williams, literally everybody in the pairing lanes was down there. And eventually the electrical fault was traced to a dodgy fuse. Got the car sorted out a little while later, fair to say. And JT put in his run to make the final. In the final, unfortunately, John Turner went red. Lee Huxley was presented with a £5 check, but John Turner still went away with £2,000 for his efforts yesterday. But I tell you what, let's reset to 0 and we start it all over again. Neil Lalute with the Super Heavy pickup truck dialing in 1183. Going alongside backup Bob. Pete Lane with the Barracuda 1182. So only 100th of a second difference off the line for these two. This is bracket racing, folks. It's not heads up. It's the only class that is a bracket this weekend. And you'll see, oh, Neil goes red. In actual fact, they both went red, but by the lesser amount. Pete Lane takes the win. So Neil Lalute team probably heading round with 50 quid into the signing on office now to buy himself back into round number 2. But Pete Lane, he's through. Right, yesterday's winner Lee Huxley, the Dark Horse Mustang, the only driver now to have won the big bracket twice. Jens Konecki, a former finalist in the big bracket. He'll be staying here a week. He's racing at the main event next weekend. Well, actually starting on Thursday. It's a green light drag race. Lee Huxley dialing in 960. Jens dialing in 8 flat. Lee way out in front. Backs off to 979. But not only that, it was a 007 light as well. So Lee Huxley continues his form here at Doorslammers. Jens Konecki will have to buy back in. Right, next up then, it is the Nostalgia Superstock Racer of Lee Childs taking on Pete Cresswell, the full Monty Mustang. The Darlings then, 10.01 for Lee Childs, 8.51 for Pete Cresswell. Nice easy one for us to follow here. 1.5 seconds is the advantage on, well, is the difference on the tree. Lee Childs will be leaving first, but Pete Cresswell's Mustang is 1.5 seconds quicker for the quarter mile. Basically, whoever gets to the top end first without going under their number will win, assuming they don't pull a red light, which Lee Childs has just done. He went 009 red. Actually, the Mustang went red as well by 001. It doesn't matter. Pete Cresswell is through. And Lee Childs is in the buybacks. Right, next up then, Colin Morris taking on the Williams brothers entry of Gary Carr. Gary dialing in 9.15, 8.89 for Colin Morris. A huge amount of time between these two. We know Colin Morris is killer on the tree, so Gary Carr is really going to have to up his game here. But then anything can happen in racing. We've seen it all weekend long. So Gary will be leaving first in the Auto Glim lane. Well, they're both awake, that's for sure. Takes the win for a 9.18.
Whole shot win.
Whole shot win. The win margin 0.01. Colin Morris back on form, but Gary Carr into the buybacks.
In all honesty, he was never out of form. It was just he had someone in the other lane that was just that little bit better, wasn't it? Okay, your runner-up from yesterday, Mr. John Turner in the Auto Glim lane. 10.01 is the Greenfish. The dial-in on the Greenfish Barracuda, taking on one of our friends from Germany, Thomas Bublitz, who I think he's here for 2 weeks, isn't he? Running Pro ET next week as well.
I can't think of any foreign competitor that can race next weekend, isn't? Obviously, a lot of our front-wheel drive guys won't be here, but...
Well, John didn't go red. That's a good race. It looks like Thomas is in front, actually, and he takes the win. So, the £2,000 that John won yesterday, he's going to be dipping into that to the tune of 50 quid.
So he's down to 1,950 now. Right then, picking over. Right, we've got Dave Fulton, who wasn't racing yesterday, arrived late yesterday afternoon.
Oh, I bet, you know what, he loves a Nova, and I bet he's loving racing that one.
Yeah.
Definitely.
8.65 in the Kestrel Beer lane, 9.56 lane.
Wow. Oh my goodness me. Dave, where were you yesterday?
Yeah, a 007 light to kick things off there for Dave Fulton.
Whole shot win for Dave Fulton. Technically, anyway. Yeah, 007 light to our friend from Germany's 0.3 389, which unfortunately in a big money bracket race will not help you stick around a long time on race day. So, great matchup again. Another one that you wouldn't normally see in any sort of regular drag racing weekend. Adam Novak with the beautiful, beautiful Roadrunner in the Auto Glim lane. Whose lane are they checking? Is that Simon Fulton's lane?
Yeah,
It
the
looks
Dave
like
Fulton.
Dave Fulton, sorry.
Oh, no.
Go on, Dave, you can move all that car on your own. I'm sure you can.
Well, the spotters are out there, but they're actually checking everywhere. A little bit more concentration in the Auto Glim lane. Well, I didn't see any issues with Dave's car at all.
There might not be. It might have just been someone's got out there and said, "Oh, I had that in the car and I've lost it now." One of the best reasons ever the marshals have gone out there hunting for something. Somebody's false teeth.
Oh, God.
I'm not going to tell the whole story, but yes, somebody through the finish line on a vehicle, not in a vehicle. It was a bike anyway. It had 2 wheels. Lost some of his false teeth. So the marshals had to wander out there trying to find it.
Imagine that.
Imagine that.
Well, the track
I've lost my grill.
the track certainly had bite that weekend, didn't it?
Well, it's good to know. I'm getting quite a few messages from people in the grandstand and the banking who are saying, I can hear you so much better today.
Yeah, it's not a bonus. Don't get too excited about it.
Yeah, that's it. By this afternoon, they'll be like, "Oh,
Shut up.
Shut up, will you?"
Yeah. That's what happens when my kids come up with theirs. Dad, we can't turn you off. I said, yeah, I know. It's great. So Ben Kennedy's round there at the front.
Has he got a bike run?
No, probably not. It's just he's probably moved a little bit further forward. That's all. I very much doubt it. Is anyone going to have a bye run in the first round?
No, there shouldn't be any buys that I know of anyway. Right, well, we are in a little bit of a clean-up at the in the shutdown area, right at the very end at the moment. So I'll tell you what, we're going to save our vocal cords because I've got a feeling we could be cheering and hollering and shouting pretty much all day long.
And Thursday and Friday and Saturday and Sunday.
So
I'm not.
Yeah, but you'll be screaming and hollering in the car going, come on, come on, come on.
Well, no, I don't know. I'm waiting on Barney to get back to me. Hopefully, I'm supposed to be doing the interviews and stuff like that. So I'll be doing a run. But obviously, because comp eliminator is the start of the pro session, so the people they generally want me to interview, I'll be racing at the same time as. So I'll go and do my run and time it just right. So I literally get out the car and go, fix that, boys. And I go off and interview.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Okay, we'll hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back when we continue with the big bracket sponsored by the Williams Brothers Speed Shop. We'll be back with you soon. Okay, our track crew have done their business right at the far end of the showdown area. That is now cleared, and we are ready to go once again with the Williams Brothers Speed Shop Big Bracket, round number 1. As we now know, the winner goes through into round 2, and it's not quite game over for your loser. They can buy back in, and the crew chief or one other member of the team will go to signing on with 50 quid. Pay the money and race another buyback racer to get in round 2. So Adam Novak going alongside the package himself, Mr. Simon Goff. The Darlings then, 8.54 for Simon, 10.98 for Adam. So Adam will be leaving first. Simon will be hunting him down. Two very, very good races indeed. Adam applies his trade in Nostalgia Superstock. Could go in Pro ET if he wants to. Simon Goff does run in Pro ET, has run very successfully in Super Pro as well. Oh, and it's Simon Goff that goes red. So Adam Novak gets the race win. So Simon Goff will have to buy back in. Went 8.56 on 54. Adam Novak broke out, but the story, or the race, was decided on the tree. Next up then, Ben Kennedy with the Turbo 4 Pop dialing in a 10.25. He's in the auto glim lane. And just waiting for the timing system to update. 9.53. Dial in. Kestrel beer lane. Oh, no, I mean, we got a red light already in the Kestrel. I think the car just inched forwards a little bit, so it's going to be Ben Kennedy that takes the win. At 10.32. I think that's Luke Hoskins that was having the issue there. All right, see the next pair come round then. It is, tough matchup here. Jordan Payne against Jason Dodd. Or shall I put Jason Giant Killer Dodd? Jason had an epic run yesterday against Colin Morris. He was perfect off the line and hit his number. It was an outstanding pass, and he needs to do another one of those now to get round Jordan Payne. The dial-ins then, 10.66 for Jason Dodd with the Trans Am, 7.46 for Jordan Payne. 3.2 second difference on the tree, so Jordan will be hunting him down. Both into pre-stage. Jason goes into stage. And there goes Jordan. The tree counts him down. Jason Dodd is on his way. Oh, Jordan Payne goes red. Oh, goodness me. The giant killer continues. Jason Dodd takes the win with a 10.70. 7.52 for Jordan. Doesn't matter. Jordan Payne is a buyback. Jason Dodd through to round two.
I do actually think we could rename this event the Red Light Nationals.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, Jordan Payne was a buyback yesterday, and he's now got to do it again today.
Well, he made the most of it yesterday.
Yeah.
Just kind of needs to get the red light out of the way early on.
All right, next up then, Nick Williams from Williams Brothers Racing, the class sponsor of the big bracket, going alongside Ronnie Mercer with the pop. Nick Williams, a former winner of the big bracket. Ronnie Mercer has been a semi-finalist in the big bracket previously. Two very good racers. 11.05 plays an 8.96. The Camaro will be going first. Ronnie is in chase mode. He's going to work very hard to catch Nick. Yeah, Nick Williams takes out a 0-1 light against Ronnie's .35. But Nick Williams is through. And Ronnie will be coughing up 50 quid to buy back in. The Nova Scotia of Brett Featherstone going alongside the Dark Revenger of Dave Cherritt. The dial-ins there, 9.69 for Brett, 9.99 for Dave. 0.3 of a second difference on the tree. Brett will be chasing Dave Cherritt as hard as he can. Now, Dave's very canny racer he will tear off into the distance, and he does his racing at the stripe, if you like. He doesn't have a throttle stop or anything like that. Oh, Brett bumps through stage. It's a freebie in effect for Dave Cherrett. Brett's going to have to buy back in. .10.04 then for Dave Cherrett. No time or speed, obviously, for Brett. He bumped through stage. Oh, drama already. Okay, good buddies in the pits, but arch rivals on the track for this next pairing. Billy Gain, semi-finalist yesterday. Winner last year on the Sunday. Going alongside Tom Atkinson. Fair old difference in the dial-ins, actually. 11.20 for Tom. Billy Gain, 8.6. 2.6 second difference on the tree. Tom will be leaving first. So Billy goes in, Tom goes in. Tom's side of the tree will count him down. Green light for Tom. Green light for Billy. Who's got the better race car then? Who's dialed the car in better? It is Billy Gain that takes, oh my goodness me, the win margin. 0.0002. That's a matter of millimeters or maybe an inch, I don't know. But goodness me, what a race. 0.0002 at the stripe. 8.65 beats and 11.24. Both of them had zero lights as well. Outstanding racing, and probably the closest race we will see today. But it is Billy that goes through. Tom is in the buybacks. Your next pair then. Mark Huxley and Keith Herbert, they're both in stage. Oh, Mark Huxley goes red, so Keith Herbert gets the freebie. They're still going to try and run 960. 10.17 and 9.63. They were both a couple of hundredths off. Keith Herbert was the Saturday winner last year. And he's on his way once again. Right, next up then, Jeff Cowley. Dialing in 9.42 with the Nova. Alongside Rockets, Ron Bartlett. 8.26 with the Anglia.
I don't know whether you can see, Colin, but it works out that Katie Booth is going to get a buy run.
We do have an odd number today.
Yeah, we do have one, well, obviously an odd one, and it just happens to be Katie. So
right.
Hanging out at the back of the staging lanes worked.
So 8.26 plays 9.42. Jeff will be leaving first, and it'll be up to Ron to chase him down. Well, green light drag race, the first green light that Ron's seen all weekend. And he made the most of it, 8.28. He's through. Jeff Cowley into the buybacks then with a 9.48 on a 42. Win margin 0.2 at the stripe.
Also the first win light he's seen all weekend.
Well, first green light he's seen.
Green and win. So this is the last pair before we get to Katie. John Beam with the Mustang and Thomas Haas with the Valiant.
.964 plays 8.28. It'll be John Bean with the Mustang going first. Thomas will be chasing him down. Oh, John Bean goes red, so it is Thomas Haas that gets the freebie. Oh, 005 reaction time there for Thomas. He's wide in. 8:28 with a 4. That is nigh on perfect. If you can repeat that throughout the day, then Thomas could be in the money. But 8:28 on an 8:28 dial, 00 light. Nicely done, Thomas. But it is John Bean into the buybacks. And as Darryl says, this is the last car. And it's Katie Booth getting a solo. Just an odd number of cars, basically. So she dials in 10:58. And breaks out, but by a tiny margin. Well done, Steve, and the whole gang down there. Well done.
Yeah, very
right. Over to you, Darryl.
Thank you very much indeed. We're just about to get ready, set to go with round 1 of Pro Door Slam. A little bit of track work going on. I've got to ask as well, Ted, did Katie actually do that so you couldn't drive?
Absolutely, mate. You know what she's like.
I don't, mate, but I'm sure you're going to tell us.
Yeah, she's been stamping on that for weeks.
Just so you couldn't get in the car. But anyway, she's doing really well. She did great yesterday.
Well, she's much better than me. You know that. My reaction times are, I'm asleep on the line most of the time, aren't I? But I'm thinking about the nuts and bolts. She's thinking about winning. So.
It's great to see some guys and girls, obviously, from the Gasser Circus coming and joining in this event, because we did say that yesterday. You know, the way that you race in the Gasser Circus, it's bracket racing, but they're really, really, really good. So it's a bit of a surprise more on here.
Yeah, we said the same. It would have been lovely to have a few more here. You know, it's there is some good races in there, but hey, if they're not here, we could win.
I was just going to say, more chance for you.
Absolutely.
Thanks very much, mate. I hope that heals up well. And that's Ted Booth. That's Katie's husband. I thought while I was down here, I'd just ask him whether she did nobble him or not, as the case may be. So we're getting set for round 1 of VP Race Fuels Pro Door Slammer. We've got a little bit of track prep to do out there with the both the tractor and the glue bird as well. Have you got the pairings, Cole?
I certainly have, yes, I do.
You go.
Right, well, I don't know which order they're going to be coming round, but the pairings, as they were drawn last night, John Tebenham will be taking on Yanni Eriksson. Dave Swift gets the bye. David Vector taking on Chris Orthodoxou. Dave Smith and Pell Norman. Andreas Arnever gets the bye. And then we got 3 races. Kev Slyfield against John Webster. Andy Robinson against Bruno Barder. And Wayne Nicholson taking on that incredible 4 Cortina Darren Pert. So that's your matchups for round 1 Pro Door Slammer.
Well, there's going to be one of those matchups unfortunately missing. Deary me. Do you know what? I need to say this to you for years. You age, I'm talking to John Webster down here, by the way, who's not in the car. You age like fine wine. I age like milk. Anyway, not in the car.
No, we're obviously testing a few new bits, and the run we did yesterday morning, we had a bit of slippage in high gear, so we pulled the transmission out, and I found a couple of issues with it. Thought we'd fixed it, come out for that last run, and the car had problems straight staging. It wasn't holding on the band, basically. So, yeah, we're here to test for next weekend, really, so we just want to have a good look at the transmission between now and then and make sure it's good for next weekend. So rather than, you know, well, I don't think we'd be able to run today anyway. We need a few parts and stuff like that. So
that's a shame. You know, you have got a spare Ford Pop over there as well.
We did talk about it briefly, to be fair, but yeah, we don't want to break 2 cars.
You wouldn't break them, mate, but your dedication to doing this is just unbelievable. Honestly, I know you've got your dog. But I tell you what, if your dog didn't come to work with you as well, it'd bite you when you went home, because you spend most of your time here or over there, don't you?
Yeah, we do, yeah. I mean, it's all about balance, and yeah, we just do what we can when we can. Unfortunately, we have enough time to do most of it, but it does, you know, just get a bit stretched sometimes. But yeah, we'll be here for next weekend, though.
Good, that would be fantastic. The other thing as well is that you've got to do something about Wayne having the quickest Pro Modified car that you've built as well.
Yeah, we're trying. We've been trying for 5 years, actually. not that anyone's counting, but yeah, we had a 5-year plan for the car. We've obviously lost a couple of years during what's been going on with the world, but hopefully it will start coming to fruition this year. So.
Well, fingers crossed, mate, because it does seem to be like it's been struggle after struggle after struggle.
Yeah, it's a tough combination. There's not a lot of free information out there, you know, and everyone runs their own deal because it's such a development kind of combination, really. So we just got to figure it out, really, you know.
And the way you did it as well is obviously what Andre's car is like is on the outside they look very similar, obviously same body style, but that's kind of about it, isn't it, really?
Yeah, the way that the turbos work and the converter and all the electronics to make it work, getting it all to sync properly we just find it complicated. I mean, other people's make it work, don't get me wrong, but our resources just, we need a bit more time, you know, so if we had like a bunch of spares sitting there where spare transmission, get it back in and and keep going, but we just haven't got that, so we'll just take our time and hopefully we'll get there in the end.
Certainly hope so, mate. It's you deserve to be up there at the top in Pro Mods. I mean, you've been as quick as 6.2, and obviously you want to go quicker.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's all about. Yeah, so I mean the pop's really good fun. You know, it's so simple, such contrast to the Mustang, but the Mustang's where we want to be, really. So, you know,
it does look like it's fun to drive when it works as well.
Yeah, it's just so simple. You know, just get in it and rag the arse off it. You know, so.
That's definitely the way I put it, sir. Anyway, good luck for next weekend, and I hope it does all come together for you then.
Yeah, thank you. We'll see you there.
No problem. That's John Webster. Thank you very much indeed, John. Getting ready to go for the first round of Pro Doorslammer. VP Race Fuels Pro Doorslammer. I think by the looks of it, it's going to be either Dave Swift first. Well, actually, everyone's down here, aren't they, Colin?
Yep. To see ahead of the lanes, obviously, what a sight. Thank you very much indeed, Darryl, that you asked Tony Underhill to join us in the tower for round one. So he's all hooked up and ready to join in as well. But looking in the lanes there, Yanni Eriksson, Dave Swift, Dave Vector and John Tebenham are the four cars at the front. And we can just see Chris Orthodoxou's Viper with his nose around the corner there. They are all down there, though. Last night's draw was entertaining, to say the least. But and it's produced the pairings that are going to come around the corner at the moment. The first engine has fired up, and it is Dave Swift on his solo.
Yeah, there was actually 16 cars entered. Unfortunately, we lost Joel Kerr. I do apologise, I'm standing in front of dearie me. I haven't been doing this long, have I?
No.
Standing in front of a blooming speaker. Speaker, that's the one. I don't even know what they're called. So unfortunately Joel Kerr busted the prop and a couple of other bits on the car, so he was out, so there was a buy run in there. Unfortunately there's an enforced buy as well with who Tony should have been racing, I guess, yeah. There we go. So Dave Swift with the AMX, who throws his hands in the air as to say, what was that about? Okay. Puts it back in neutral again. And now the starter won't work by the looks of it.
Same thing happened yesterday.
Is that right? Yeah, it's just, it seems to be whizzing over and just not really doing anything. He just went to hit it for the burnout, and that was about it. Anyway, very good morning, Tony. Obviously not the place you want to be. You'd much rather be in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a little bit gutted, but it's emotional this morning. I just want to say thanks to the Santa Pod crew. They were incredible, really, really, really good. Got me out the car quick, and looked after me. So yeah, real good.
Well, it's really good that you joined us for the draw as well last night. Really appreciated that, because I know it's a bit of a tough thing to talk about, but I think the reception you received last night shows the love and the support that this sport gives, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. The amount of comments and stuff, social media, people coming up, drivers and whatnot. Yeah, it's been fantastic. Really helpful, really nice.
Good stuff. So then, we are into pairings. What a pairing to kick things off then. Jan Eriksson and John Tebenham. I'm going to ask you a real stupid question, and I already know the answer, but How do you fancy a crack in one of these?
Absolutely. I'd do it in a heartbeat. Absolutely. The only reason I can't in one of them is because I can't quite afford it.
Yeah.
I've got the next best thing. It looks like a pro mod. It kind of drives like a pro mod.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite as quick, but you never know. One day.
Yeah, but to be able to run fives in a door car,
it's phenomenal, you know. And I'm a crewman, you know, through and through, and to the privilege of working on one of these and helping out, and especially when it goes bad and you can get it all back together in time and make a good run, the feeling's unbelievable.
Right, well, let's see how this pair get on then. The first pairing in VP Racing Fuels Pro Doorslammer. John Temperley with the fabulous Lightning McQueen taking on the last, or the current, if you like, FIA Pro Modified champion, Jan Eriksson. On paper, Yanni's got this one in the bag, but we race on the blacktop out there. Let's see what happens. Anything can happen then. John Temperley, they're both into pre-stage. Johnny's in, Yanni's in. Oh, excellent race, excellent race. Yanni's got his nose out in front. Goes 584.
Woohoo! Lots of tyre shake going past the tree. 246 miles an hour. Johnny was really game with a 6.18 and 232. Kept him honest all the way through. That's the reason they are defending European Pro Mod champions. But it's still a really good, nice run for the new combination for John Temperley. He's going to be a real pest about this time next year.
Yeah, well, get this. John Temperley was 0.3 light. He had a 10th off the line. Wow. At 0.96, 60 foot for Jan Eriksson, though. That's stellar.
So next up, we've got Dave Vector from the Netherlands taking on Chris, quite shy and retiring, Orthodoxy. I think that's what that means in Greek, isn't it? Now, David Vector with the all-new combination in the car. The car looks pretty much the same apart from the new wrap and everything as it did when we saw it in September. But underneath the hood, there's a brand new Noonan Race Engines Black Hawk motor in there, which is kind of like the gold standard in both Pro Mod and alcohol racing as well. Taking on Mr. Chris Orthodoxy. I'm sure the only slight problem is, I think, Tony, is you'd love to drive Dave's car and have that engine available, but I think you might have to rob a bank to do it. That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not going to happen anytime soon, that's for sure.
Yeah, really sadly anyway. So, Dave, personal best, 6.5.80. Chris's BB is a 6.20. Dave hasn't made it all the way down the racetrack, whereas Chris has 3 times in a row yesterday.
Yeah, he certainly Mr. Consistent, is Chris.
Yeah, but Dave knows how to pull it out of the bag when he needs to. So this could be one great race between these two. They're going to be going into, one of these two will be going into the draw for round 2. One's going to be putting it back in the trainer ready for next weekend. One will be getting service for round 2.
Waiting for Chris to into pre-stage. There they are. Right, so David goes into stage. Oh, David Vector goes red. It's Chris Orthodoxy taking it. 6.59 at 2.20. Oh,
Dave did that at the Doorslammers 3 years ago. Red lit in round 1 and went 5.80, I think he did, something like that. But it crept through.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Well, one of the big hitters out in round 1. He's still got some good data for next weekend for the main event, most importantly. But hey, it's Chris. He just loves this event, doesn't he? So Dave Swift is fired and ready again. Whatever the issue was, it was an easy fix. Good job it wasn't like a regular race event, because he wouldn't be allowed.
Right, well, Dave Swift back in the game then.
He's lost fire again, though. But it just very quick, Tony. One thing I've always wanted to ask is, what's it actually like to drive one of these things? I mean, is there any way you can actually describe it? Because you don't sit in the middle, you sit off to the side. You sit a long, long way back, effectively, with your feet under the windscreen, don't you?
Yeah, it's quite a strange position to be in. Left-hand drive doesn't seem so bad when you sort of drive right-hand most of the time. The strange thing with the Willis, especially, it's quite cavernous inside. It feels massive. Whereas I've sat in Wayne's car before, Lucky Devil, and that's tiny. So quite how he folds himself up in there, I have no idea.
Good job, Wayne's little then, isn't it?
Yeah. Right. But no, they're great fun. It's an experience. You really can't describe it. The launch, especially, it's something else. It really is.
But then it doesn't end there. Well, especially with your car, obviously, because there's an awful lot of wrestling that goes on down the track, isn't there, too?
Ideally not, but yeah, you have to drive them, and the first thing when I did a first proper full pass was the way it pulls all the way through the finish line.
So Dave Smith going through the Lato 472. And to say these two are a bit chuffed to be drawn against each other was quite evident to see in the driver's pen last night. Dave Smith and Pell Norman.
Yeah, they're very evenly matched. Well, actually, when Pell's car runs properly, they're evenly matched, because he hasn't had a great weekend so far. His quickest run was a 7.91. Dave Swift does have the advantage on qualifying time. But as we just found out, what Dave Vector did in that round one race proves that it's never ever a foregone conclusion either way. Unusually as well, Pell is one of the only car in the class. You can tell us a bit about this, Tony, as well. Hopefully, his car is actually right-hand drive, and the vast majority, even Dave's car, even though it is a UK car, is left-hand drive. Now, why are the majority of Doorslammers left-hand drive, apart from being American, of course, but yeah.
A lot of it's weight placement, basically, is to be able to get as much weight over the left that counteracts the torque of the motor. You'll notice, especially, again, with my car with the Willis, it'll pick the left front wheel far higher than the right. And it's just the torque of the motor. But having said that, right-hand drive is not necessarily a bad thing. A lot of the Australian Doorslammers are right-hand drive, and they're 550 cars. So it really, with its tuned right, suspension right, it doesn't make a difference.
Dave Smith goes red. It's a 0-1 red, so it is Pell Norman that is through to the next round. 7.81, unfortunately, with a cherry on the tree, no good. 8.42 for Pell Norman, takes the win. He's through to round two.
Well, even though it wasn't the ET they were looking for, they took the win. How? They said. How? Right, so up next we've got one of the cars of the event so far. Andrei Arnova from Estonia. Now this guy, I mean, Tony, if there's anybody that's mental about drag racing, and a lot of us are, I mean, this guy's just off the charts. He had a Ford Taurus that he raced around the world. He raced it in Drag Week. The next car he had was a comp eliminator. It was a twin turbo small block that he went into the fives with, which is just outstanding, isn't it?
It's staggering, yeah, absolutely. The guy's proper dedicated. I mean, they've come such a long way, and it's great to see. I'm really, really pleased to see it. The car is beautiful, and it's clearly got potential.
Well, it's the actual, it's the next Ricky Smith car from the US. With a Proline Hemi. Now, anyone that knows anything about turbo cars, that will make you go a bit moist if you hear the words Proline Hemi, won't it? They are the quickest, pretty much the quickest on the planet. Steve Petty and the whole team out there, they build some of the finest engines in the world. So this is effectively a full-on, full-out US Pro mod car. Now, one thing, again, I don't know whether you know, Tony, was yesterday they wanted to get an A to B run in. If everything was okay, they were just going to unplug the boost controller. I don't know whether they're going to do that this morning. I don't know whether he's going to just try and take it through and see how it runs, but, well, we're about to find out.
One flat to 60, but drifting towards the centre line.
He just couldn't quite hold on to it, unfortunately. Just a little bit too much wheel speed. One flat 60 foot again for a turbo car is exceptionally good. Very, very good.
Away on the tree, so he's wide awake club there as well.
But most importantly for him, he's in the draw for round 2.
Yeah.
Now this is going to be a cracker. Very kind of you to come and join us instead of just go back to your day job, Tony.
Yeah, I've got to keep an eye on the boss, haven't I?
So I seem to remember Kev should be racing John Webster, is that right, Colin?
Yep. The two of the crew have got in the wrong lane. I was looking down here, I thought he's in the Kestrel beer lane. Why are the crew in the autoglim lane? But little sprint over.
They're just spreading out. That's what it is. They've got both lanes to choose from. So, Tony, this is the team you normally work with and normally help out. So, knowing what Kev goes through, why the hell did you want to have your own car? Jesus, I mean, Kev works his backside off, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, absolutely. And the whole team, massive effort. What goes on between rounds is phenomenal, really. But they love it. We all love it. Completely dedicated to it.
Well, Kev wasn't at the draw last night because he had to go home to machine some parts to come back and make this morning. Yeah?
They got back about 1:30, 2 o'clock this morning, and then finished putting the axle back together. So, and it's not the first time that's happened. We've had to make many trips before.
This is a 590 race car. He was the winner back at Easter, the first round of the British Tri Mod Championship, and he was also the runner-up at the Doorslammers in September last year.
105 to 60, 394 at the 8th. Clicked it early, 6:37 at only 169, but 192 at the 8th. That'll do.
Just wanted to make sure it was going. But what was that to the 8th mile? 390.
394, 192.
Yeah, that's getting there. I think he's been dipped down into the 380s and some really quick runs. Tony will know better than me anyway. Go on.
I was going to say that must have been quite weird because you're there actually seeing the incrementals as it's going down.
That's got to be the strangest thing in the world, and to watch it up here is, that's a once in a lifetime thing as well.
You started getting excited when you saw the short track numbers.
As soon as I could see the short track, to be fair, I knew it was a planned early shut off. They wanted to try some stuff, and from looking at it, that worked really well. It didn't move about, no real tire shake, so yeah, it's good.
Well, the amount of times I've seen crews jump in the air just when Pro Mod cars hit second gear, that.
Well, you're responsible for this pairing, aren't you? Tony did the draw last night.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's all good. This was round 1 back in September, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Actually. Andy's car was absolutely brand new then. First weekend, I think. He's got a few more runs on it now, and he's been down into the 5.9s already. Bruno's PB is a 5.91. He ran well on Friday. Yesterday was one of Bruno's worst days at the track for a long while. Didn't he make it past 60 foot on any of the runs, I don't think. Oh, no, I beg your pardon, sorry. He did pedal one of them and make it to the finish line. And also the crewman did that fantastic roll. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. We haven't pulled the coverage out of the live feed yet on that, but I'm sure it is.
Well, just as they're doing their last checks, can we have a call out into the pairing lanes, please? 4-cylinder class. 4-cylinder class to the pairing lanes, please.
So here we go then, the marquee matchup, if you like. Mind you, they've all been pretty good. Andy Robinson with the anger management Camaro taking on Bruno Barda with the Gotham City Corvette. The UK versus Switzerland. They're sort of good friends in the pits, but arch rivals on the track. Here we go then, they're both into pre-stage. Well, Andy Robinson went way before the tree ran, to be honest. That actually set Bruno off, but Bruno has gone into round 2. Doesn't matter what they've run, actually. 13.36 at 52 mile an hour for Bruno, but he obviously saw the drama in Andy Robinson's lane when Andy just shot off before the car was properly ready to go.
Well, it should be renamed the Red Knight Nationals, this event, because we've had so many through all the other classes, and in Pro Doorslammer we've had a couple of big races decided, again, by red lights, unbelievably.
Right then, last pair, Wayne Nicholson with the Lucky Devil going alongside Darren with the Cortina. What a story Darren has had. The car was on its roof not that long ago. I can't remember when it was now. Was it last weekend or the weekend?
2 weekends ago.
2 weekends ago.
It's a fantastic effort, really is.
Obviously they've, as Darryl put it yesterday, Darren and the team have been lining the car, just kicking the roof back out to try and straighten it.
Yeah, I think that was actually what happened.
Yeah.
Well, they did try and find replacement bits, but time was pressing and they needed to be here for this weekend. Darren loves this event. He's such a good sport for coming into Pro Doorslammer as well, because I don't want to say anyone's ever outgunned, but when you've got a blown alcohol Brad Anderson Hemi car in the other lane, and yeah, a big block nitrous car that's run no quicker than the 770, always going to be a big ask, but it's really, really good that Darren comes and joins in, and he's got a chance like everybody else. We've already had 2 red lights in this round of racing. Darren's hoping there's 3.
Well, as we say, you've got to be in it to win it. Anything can happen. It's been happening all weekend long so far, but here we go, the final pair. This for a place in round 2 in VP Racing Fuels Pro Doorslammer. Oh, Wayne's going to have to pedal this one. And it is Wayne Nicholson, 7.17 at 2.25. But it wasn't all plain sailing. Darren was away first. He had a 0.4 light, did Darren Capetra, 0.23 for Wayne. But then Wayne lost traction at the start, had to pedal the car, get it settled, get down that track, and had to drive round Darren at the stripe.
That must have been awesome sitting in that Cortina. You can hear this whine coming past in your left ear roll, and then all of a sudden, like 50, 60 mile an hour closing speed at the top end, it just goes blasting past. So talking to blasting, we're about to go with the jet car. Tony, top man, thank you very much indeed. I'm sure you would, just before you go, you want to say a big thank you to loads of people that have helped.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. First and foremost, Santa Pod medical staff and all the team here, they're really incredible. If you're going to do that, this is the place to do it. It really is. Also, my team, family, I mean, they've helped me out. They got me here. And they're already making plans to get me back here. So I can't say enough about them. Yeah, I'm not going to drive it again. James is go, next go. I promised him he's going to drive it, so it's definitely his go, next go.
Well, not only that, Ringwood Motor Company, Solent Commercials and Henderson Bearings really did help you get here.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. They pay for paint and parts and oil and bits and pieces, which you know, just helps out. We race from meeting to meeting, and if we can afford it, we go and do it. So, yeah, I want to get it back out there for them, most definitely.
Good stuff, mate. Tony, huge thanks, mate, and enjoy the rest of the day, and no doubt we will see you very, very soon.
He's going nowhere. He's going nowhere.
That's the point.
He's going nowhere. You've got the ride of your life. Have you ever been up here for this?
No, I haven't. No.
Oh, we better stay there.
You better stay for this. Also, I can see our 4-cylinder cars starting to arrive in the pairing lanes as the call-out went during the Pro Mod session. So again, if there's any stragglers of 4 cylinders, you need to be in the pairing lanes now. Also, our big bracket buybacks. Please to the lane. Big bracket buybacks into the pairing lanes, please. So Martin Hill is underneath the tower now for the third time this weekend, isn't it? Oh yeah, you come and join me right above the jet. This is the lovely spot.
That's my rucksack.
So this laptop here is your responsibility. That will try and escape the desk.
Right, after the jet car runs, it will be Pro Doorslammer draw for round number 2.
We've got our other pretty promo girl heading down there now. Wow. So it's going good. We've had some cracking matchups in all of our classes. And now Tony gets to experience Fire Force free. And we got some fresh blood in the... Look how happy and smiley he is in the VIP at the moment. He's got no ear defenders on.
Oh, that would change.
No, boo, don't put them on.
Oh, the thing is, I can hear you because they've got a speaker there.
Oh, and it is really loud out there. And of course, Scott, our European front-wheel drive VIP up there, bringing birthday boy as brother as well along for a second day of VIP-ness. That sounded a bit real, didn't it? Innuendo there, sir. The best thing is that'll come out on the wording on Facebook. Right, ladies and gentlemen, Martin Hill for the third time this weekend. Hopefully you're feeling energetic this morning. You know the drill. We're going to make some pops and bangs and smokes, then we're going to bring Martin out in front of the tower. Don't forget, just before we send Martin Hill off, Richard is going to give you the wave, and we want everybody to wave back. Vauxhall show a couple of weeks ago, everyone was amazing, and we got it going. So maybe you're going to join in today. So powered by Sikorsky Sky Crane jet helicopter engine and a tubular chassis, Martin Hill sits to the side of it, equates to around about 10,000 horsepower. Martin then adds his own custom afterburner on the back, which produces the wonderful flames that heats up the tower and gives us free. This is nothing, mates. This is nothing. So at the moment, the jet exhaust is behind the tower. This bit we like. It's when Martin Hill brings it in front of the tower, you get the jet pulses going through the tower, which is what makes it wobble. This is on quarter of a power. You see Richard pull it forward. He usually looks up, gives us a wry little smile. And when he gives it the little helicopter signal, oh, look at the bomber coming over right now. Everybody wave at the bomber. Beautiful, beautiful. You all did good waving there, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see as good as that when Richard sends Martin Hill off.
Yeah, I wonder if we can time it that we can launch Martin at the same time.
That would be perfect, wouldn't it? Here we go then. So Richard has given the signal to wind it up. It's going to be considerably louder on the next punch. Okay, so Martin is pulling out in the front. At this point, he's going to come into stage. He's going to wind the turbine up, which is going to make the tower almost like a cruise ship up here.
Lancaster coming back. Martin Hill on the start line.
Here comes the Lancaster as well.
Lancaster is
Get ready to wave, ladies and gentlemen. Not only Martin Hill, you're going to wave, and then the Lancaster's going to come over as well. Here we go, Doorslammers 2022. Martin Hill, off you go. So and now big Mexican wave for the Lancaster bomber. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it going. Mexican wave as it goes. Oh, yes, look at it, beautiful. 6'11", 253. A beautiful run. Oh, it's always good to see that flying over, isn't it? You got the guy around the back of the grandstand just flying in his little biplane going, everybody wave at me too. Fire Force, ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause as they head up. Tony, you took it off. How was that?
That's different.
It is a bit different, isn't it?
That's worse than driving a Willis.
That's it. It's certainly a bit different when it shakes a bit up here. The best thing is, next weekend, them two get to do side-by-sides when two of them, when you've got one banging and the other one banging, the tower doesn't know whether to go backwards or forwards.
Oh dear. Tony, I hope that sort of made it a bit more memorable this weekend.
It's coming over again, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Another big wave for the Lancaster bomber.
Battle of Britain Memorial flight. Oh, fantastic.
It does sound good, doesn't it? We almost got the drag race, didn't we?
We
Well,
almost
it
did.
was coming.
It
I was coming. I was like,
Richie was trying to hold it.
I know.
That's great. Tony, once again, thanks ever so much indeed, mate. Maybe see you again a little bit later on.
Yeah,
Good to have you back up here for Pro Door Slammer, mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, mate.
Oh, look, the boss is coming out to play. See you later, buddy.
So, yeah, KB with Roaring Rat, and then it will be the draw for Pro Door Slammer, round number 2.
I wonder if he still wants his grudge match next week.
With who?
Me.
Oh, right, that one. Okay.
I tried to get him to do it last week.
He keeps calling me out
Yeah,
all the
I know.
time.
He's scared of me, though.
Yeah, but I'm scared of him now. He's getting quicker.
Well, I'm only feeling kind of confident because I'm a little bit quicker now. I can't remember what this runs.
10-2s.
Oh, really confident.
Yeah, but don't forget he's got the comment.
I'll give that a go as well.
So the governor then, Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat. Could have entered Door Slammers today, actually, but just here for an exhibition pass. Now then, this car will be running in a couple of weeks' time at the Nostalgia Nationals and can be part of the Gasser Circus. So much history in this car, it's unbelievable. Nice run, 11.26, 125 miles an hour at the stripe.
Okay, fellas, we are going to be doing the draw just before 4-cylinder round 1 for round 2 of Pro Door Slammer. I do apologise. Oh. Good to see a bit of glamour turned up as well. Thanks, Neil. Right. So, first out is going to be going in the Kestrel Beer lane and then Autoglim lane. So, first chip we have is number 2, which will be Andre Arnover with the Turbo Mustang. Going to be taking on number 11. That will be Dave Swift with the AMXO turbo car against nitrous car. Okay, I'm going to give him a bit more of a spin. Sorry, I shouldn't really be standing there looking in the tin. Right. Next up, we have number 7, who will be Kev Slyfield. And Kev Slyfield is going to be taking on number 13, who I think is Pell Norman. 2 more races to sort out. First of all, again, in the Kestrel lane, number 5 will be Chris Orthodoxou with the Blown Viper, and Chris will be taking on the number 1 man. My God, he's got a tough draw so far, Chris Orthodoxou. He's got Jan Eriksson this time. He had David Vector in round 1, and now he's got Jan Eriksson. So there's one more pair left. We just got to sort out which lane it is. Number 15 in the Kestrel lane will be Bruno Barda, and on the other side of the racetrack will be number 14, Wayne Nicholson. So the matchups for round 2 of VP Racing Fuels Pro Door Slammer: Andre Arnover taking on Dave Swift, Kev Slyfield taking on Pell Norman, Chris Orthodoxou against Jan Eriksson. He's going to be ruining his luck this weekend. And Bruno Barda takes on Wayne Nicholson. That's your pairs for round 2 of Pro Door Slammer. Gentlemen.
Well done indeed. So some cracking matchups once again, all Corvette in one of them there with Wayne Nicholson and Bruno Barda. But Chris Orthodoxou, if he can get it through and take the big money at the end, then he will have definitely earned it. Right, so it is the wonderful world of 4-cylinder in the lanes at the moment. In fact, I've just got the new sheet for 6-cylinder up here already, so very, very quick work indeed by the draw team as such. So 4-cylinder matchups then. Johnny Marriage will be taking on Lee Connor. Robert Colquhoun will be taking on Alex Lysarak. Chris Waterhouse against Ollie Whitehouse. Chris Todd and Darren Scannell. That's a good little matchup, actually. Be I've been looking forward to that one. James Wotton taking on Adam Skinner. And then number 1 and number 2 in qualifying. Richie Webb and Kev Jenkins going to be fighting out that one. Tom Semper taking on Lucas Dalgleish, and Wayne Waterhouse against Paul Bate. So those are your pairings for 4-cylinder. And I think I can just hear Richie Webb started up. In actual fact, we have got, in effect, what is, well, no, on the other side of the pond is the marquee matchup. It is going to be your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Kev Jenkins and Richie Webb, the first pair around the corner.
You should have seen Richie this one. I walked past on going to the toilet, and he's just like, no, don't even step in. He was like, you're not my friend no more. He's like, fix, you pulled me out. So again, Richie Webb pulls out one of the fastest cars.
Well, fair to say Kev Jenkins has done rather well at this event.
That's it. But for the fans, what a matchup for round number 1. Our number 1 qualifier and our number 2 qualifier meeting in round number 1, and for the rest of the guys in the 4-cylinder class.
I think Bob Bain would be absolutely delighted that he's racing at Doorslammers today. Oh dear.
Okay, right, call out to the pits, please. Front wheel drive, round number 2 to the lanes, please. Front wheel drive to the lanes. Oh, hello. You're my favourite.
Right, slight issue for, I think, something to do with the belts or some of the safety equipment for Kev.
Richie's putting his arms up saying, what's going on? I think he's going to start staging up. Yeah. I'll see Richie Webb's there, got no cooling on the car. He's looking at the car going, it's getting hot, it's getting hot. He's going to be wanting to go into stage as soon as possible. Okay, Kev is good, Kev is good. We've got a race on. So Richie Webb into pre-stage. In comes Kev. Now again, both of these cars need to spool up their turbos. Richie Webb goes into deep stage, or he gets the jump off the lights. Issues for Kev on the start line. Oh, no. And a big issue for Kev, unfortunately. Gets control of the car. Bits come off of Richie Webb's car as he goes through the finish line, but Richie Webb goes through to the next round with an 8:52 at 154. Unfortunately, issues for Kev Jenkins on the start line.
Well, it looks like, I don't know if it was what we call the rag top that was folded into bed. That's where it looked like the panel work came off Richie's car. But obviously Kev is pulled over to the right-hand side. And yeah, huge amount of bodywork. Yeah, I think it is. There was some panelling that was over where, like the rag top is. And Kev Jenkins, oh dear, drama already in the 4-cylinder class, the first pairing. And in effect, the defending 4-cylinder winner is out in round 1. That is it, game over. But what it does give that team a chance to do now is just get everything back to the pits and get ready for the main event for next weekend. That is important for them because they're in Comp Eliminator. Well, celebration for Richie Webb, gutted for Kev. We do not like to see mechanical issues or any issues on runs. We love to see good racing, and fingers crossed that that car is not wounded. But we are on a bit of a retrieval at the moment, so I'll tell you what we'll do. Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take the airwaves back for the time being, and we will be back with you with a continuation of 4-cylinder round 1 here at the Doorslammers. Four-cylinder here at the Doorslammers.
And we only got one pass in, didn't we?
Yep.
And what a shocker it was. Talking of shockers. Alex Lizarak below us. No, he's reversing back. So, Robert Cullerquin. A 12-second Mitsubishi Evolution. He's about to take on Alex with the... I saw that yesterday. Now it's fair to say Alex has not had the easiest of weekends with the camper van, but we know it can go very, very quick. Well, he's being called forward into stage. So let's see if we can get an upset in round, well, in race number 2 of round number 1 of four-cylinder. Well, we've got a green light drag race. Ooh, a little bit squirrely. But he's got it straight, and Alex is looking in his mirrors and saying, I've got this. Pulls the shootout at the top end, goes through with a 10-13. 113 to roll on to round number 2 of the four-cylinder class.
We'll be looking forward to this one then. Chris Todd and Darren Scannell. So, Chris Todd, it's not very often you'll see a Ford Fiesta pulling wheelies, but the engine is in the boot of this car. Darren Scannell, Cosworth powered. Darren Scannell, finalist in previous four-cylinder Doorslammer, came up against Kev Jenkins when Kev took one of his many wins in Doorslammers.
That didn't take long.
It was literally their faces last night when we pulled the draw out for Chris. He was like, please don't pull me, Kev. Here we go, then, ladies and gentlemen. Two good friends racing. Great reaction time there for Darryl. Chris Todd with the power drives around him even before the mid-track. Goes through with an 8.
Nice.
8 at 162.
Undramatic for once as well.
Well, you say undramatic, there's a PB on the speed for
Is that
him
right?
there. Yeah,
Well,
162.
That's probably where the speed came from, because
Yeah.
it wasn't wiggling about all over the place. Talking of wiggling about all over the place.
Yeah, Johnny Marriage is taking on the Leapfrog Lotus. Great photo yesterday by some of our camera crew. Caught Lee Connor in the air with only one wheel touching the ground.
Coming towards him as well,
Yeah.
from the other lane.
Oh, Johnny Marriage goes in deep, waiting on Lee Connor, the lights go. Both bog off the line, both having issues. Lee can come on a boost and get away from Johnny Marriage at the top end. Goes through with an 11.42 at 129. Got away with that one.
Ollie Whitehouse then with the Beetle. He's not living up to the car name at the moment, which is good news. Normally broken. Oh no, he's cast it himself. Going along the bad habit of Chris Waterhouse.
You got a buy run, mate, is what they're trying to tell you, sorry.
And the car now lives up to its name.
That's your fault, that is. It was not even mine.
20-second reaction.
Best reaction time of the day.
Very nice 149 60 foot though for Chris.
10:34, 124. Right, Paul Bates with the Street Berg. It's an all-orange matchup. Wayne Waterhouse just saw Chris go through in the first round. He's going to be looking to do the same. And they're side by side to the 60 foot. Paul Bates just pulling away at the half track, but does the turbo-powered Audi have enough at the top end? No, it doesn't. 11.80 to 12.33.
Two pairs to go then. Adam Skinner and James Wooten.
And then it's big bracket buybacks by the look of the lanes.
Number 5 and number 9 in the qualified order with these two. They were drawn together in our draw last night. Chips out the drum. Adam Skinner is away first. So can James reel him in? I don't think he's going to. Adam Skinner is going to go through here. 10.21, 140 miles an hour. Lose out there for James, 11 dead.
Tom Semper taking on Lucas Dalglish. So the nitrous purge on the Beetle. Now Lucas has been down into the 11s before. Tom Semper has been down into the 12s. But again, this is heads up racing, looking to cut a good line. The lines drop. Really similar reaction time, but Tom Semper is way out ahead. Lucas sounding like he's dragging the clutch.
I don't think he's got a clutch left in there, has he?
Goes through in 11.73, 116, massive PB as well.
And they look rather happy about that.
That's it. Right. So big bracket back. Bound for round whatever.
Right.
I'm going to run and go do the draw.
Right, well, your
4
4 cylinders through. Lee Connor, Alex Lysarak, Chris Waterhouse, Chris Todd, Adam Skinner, Richie Webb, Tom Semper and Paul Bate.
Nice,
They're the names in that. Right, the big bracket. You got me at it now. The big bracket buybacks. Neil Allude, Jens Konecki, Lee Charles, Gary Carr, John Turner, Simon Goff, Luke Hoskins, Jordan Payne, Ronnie Mercer, Brett Featherstone, Tom Atkinson, Mark Huxley, Jeff Cowley, John Bean.
Yeehaw.
See,
so random pairings again. There's some big names in there, not least of which yesterday's runner-up.
well, he's the only one that can afford it because he had some money from yesterday.
That is very, very good point.
Well, when I say afford it, he's actually in profit on the event, so to speak. Right, and engine's fired. Let's see who it is. I think it's our... Is it Christian Burford?
Christian Burford, yeah.
Yep. his name only comes as a C on the board, so just needed to double check that.
Or Christoph, I think. I beg your pardon. It may be Christoph.
Well, it's that Nova that will be. Looks like he's the first one to come around the corner, but we don't know who he's going against yet. All right, you can see the randomness. I'd love someone to be very awkward and pull someone from way back. Look at those two down there. You're having a love-in now, aren't they? It's finally gone public. Lord and Dan, after all these years. Rishi, how you doing, buddy? You watch Rishi pile on the pounds now. He's going to put on 2 stone over the summer, and then the football season will start. Oh, no, I've got to start losing it all again. Oh, dear. Got to give a shout out to Harley whilst we're there. How are we doing down there? You all right? Good, good.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, I'm really
Yeah, we're good.
I'm from the Nova team.
Okay.
But I have to go back to Germany tomorrow.
Okay.
And I need someone who drives to Stansted for lucky man where I can ride with him to Stansted Airport.
Oh, right. Right, it's a good, this is an interesting shout out. Yeah. Anybody heading to Stansted Airport today? Somebody here needs a lift at some stage. Oh, tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow. Oh, Blair. That's a good one, because most people will be leaving here today. But so you need 2 people to go to Stansted Airport.
In Germany we say 40 times 40.
Yeah, 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's see how we get on with that one. So 2 p.m. I've got 2 people, one person to get to Stansted tomorrow for about 2 o'clock. It's not exactly the nearest airport either. But yeah, well, there we go. There's the call out. That's an unusual one, but you never know. So we got somebody, one of our teams, that's one of the crew needs to go back to Germany, and he needs to be there for 2 o'clock tomorrow. So if anybody is about, let us know, and we'll see what we can do. Yes, yeah. Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Best of luck, yeah? All right.
Wonderful to be here.
Yeah. Totally random, but there we go. That's what this sport is all about. Right then, here we go then. It is the big bracket buybacks, and it is... Oh, do you know what? Loads of people shuffled forward then. But it's Christoph Burfin and Tom Atkinson. Well, we're guaranteed a Nova going through, but which one? Is it going to be the wagon? We shall wait and see. Tom was very, very unlucky, actually. We looked at the... Well, Tom looked at the data himself. The win margin for Billy Gain against Tom Atkinson was 0.002, just over 10 millimetres. That, well, centimetres. Really tight.
So both of these two were eliminated in, well, all of the cars you're about to see were eliminated in round 1. However, big money bracket race, well, it's not really the rules, it's just the way they go, isn't it? You can spend a bit of money and buy yourself back into eliminations. This is effectively the lucky losers pool, so they've all bought themselves back in with another chance, and then they will then go back. Whoever wins, the winners from these, will go back in to the racing again. Christoph Burfelt with problems, unfortunately, backing up with the Nova. He's run quite consistently, but just not really been... he's not been on time a couple of times on the tree, I don't think, unfortunately. It's so great to have a bunch of our foreign competitors back again. There we go.
It's a great thing with Tom. He can just sit there all day long. Street car, radiator, just cruise on up when he wants.
So Tom's going to go first by a good nearly 3 seconds with the wagon. Christoph Burfeld goes right in. Very, very good for a street car. Well, Christoph's going to try and run him down. He's not far away, but he doesn't get there in time. Christoph also only runs a 9 flat at 154. Yeah. Tom Atkinson, in his daily ride, I bet he practices at the lights on the way to work, don't you think?
Yeah, not only that, Tom had a 0-1 light as well. Absolutely spot on. So Tom Atkinson through.
Well, this is a serious matchup for buybacks. Yesterday's runner-up, John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda in the Kestrel Lane, taking on the package himself for Church of Car Sales, Jester's Diner. Polytech Power Coat in the package, Mr. Golf. 10.05 for JT, who's deep staged. And red lit. Big red light as well for John Turner. Well, I'm not going to say he's back on form, but John, dearie me, breaks out as well. Simon, though, 8.57 on a 54. He had nice easy reaction time of 0.17. John Turner will still go home from this weekend with a couple of grand and some great, great memories. Well done, sir. Actually, he's not going home, I think. Like, a lot of people staying here.
Yeah.
We're racing again on Thursday. So Simon Goff back in it.
All right, Gary Carr.
On his own, bizarrely.
Whoa.
It's weird to get a buy run this early.
Well, not all of them have to buy back, don't forget.
Yeah, but what I mean is normally all the cars come through, and if there's one odd one left, that goes at the end. If you see what I mean, don't you? Instead of... Anyway. So...
Well, Gary Carr into round 2 then on his own.
50 quid well spent.
This is where he goes into the 8s again. 9.19, nicely judged. Right, Jordan Payne. Who's he got for company?
Cheers, Scott. Thank you.
Right, Brett Featherstone and Jordan Payne, your next pair. 9.69 the dial in for Brett. Jordan 7.48.
Yeah, so everything went perfectly for Brett at Easter. Ever since.
Well, let's have a quick look at this. Brett didn't buy back in yesterday. He was all right. Jordan buy back on both days. But then he did go a few rounds yesterday. Can he get back into the show into round 2 here?
It's more a case of not red light. Both of these two red lit. It's more a case of not red lighting. Jordan's going to catch him before the finish line. Jordan's going to take the win. Look at that. Jordan was 0.4 on the tree. Brett 0.18. Good news is, just a few days' time, they do it all over again. So Brett won't have to wait long to get back in it again. Excellent run for Jordan, though. 100th off dial. I'm surprised he didn't back out of it a bit more than that, though, to be honest with you, because the win margin was quite big. If you look at that, nearly 2/10.
1.8,
Yeah, lots to play
look at
with.
the closing speed, 136 to 180. That's a big old difference, isn't it?
So Mark Huxley brought back again.
Yeah, Neil Alute with that beautiful pickup truck. Good to see Neil here as well. Oh, but that's game over for Neil. 06 cherry on the tree. So it is Mark Huxley into the draw for round 2.
10.16 with a 7 on a 10.17.
All right, Jeff Cowley, Lee Childs. Lee, again, another one of those that pulled a red. Jeff Cowley just got beaten on track, basically. So one from the world of Pro ET, the other from the world of the Nostalgia Superstock. Having said that, Lee Charles could run in Pro ET if he wanted to.
Of course, yeah.
I think you will probably see Jeff next weekend and Lee Charles the weekend after, as it's the Nostalgia Nationals after the main event. 9:42 plays 9:99. Lee will be going first.
Green light drag race, and a very close green light drag race. I think we can say that without fear of getting ourselves in trouble.
Yeah, Lee Charles takes that one. The win margin 0-1-4. But it is Lee Charles that goes through. Running a 10:03 on a 9:99, lose out 9:49 on a 9:01.
And then round 2 of front wheel drive. Yeah. You get that cut. Pairings are doing full system draw round 2 of front wheel.
Oh, can you believe these two have been paired up? They're not teammates, but they're pitted next to each other. They're travelling to France together in just after the main event. Ronnie Mercer and John Bean. 9:01 plays 9:65. Green light drag race, that's what we always want.
Ronnie Mercer deep staged again. I'll say again, sorry, he might not have done it before, but a number of races have done it.
Oh, Ronnie by 0-2.
A 9:01 on a 9:01. He was 0.11 on the tree. John Bean had a big cushion.
John lifted at the stripe. 128. That's not where that car normally is.
Well, he's
Dropped
also 10th off.
Yeah. I think John lifted a bit too soon there, and Ronnie drove round him at the stripe by 0-2.
Well, you know he's going to be doing the majority of the ribbon on the trip to France. So.
Yeah, but look at that. 9:01 on a 9:01. Job done.
Outlaw Anglia guys and girl have been doing terrifically well this weekend at Doorslammers.
Well, some of the Outlaw Anglia people are on the banking as well. Put your hands up if you're an Outlaw Anglia racer. Preferably with a shirt on, but never mind. Yeah, Colin Miller and Ginaman, they're all here this weekend and having a great chilled out time. Good to see you guys. Good to bump into you in the pits as well. And I look forward to seeing...
Good to race past them last night as well.
Yeah. They're always a good bunch. Talking of bunch, you've got some of the Wild Bunch racers here as well, actually. I don't know if they're here again today. I know Rob and Pete Brown, the Wrathchild and Rebel team, were represented yesterday. Are they here again today? I don't know. We'll find out.
So, Perry with Oklahoma Willie. The reason it's called Oklahoma Willie is because it was found rotting in a field in Oklahoma on a farm. And you'll never guess what the owner's name was. And Perry brought it over.
Owen.
Perry brought it over, fully restored it, and then thought, you know what I need? It needs a jet. Show quality. Absolutely every millimetre of it. And bear this in mind when he cracks the afterburner, road legal. I wonder if he does actually plug up the jet. He's got to plug up the jet for the MOT, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it just
doesn't need MOT.
cover.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, it's exempt.
Exempt, yeah.
Probably just as well.
Do what you like then. Went into the 10s yesterday, 10.85. Quickest I've ever seen him run. If you notice as well, it looks like he's still got the standard mirrors on the side. I'm sure when they were designed in the 50s, they were never meant to go this fast. .204 to 60 foot. Not bad at all.
It's all about the top end charge, though.
It is.
1086, 150.
Again, over 150 miles an hour.
I've gone 1086. But there's no way I'm going to go 150.
I was just going to say, what speed were you doing at that?
No, 127.
Right. We are over to the balcony for the draw for 4-cylinder round 2.
We're good. Right. Let's get this done, shall we? No buys in this round. Andy Nichols could have been my promo boy. Nearly threw it off the side. That'd have made me popular, wouldn't it? Right, let's get this going, shall we? Right, first out the door, Kestrel, Beer Lane, trip number 3. Chip number 3 is Chris Todd. Again, one of the fastest in the class. He is going to be up against chip number 4, Lee Connor. Second pair in. It is chip number 6, Alex Lysarak with the camper van. TV Girls just made it. Chip number 2. That's going to be a quality matchup. Teammates, Alex Lysarak against Richard Webb. Next chip coming up is chip number 7. And chip number 7 is going to be up against chip number 11. So Chris Waterhouse with the Audi is going to be taking on Paul Bate with the VW Beetle. Just leaves pair in lane choice. In the Kestrel Beer Lane is going to be chip number 9, which is Adam Skinner. And in the Auto Glim Lane, chip number 13, and that is Tom Semper. So, marquee matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Lysarak versus Richie Webb, 2 of our fastest VWs on site at VW Breakout. Teammates, that's going to be good. Chris Todd taking on Lee Connor. So Ford Fiesta taking on the Lotus Elise. And then, of course, Audi S3 versus VW Beetle. And Fiat versus Ford. Looking forward to that, ladies and gentlemen. But coming up next will be European front-wheel drive. So I'm going to go run into the tower.
And the pounds are going to fall off Luke today, which is rather good news.
I doubt
as
it.
he needs to squeeze into his dragster next week. Good job I've got a race car at the moment, so I don't think I'd fit in it. So, as I say, front-wheel drive, the next class to take to the track. It's been drama-filled already today. The whole event has, to be honest, absolute cracker of a weekend. So as Luke makes it back into the tower just in time for the class that European front-wheel drive are supporting this weekend, of course. Front-wheel drive. And he's back.
When I said run, I didn't run, because then I'd be like... Right, so round number 2 of European front-wheel drive. Grant Parker, the Pigeon, taking on Ryan Armani with the Honda Civic. Ryan's had a cracking weekend so far. This is the first time he's ever ran on slicks with this car, and he is absolutely hooked, as is the car. Straight into full stage. The lights drop. Ryan gets the jump on the lights. Here we go. Side by side at the moment, coming up to the 8th mile speed. 100th and 101. Ryan's in front at the moment. He does it. 1084, 140 miles an hour. Ryan Armani goes through. Whole shot win. Reaction time win. Well done. That's what we want to see. Right, Charlie Roberts. Death or glory on the back of the VW up as he takes on 10-second Dean Hindman with the Ford Fiesta. Dean creased forward, worried about his reaction time there. Now we've got a race on. Dean Hindman does have the power to back half. Charlie's wiggling mid-track. Dean drives around him, though, at the top end and goes through with a 1070 to an 1164, 121. He got the glory. Goose is more than happy with that. Charlie's gone from a 13-second car this weekend to a mid-11 second car.
Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding.
And then the Goldsmith. This is how Doorslammers happens. He's got a bye run. He should have been facing against Darren Dewhurst. Unfortunately, Darren has dropped a valve, so he does not make the call. Carl just needs to break the beams. He knows exactly what to do. And that is take a lucky, lucky pass into the next round. Of course, I'll be running down to the VIP balcony again in a second to do the draw for the front wheel drive. Meanwhile, underneath the tower, Ahmed Jamshed with the big man Ting. Honda Civic taking on the blue Leon Racing. See it, Leon. Mark Taylor. Now, Mark Taylor yesterday went 10.1. Can he run his personal best and go into the 9s when it counts against Ahmed Jamshed? But Ahmed also is looking to make his Civic go quicker and quicker. We're in. Oh, Mark Taylor unfortunately goes red, so it is all eyes on Ahmed Jamshed. 131 at the 8th, and Ahmed goes for the top end. 9.16, 167. New personal best for Ahmed. And he goes into the next round.
The speed there, 167. Wow.
Right, Ryan Scott again facing another Portuguese. Ireland versus Portugal. Ryan blazes the tyres on the start line. They are side by side coming up to the 8th mile. Speeds are 97, 118. Ryan's pulling away. He goes 10.22, 154 miles an hour though. Massive PB for speed for Ryan Scott. With that, Ricardo Late is done. Next up, our marquee matchup in round number 2 of European front-wheel drive. Both of these 9-second cars. Craig Evans has already had one hard race, taking out manager with the normally aspirated 9-second Civic. Well, not much in the reaction time between the two of them. Not much in between the two of them on the track. 116 to 119. Looking at each other all the way to the finish, but Mr. Boost goes through with a 978 at 152 to a 986. Stephen Ray taking on Nick Shotton with the Vauxhall Corsa. Now Stephen Ray, another one of our guys, knocking on the doors of a 9-second pass. Green light drag race. Stephen Ray is out in front. And he rolls on to the next round with a 10.33 at 141. Nick Shotton goes through with a 13.83. Right. Good friends here. Calvin Skerritt with the Honda Civic. He's going to be taking on Hader Yala. So Hader already in full stage and counting. Let's see what Calvin has loaded into the computer for his second run of the day. Our only 8-second car left in competition. The lights drop. We got a massive head start for Hader. Calvin's going to back off like a, you know what, 136 at the 8th. 865, 174 miles an hour. To a 1081, 136. I believe that might even be a new personal best for Calvin.
Is Hubert out?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, into Pro Street, round number 1 then. Oh, unfortunately, no Tucci Nova. Oh, there it is. Hiding under the tower.
Easier.
Right, so Alan Williamson then with the Audi S4. And it's the Chinky Nova. No dial-ins, it's heads up. Whoever gets to the top end first is going to take the win.
No matter what, Adam Williams says thank you very much to VagTech UK for getting him here this weekend. Remember, both of these are 11-second cars.
And it's Torsten that goes through there with an 11.35. He gets to lose that 11.46. All right, next up then, Gary Semper taking on Ash Cooper.
The transit god, as he would always be known now.
Yeah. Well, as I said in the draw last night, Gary Semper was entered into True Street, but the shuffling around of the classes, so Gary ended up in Pro Street. But his response to the question was, nah, I want to stay, I want to have some fun. So well done to Gary. And he's got Ash Cooper with the legendary transit van.
Ash went 9.6, I think, didn't he, in qualifying?
Yeah. Over 140 miles an hour. Oh, well, Gary just bumped through stage, unfortunately, so Ash Cooper, the win light on, hit his lane already. 9.72, 142. Right, next up then, Simon Paul. Going alongside Al Mack. Short burnout for Al. Simon Paul put the start line ready. But the Evolution, goodness me, the numbers that this car is cracking out now is well and truly in the mid-sevens. Was our number 2 qualifier yesterday. Simon Paul, what was your number 7? Oh, tyres just broke loose there. A little bit of a wiggle, but Al gathered it back up. Back on the gas, 836, 173. And Simon Paul goes through with a 1083, 139.
Normally with most cars, when they make it past 60 foot, that's kind of it. But that spun way out there, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, obviously the boost was coming on pretty strong then.
Well, it normally leaves with the wheels in the air. It's almost, it sort of barely makes it with the front wheels dangling, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Most of the time.
One more pair to go, Brian Pateman and Andy Bond.
Numbers 1 and 2 qualifier as well. Why we are doing well today so far. I don't want to say that out loud, but I just did. Opening the lanes up to grudge racing. If anyone wants to come down, anyone that's been eliminated, a race director said if you'd like to come down, and any grudge races if you'd like to make your way down to the top of the lanes. We've got Pro Doorslammer coming up shortly. But we do have a bit of time before we get to round 2 of the big door cars. So, anyone that wants to come down for a grudge race or a grudge run, you're very welcome to right now.
Right, here we go then. Brian Pateman going alongside Andy Bond. Brian Pateman qualified in the number 3 spot yesterday, but it was your number 1 qualifier, Andy Bond, topping 200 miles an hour. In qualifying, does it on a regular basis. Doesn't always have to run in the 6s, but can do it if he needs to.
Well,
Brian Pateman will be leaving his car here for next weekend.
I was just going to say, Brian Pateman, because this was a match-up from round 1 last year. Wasn't it?
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
oh, wow.
And Brian Pateman did every trick in the book to try and get Andy Bond to fluff it. And he got out on him, but unfortunately that was sort of that.
Brian's gone deep.
Still a good race.
Very good race. Andy Bond doing enough though. 7.66, only 172. Brian the Foster at the stripe, 174.802. But measured response by Andy Bond there, doing what he needed to do.
I'm always amazed about how it changes that car when he puts the nitrous on it. It's just incredible. It just really it just picks up way quicker than it normally would. So I think we're going to be going over and doing the draw for front wheel drive round 3.
Hello.
Are we doing it now? We're doing it now. Oh, hang on. Have we still got...
What's coming round now?
Nothing. It's all right. Don't worry. Luke, carry on, mate, when you're ready.
I'm here. Right, European front-wheel drive, round number 3, quarterfinals. For the few people that have still got sweepstakes in there, you're guaranteed £50. Here we go then. Move all around. We got some good matchups in here. I'm waiting for the camera girl to arrive. There you go, Josie. How you doing? Right, chip number 5. Chip number 5 is Maddie Davison, Mr. Boost. Don't forget, all of these cars getting quicker and quicker now than what we've got left. Maddie Davison is facing chip number 7, Stephen Ray. Notice I wasn't so confident there. Chip number 22. That is Carl Goldsmith in the Kestrel Beer lane. In the Autoglim lane is going to be chip number 10. Chip number 10 is Dean Heinemann. That should be a good matchup between those two. We've got 2 of our quickest cars still in the draw. And they're not come out just yet. Chip number 18. That is Ryan Omani. Is he going to face one of his friends, one of his teammates? It is chip number 13. Oh, Ryan Scott. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. In the Kestrel Beer lane will be chip number 2, Ahmed Jamshed. Meaning in the Autoglim lane, it is going to be Calvin Skerritt. Number 1 and number 2 qualifier in the quarterfinals meeting up. Oh, that's a tasty one. Oh, Maddie Davison, 9-second Civic. Stephen Ray, 10-second Astra. Carl Goldsmith, well, he's been in the 9s against Dean Heinemann, who was running 10s. Ryan Omani's been in the 10s. Ryan Scott's been in the 10s. And then Armin's been in the 9s. Calvin Skerritt, as you saw, ran a new personal best of 8.6. Quarterfinals, European front-wheel drive coming up here at the Doorslammers.
You couldn't have scripted that one, Luke. That was absolutely perfect. Number 1 and number 2. One of them is going to be falling at the next hurdle. Oh, boy.
I know how to make myself popular in the pits.
But not with everybody.
That's it. Well, I'll quickly post that on European Front Wheel Drive just in case the guys aren't watching. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, please do support European Front Wheel Drive. The merchandise stall is just behind the grandstand. Go and get some of the merchandise. All of the money goes back into the racing, doing stuff like this, sponsoring the Front Wheel Drive event. Right, so Pro Street coming up next. Is that just the 4 chips now?
Yes.
So, semi-final time. We're gone. Coming up first, Kestrel Beer Lane will be chip number 5. That is Forsten Appel. He's going to be coming up against, if I can find them. Chip number 4, Ashley Cooper. That leaves for the Kestrel Beer Lane. It is chip number 1. That is Mr. Andy Bond. And wherever it is in here, it is chip number 2. It's going to be Al McSweeney. There we go. So Pro Street, Forsten Apple against Ashley Cooper. Andy Bond versus Alan McSweeney. This means Transit Mania, people. He could be in the final. Transit God could make the final.
Absolutely brilliant draws there. Number 1 and number 2 racing each other in European front wheel drive. Number 1 and number 2 in 6-cylinder racing each other. Luke, you obviously have those chips stuck to your hands.
Something like that. I had a quick nose in. The thing is that, again, we keep saying it, but in normal racing, the way it works is number 1 and number 2 wouldn't meet each other till the final, would they? If it, if it worked out that way. But anyway, we've got
Six-cylinder next.
Yeah, they're looking like they're down there getting ready. While the track crew are doing their thing, we've done all the draws we can for now. We've still got some grub races on the way down and round to a Pro Door Slammer. Nitro FM for a couple of moments. You haven't had much of a look in today. So over to you, and we'll be back shortly. And we're back with 6-cylinder round 2. Marquee matchup under the tower now. Sorry, John. Well, James Wilday is obviously hurt because he hasn't even done a burnout again this time. He idled it through in round 1, but yeah. Going to be going up against Dave Henderson, basically staging up and hoping that Dave doesn't... hoping Dave red lights, to be honest with you. Which is a real shame because James set some fantastic times in qualifying, down in the 7s. And it must be real hard for James to know he's got a 7-second race car and he's just got to watch the Audi disappear off in the distance. 9:09 at 1:58 for Dave Henderson. Also, big news of this round. Well, we're going to be coming round in a minute. Someone's going to be getting a buy.
Yeah, it's going to be Joe. Cool.
Yeah, Joe Bristow's going to get a buy because Hubert Stromberger, he came up to see us and he said that everything is perfect. However, he didn't get his billet crank in time for this weekend. It was 2 days late. He came with the regular one, and he said he's run way quicker than he thought he was going to, and everything worked. So he wants to take it home while it's in one piece, put the billet crank in it, and come back again and try and go even quicker. So we respect his decision. It's just a bit of a shame, obviously, for us.
Yeah.
So Mohammed Yunus taking on Simon Durans. Doorslammers debutant in the Kestrel Lane. Both of these Nissan GTRs with parachutes on the back. Yeah, so the Volvo's going to get a buy, surely.
Oh, Simon's completely rolled forward there.
Not sure what happened. He's still kind of like flickering the brake lights and everything. It's very strange.
Yeah, mind you, a 2.7 reaction time in the auto glim lane. But it's a win, 9:43, 156. Well on, Mo. The Volvo. Joe Bristow. As you say, should have been alongside Hewitt with the Audi. Nevertheless, this is one seriously impressive car. Not those runs you get bored. You think, oh, I'm going to go for it anyway.
Still goes 142 miles an hour. A very unlikely 12.96.
And this is the only genuine buy that we should have had, actually. There were 7 cars into round 2. This is Mike Whitaker. And all he needs to do, obviously, is break the beams, but I think he'll take it through. Depends what speed.
Going to be getting faster and faster is the regular answer.
That's the theory. So into the semis then. Joe Bristow, Dave Henderson, Mo Yunus, and Mike Whitaker.
Which we can now do the draw for. Sometime very shortly.
Yeah,
we do actually have a lunch break schedule, folks. We're trying to run 2 schedules. Just everything. I don't want to say. I'm not going to say it out loud. Anyway, we're on time for now, and all being well, we've got Pro Door Slammer and round 2 of the big bracket coming up before we have our lunch. Well, I think this is the first time he's made it round to the start line. We were both hoping for the same thing then, weren't we? When the number went in. Anyway, I do apologise for not knowing this gentleman's name. He's been here for 2 days. He's towed down a number of times. That's the first time he's actually going to be, fingers crossed, rolling into stage and taking the green. An awful lot of grief. If only they'd done that in qualifying.
Yeah.
11.87 at 119.
119.
Okay.
Right, so next on track should be the big bracket, round number 2. And of course, we do have Pro Doorslammer making their way down as well. Then we do have a scheduled lunch break. And don't forget, all of the eliminated racers can come down for some grudge racing any time this afternoon. Well, from any time now, really, basically. So if you're in the pits and you fancy having a run, find someone to run against you, have a little bit of a grudge, and be interested to see what matchups we can pull. So we're just getting ready for the next part, which will be the draw for 6-cylinder. Just 4 cars left in the pot.
So thank you very much, Carl. We're going to do the draw very quickly for the 6-cylinder semi-finals. We know who's going to be in the draw. We just need to do a little bit of spinning. Okay. Right, so out first, going to be in the Kestrel lane, chip number 4. It's going to be Joe Bristow taking on number 5. That will be Mo Shabs. Excellent matchup, and this is really just for lane choice because we know who the other 2 semi-finalists are. Number 6 will be in the Kestrel lane. It's Dave Henderson with the mental Audi taking on number 8, Mike Whitaker with the pickup. Thank you very much indeed. Cole?
Well done, mate. That's another draw done. The chips are getting less and less and less as we get through to the money rounds in a lot of the classes. I'm looking at empty pairing lanes though, so we're waiting for more to come down. They are rolling. We do know that. They are making their way down. Dan Melrose doing a great job of steering the ship this weekend. It's a absolutely glorious day. A little bit of a headwind out there, but nothing too much. Sun's been out a lot of the time. Everybody's getting pod face out there. Who's overcooking it on the sun out there? Give us a wave. You're getting a bit toasty. Yeah, there's a few of you. Oh dear, can you imagine if it's going to be like this next weekend as well? And you're here for that one, and then you're here for the weekend after the Nostalgia Nationals. Crikey, if you've got 2 weeks booked off to spend 3 weekends up here, you're going to go home looking like you've been down the south of France or something. But yeah, absolutely glorious weather today. Well, I'll tell you what, instead of waffling for ages, I'm just going to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2, but probably as soon as I do that, cars will suddenly appear. But until then, Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours. Put up or shut up, as they say. Bring your A game. You're either going to go through to the next round or you're going to park it up and console the other team and have a go at the car, whatever. But we are now into Pro Door Slammer. We're just getting ourselves sorted out up here. And I think pretty much everybody's in the money as well now, actually, as we progress. So Eliminations round number 2 for Pro Door Slammer. Coming round the corner. So the matchups, just getting these in front of me here. Andreas Arnever taking on Dave Swift.
First pair.
Kev Slyfield. It's Pel Norman. Chris Orthodoxu against Yanni Eriksson. Bruno Barda. Wayne Nicholson.
All 63 Corvette race, actually,
Yeah.
that one. So, Pro Door Slammer. Losers get... Wow. So, basically, the winners of each of these races are guaranteed to get at least £2,000. The losers get 500 quid.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Dave Swift has his work cut out for him, though. The twin-turbo Mustang from Estonia. Even though it's a very quick car, hasn't been particularly consistent.
Not yet.
Not yet. I mean, the track is really, really good. I mean, this is one of the best racetracks in the world, let alone Europe. The track is perfect. Weather is perfect. It's around about 20 degrees. It's light hazy clouds, nice breeze. It's kind of what you wait all winter for, this sort of thing, isn't it? So for Dave Swift, got a bye run in round 1. He gets the turbo car in round 2. Andre is his name. Sorry, not Andreas. It's all right, no. It is, look, if you look, it's actually, it's all right, we've always said it like that. It's Andre Arnova.
Yeah.
Is all the way from Estonia. Basically, if you take a look at a map and you look southeast of Finland, that's where Estonia is. He got the boat from Estonia over to Sweden, drove all the way down. It's a hell of a long way. And he's going to try and make it stick to take it to the semi-finals against Dave Swift. So like I said, Dave does actually have his work cut out for him here, but it's never over till it's over. Oh, lots of smoke at the top end for Andre Arnova. Goes 6.17 at 2.42. Dave Swift with a valiant effort at 7.71. Lot of smoke for Dave in the shutdown era. 177 miles an hour. Andre Arnover nearly threw it all away on the start line, though, with a double 0-4. Problem was, he went deep. He deep staged, which tends to screw things up a little bit. The car wasn't really running as well as it has. 416 at 192 to the 8th, but he did have a bit of tyre shake going past 60 foot, and it looks like Dave is doing the tractor run.
He is, isn't he? Oh.
Not sure who that's going to be for, though, to be honest with you. I mean, Andre still went 242 through the finish line. But congratulations to the team from Estonia. They are in the semis. Let's hope everything is going to work out and they'll be back in about an hour and a bit's time.
All right, just a little shout out while we've got a bit of quiet time. I have had a BMW key handed in to the tower. So if there's any BMW drivers out there, check your pockets. Somebody has lost their car keys, and that is a BMW owner. It's got a BMW key and basically 3 house keys on here. Unfortunately, nothing else.
Well, if it's
that I can really go with.
If it's Harvey Bogle's BM, I'll go and see if
yeah, that's it. No, it looks a little bit older than that. But yeah, a BMW key. It was found in the catering area next to the Flippin' Pancakes and the Simply Wraps guys. So if you are a BMW owner, or if you know anybody here that owns a BMW, tell them to just check their pockets and see if they are missing their car keys. Obviously, otherwise they're going to be stuck here tonight. But yeah, again, BMW car keys are up here in the tower. If you contact any guys of security or any member of Santapod staff, they'll show you where to go, and we can hopefully get those back to someone. So someone out there with a BMW is missing their car keys. So I left the tower for a couple of minutes, and it's mobbed everywhere. It's so warm out there, isn't it? It is beautiful. Again, thank you very much to everybody who is visiting the European front-wheel drive merchandise stall, sponsors of the front-wheel drive class this weekend. Again, if you need some T-shirts or stickers, drop down. Just behind the main grandstand, next to Flippin' Pancakes, my favourite stall of the weekend. I'm basically just I go to the trade stall, check on the wife, say how you doing, and then pick up a pancake. It's been perfect positioning.
Well, Charlotte Cook-Abbott down on the start line there. Very good afternoon to you, Charlotte. She always said that she wanted to meet a very intelligent, tall guy, and yeah, she's got the mad scientist.
All of the crew seem pretty relaxed on the strip.
Actually, I think Andy Hadfield's worried that he might lose his one of his backup girls here. No. No, Charlotte, cracking job down there. Well done. Absolutely well done. You can indeed.
Oh, yeah. Richard Batty is one of our front-wheel drive racers. Yesterday, he spent basically most of the weekend in the garage working on the car, watching the Doorslammers, and then Libby let him out today and come and play. She was like, oh, go on then, just go. You're just going to mope around otherwise.
Right, this is quite an important one. Need to get this one read out. Luke Robinson, listened up to this one, in search of a 60mm Hemi blower camshaft. Single swap preferred, but anything considered. Without it, we are a car down for the main event.
Oh.
That is coming from Luke Robinson, so we desperately want to get hold of that if anybody can shed any light on that one. A 60mm Hemi blower camshaft, single swap preferred, but anything considered. So please get in touch with Luke if you can do that one. A big shout out, actually, to Kathy Taylor. She says it's rather strange listening to us sat at home in her lounge. Obviously, Kathy will be up here from Wednesday all the way through. So it's going to be a very busy weekend for Kathy and the signing on team. But having a weekend off this weekend, and just can't stay away from the drag racing, and that's what you call dedication.
Do you know what? It's a sad sight looking behind the tower and seeing the HST guys heading back to Austria. What a weekend for them.
Oh,
they came, they saw, they conquered. Unfortunately, they reached the limits to where they want to go for the weekend. and decided to take it back to Austria in one piece and finish off and come back stronger. They did say, ladies and gentlemen, obviously VW Action, the start of September, their aim is to come back to VW Action with that 7-second Audi and try and run a 6-second pass. So VW guys out there, VW Breakout, obviously go and get your tickets for VW Action as usual. That is a brilliant event the week before the FIA European Finals.
6-second Audi TT, holy bleep.
That is the goal. That is the goal. I mean, they've smashed all expectations this weekend.
Did they go beyond what they thought they were going to do?
They wanted a 748.
Okay.
That's what they came for this week.
For the record,
they came here this weekend with a 797, and they left with a 7.3.
And the speed as well.
I know.
Monumental. So that engine, what engine is it? Is it an Audi engine?
No.
Okay.
Well, it was.
Okay.
It is basically, so the R32 engine, but it's their own custom designed full billet engine.
Okay.
If anyone had a chance to look over the engine over this weekend, you may have noticed that usually the R32 or the VR6 engines, they run a chain-driven, like cam belt style, so it's chain-driven over the drivetrain.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they have custom-made their own cylinder head to put the cam belt on the other end of the engine. And obviously basically created their own cylinder head to flow better, to run better, and just be so much more lightweight and durable.
And I would say they've rather succeeded.
Yes.
Haven't they?
Well, the thing is, I kept saying, like, obviously, once I reach the limits of the 12 valve with the dragster, that's the engine that's going in it.
Seriously?
Yeah.
What, are you going to beat them up and nick it? Or?
No, I'm just going to go buy one. They are for sale.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Surely not quite like that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So you could, that would be a monstrous thing, wouldn't it?
I know. Goals.
Yeah, you bet.
Goals. 6-second goals by the time I'm 50. It's only 8 years away. So go and buy some T-shirts.
Yeah. Go and buy some T-shirts and invest heavily, I think,
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
My
No,
goodness me.
that
Yes.
would be the dream,
Something
wouldn't
like that. So would you buy it from them, or can you just buy the engines as they are and then...
No. I mean, that is a custom billet block. So it is a lump of billet cut to make the engine. There is nothing of VW on that engine left, or Volkswagen Audi Group.
Although the design, the stud pattern, everything else obviously is. Yeah.
That's it. But wherever they've found weaknesses,
they've
improved it.
Which is kind of what you need if you can be running that quick. Yeah.
Exactly. So, yeah.
So what was it that happened? I keep meaning to ask as well, because like you said, he ended up on his lid last time he was here. What happened with that?
So during COVID, obviously, once we started slowly open up at Santa Pod Raceway, the Volkswagen Drag Racing Club, we hired the track for 2 days. With the funds that we made from the track, we obviously made a large donation to Santa Pod Raceway just to help them along through the pandemic. But on the back of that, we had 2 immense days here at Santa Pod Raceway. We had cars from Europe come over. Again, those guys come from Austria. They went into the 7s with the old car. Unfortunately, around about 1,000 foot, they had one of the Davies Craig's water pumps.
Right.
The head gasket lifted, and that basically put all the boost into the coolant system, and that popped the hose off the water pump and put it straight under the back wheels, and that's what put it sideways and upside down. And literally, he was doing something like 160 on the roof as he went through the finish line.
Yeah. Well,
but again, car built safely. He was perfectly fine. He literally, the only bruises he had was from his shoulders, because obviously once he'd finished travelling a further quarter mile on the roof upside down, he was just literally, he had to release those harnesses
hanging upside down. So that isn't a reborn version of that car. It's totally.
The original car was actually a proper floor pan car that had originally, when they turned up here, an alley roll cage in it. And it was one of those that everyone was just like, oh my God, look at that. I mean, we do get it. I mean, people, they don't have the rules in Europe. They run at airfields. Okay. So when they do come, some of us are like, oh, yeah, it was like, you can run because it is within the rules. However, you're going that fast with that. It's like, you're crazy. And then bad things happen, and then people learn, because everyone's always reactive rather than proactive, even though we keep telling people and telling as much as we can. But yes, but that new car is basically a full Pro Mod style chassis with a full carbon fibre body built to do the job now. Liberty gearbox.
I do
their own
find it.
custom
I
billet
do find it
engine.
amazing as well. As they come, what they do is they come from a country where they don't really have any drag strips as well, and
No.
yet they build something like that for a drag strip.
That's it. That's it. And it's getting increasingly harder to go and race in Germany with the government closing down every racetrack or every airfield that is available to them. The government are basically just going, no, 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 no.
Okay. Emission rules, probably. I mean, Germany.
Yeah,
Is it? Yeah.
everything.
Oh dear. Okay.
So-
It's also a big shame as well because with Hockenheim being one of the biggest events, biggest drag racing events in the world, and I'm not overstating that, am I? Because we've all been a few times, so we know what it's like.
It's just when you come round that corner in front of that 60,000-seater stadium on the Saturday night and you just look up and go, holy...
Yeah, and it's like a few tiers high as well, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we kept trying to just go up in the top rafter just to have a look and see what it's like from up there. But the weird thing about it is literally, ladies and gentlemen, you could come round. The HST Audi could do a monster burnout and you will have everyone in the grandstand on their feet just clapping. They could go run a 5 and people would be looking at the burnout box going, next burnout, please. It doesn't matter what happens. All they want is burnouts and noise.
And they get it in spades, don't they?
Yes, they do.
They certainly do. So it's it's one of the best events in the world actually because of where it is, what it is, the history with it too. It's quite something. Definitely quite something. It's going to be fun to be going back there this summer as well.
Yes.
Apart from not the drag days. So hopefully at the top end. The clean-up crew is right down the very, very top end.
It's currently in David Swift's lane.
Yeah, but the thing is, Andre might have swung out that way to turn left. So
Yeah,
anyway,
possibly.
it could be that. We'll see.
So I had a little wander around, saw a few of our races. Everyone is so excited. Even I bumped into Ryan Scott of the Angry Bird team, the Honda Civic, who come from Ireland, and they literally said they were like, on Friday, when we did the clutch, we thought we were done. Wendell Brand sorted them out with a clutch, went back to the workshop, brought it along. Now they're in. Now they're guaranteed £250. And he's like, and I was like, if you win the next race, you're guaranteed £1,000. He's like, oh, that's the all. If I didn't need any more incentive, that's just there.
Yeah, incentive. Like they need incentive to go quick, but
Exactly.
at the same time, it does tend to. Well, it also screws things up because people get nervous. People get kind of anxious as well.
That's it. Well, as each step goes, the money does significantly ramp up. I mean, we go for 250 to £1,000. Is it £2,000? And then to £5,000 to win. That's not bad. Not bad for a weekend's worth. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, European front-wheel drive class. Someone is going to be taking home £5,000 at the end of today's racing.
That's exceptional. Absolutely exceptional.
And some of the cars. Do you have the list there still, Colin? He's deep into Diet Coke territory.
No, he just asked for the list, Cole. That was a
Front-wheel drive list.
front-wheel drive list.
I just want to borrow it. I won't draw on it. I won't crease it. I promise. Thank you very much. So, yeah, Matt Davison taking on Stephen Ray. Carl Goldsmith taking on Dean Heinemann. Ryan Armani taking on Ryan Scott, who we were just talking about then. But, do you know what? In the sweepstakes, Ryan Armani has been best reacting car in every round so far. He has gone 0-1 twice on the Pro Tree, which is pretty good. Ahmed Jamshed as well, taking on Calvin Skerritt. That's your marquee.
That's a big
matchup.
one.
That's your number 1 and number 2 qualifier. I mean, it's a shame that they meet in the quarterfinals, but that's how Doorslammers works, and that's exactly why when we're coming up to this, we're encouraging everyone and anyone to enter and saying you never know what's going to happen.
Well, you do know what's going to happen.
Someone's
Something unpredictable. There we go.
That's it. That's it. Well, our boys are already dressed in their best. They're still cleaning up at the top.
Yeah,
Jed,
it's
I mean,
the last bit where I think that the sweeper's actually going around the corner now, so that could well be that. So we have Jan Eriksson and Chris Orthodoxy been waiting patiently, very, very patiently down there, strapped into the cars. Someone's probably given him a tenner to say, those are my BMW keys, and just walk around a car park and press buttons.
Well, you know, it gets rid of the scrap, doesn't it?
Well, the sort of stuff we end up with. That was nice.
VW show and all that.
Do you know something? I find it really weird. You know that obviously the new Toyota Gazoo, as Mr. Reinhardt always says, body in funny car in US. Yeah,
That was a
that
Camry.
Toyota Supra. No,
Oh,
the new one.
know,
the new one. It's BMW, isn't it? It's
It
not
is.
Toyota.
No.
Well, it sort of is, but you know
Well,
what
no,
I mean,
technically it's a Toyota body because they've got rid of the BMW bit.
That's a good point. And put a Hemi under it. Okay, so Jan Eriksson. Well, Chris Orthodoxou was there. So I'm not entirely sure why he hasn't pulled forward for this this round 2 matchup. He was the car was there. The car is there, I think. But he's due. Jan Eriksson, number 1 qualifier, gets a freebie into the semis for $1,000, I think. By the looks of this, yeah, no Chris, unfortunately. Well, it'll be interesting to see if Jan Eriksson takes it, just punches second gear, because obviously still more racing to go. And it doesn't matter. We don't have lane choice at this event. Not sure Jan knows he's on a bye run either, actually. Oh, wow! 570 anyone? 587. 241 miles an hour. Yeah, Colin, look at that. This is what I was saying yesterday about Andrei Arnover's back half, right? If you look at that number, 385 at 194 at the 8th for Jan Eriksson, but look at the back half, 587 at 241. So he took 2.02 seconds to cover the last half of the racetrack. Andrei did it yesterday in 1.95. That's 700ths quicker. That is, in drag racing terms, that's like half an hour, isn't it?
We were going wow at the 0.96.
And
60
it
foot.
didn't shake.
Exactly.
Because normally when you catapult yourself to that sort of... Yeah, Chris is getting out of the car, unfortunately. The Viper is down there. Just didn't make the run. I don't think he would have had much for a 587, but it would have been nice to try.
Yeah.
Pell Norman and Kev Slifield. That was another one of those ones we could clearly see where the crew was standing around the car, and when it left the line and he hit second gear, everybody went, yes! Because it stuck and it went, you know. Generally, if you get the wheel speed right off the start line in a blown door car or a turbo car or a nitrous car. So a proper David against Goliath matchup. Or mouse against bird matchup, as it should be, really. Danger Mouse on the side of Pell Norman's car and the Thunderbird in the other lane. That wasn't the most tenuous link ever, but
it will do.
It will do. Well, these two won't be racing each other next week. They're both entered in the main event. However, in completely different classes. Pell Norman in the bracket class. Kev Slifield in Pro Mod.
Well, whoever loses this can console themselves with getting their entry fee back, 500 quid.
Good. And whoever wins it is a grand, well, 500 quid better off once you get your fee back. Yeah. So we've got 2 cars in the semis. Who will be the next?
Wow, 0-2 light for Kev Slifield.
And a storming 598, 240 miles an hour. Pell Norman just shut off and watched in awe, probably. Yeah, Kev did his very best not to red light. He deep staged, and that's what knocked the 60-foot down to a 104. 393 at 191 to the 8th mile, with a 598 240. Pell with a .42. Never really in that one, but like you said, Cole, gets his entry fee back, 500 quid. Kev Slyfield's in the draw for the semis. So far we've got Turbo Car Andre Arnova, we've got Supercharged Car Jan Eriksson, and we've got Supercharged Car Kev Slyfield.
And 3 5-second cars.
Exactly.
That have run it this weekend.
Potentially. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Battle of the 63 Corvettes, your next one. Speed PB. Excellent. Thank you, sir.
240.17. Well done, Kev.
Well done to Kev's team. Stonking stuff.
First time over 200.
See what happens when you don't have Tony on the team for the weekend.
Oh.
Just kidding, Tone. I love you.
Dig.
No, so obviously. It's not going to make any difference. But yeah, that was... thank you very much, Steve Robin, for pointing that out. PB speed for Kev Slyfield. So these two... Bruno has had nothing like his regular clockwork weekend. He did nothing but run quicker and quicker and quicker at the Doorslammers and the European finals. He's actually Pro Doorslammer defending champ, isn't he? Bruno Barda in the Kestrel lane.
Well, to show the headaches that these guys have been fighting this weekend, Wayne qualified in the number 14 spot. Bruno was number 50. I know it means nothing now, but they get these, well, non-scheduled runs, so they can come down whenever they want, and they just couldn't get it.
Do you know, I had a good chat with Wayne last night, and we were talking about tyre shake, and obviously it's bloody annoying. And he said there was one of the runs at Easter where it shook so hard he had to go and have a lie down in the trailer, sort of flatten himself out of it because he felt it was like, you know, painful. So if everything goes well, 2 low 6 second, potentially high 5 9 second race cars. As Wayne's lad saying, get on it. Belinda doing the happy dance on the start line, look. She can't watch. Here we go. Wayne Nicholson, Bruno Barda.
Shake for Wayne. Bruno disappears off into the distance. Is he going to be 4 out of 4 in the
wow.
finals? Yes. 5.94. Bruno is back.
Well, the slowest winning ET... No, I beg your pardon, Andre went 6-1, didn't he? But anyway, 5.94 at 2.27. The team are happy again because they got the car off the blooming start line. Bruno was 0.21 on the tree. 0.97, 388 at 190 to the 8th mile, and 594 he clicked it a little early with the speed slightly down. Unfortunately for Wayne, the moment he let the trans brake out, he put the finger off the button, instant, almost tyre shake, unfortunately. But Wayne has a few days between now and the main event to sit there at the computer and go, right, if I change that, and that.
Right, your semi-finalists then. Andre Arnova, Kev Slyfield, Bruno Barda, Yanni Eriksson. What a last 4. Unbelievable. Well done to the mad scientist.
We are going to be going...
And of course, Charlotte as well.
Well done to Bruno's team. Look at that. A one-man team on a quad. He's looking to defend his crown, isn't he? So, of the cars that are in the semis, like you said, Cole, 6-1, Andre Arnova. We don't know whether he's going to be okay or not. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the rock star that is Mr. Chris Orthodoxou. Down there hanging in the back of the Jag, looking miffed, yeah? Yeah, probably slightly... Oh, no. Okay, fair enough. I hope it's something straightforward, mate. But anyway, yeah, Chris Orthodoxou is due to be against Jan Eriksson. Unfortunately, didn't make it round. That car is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Takes after the driver. That'll cost you a tenner, Chris.
So Chris is down 10 quid on his weekend. It's 500 quid entry, and he's only picking up 490 because Daryl's just nicked £10.
Yeah, for being nice to him.
Yeah.
So, big bracket.
Big bracket, whee!
Yeah, we're going to go and do the draw. I think after big bracket, we're going to go over and do the draw for the pairings in the semi-finals of Pro Doorslammer.
I think this is just a time trial run.
Certainly is.
Just a reminder
just made it on the back.
Yeah. Just a reminder to all our races. Obviously, we are now open for A bit of extra time trial racing or grudge racing. What we want is some grudge racing. Who didn't you get to line up with? Ooh, 1167, 117.
Left the line like it meant it. So, random pairing round 2 coming up.
Right, before they actually come around the corner, let's tell you who's in the show then. Pete Lane, Lee Huxley, Pete Creswell, Colin Morris, Thomas Burbitz, Dave Fulton, Adam Novak, Ben Kennedy, Jason Dodd, Nick Williams, Dave Cherritt, Billy Gain, Keith Herbert, Ron Bartlett, Thomas Haas, Katie Booth, Tom Atkinson, Simon Goff, Gary Carr, Jordan Payne, Mark Huxley, Lee Charles and Ronnie Mercer. So those are the ones that are through. The last 7 names I read out were the buybacks that made their way into round 2, having won their buyback race.
So there's actually not that many eliminated so far. It's only the losers of the buybacks at the moment.
Yeah, there's only 8 that get eliminated in round 1.
So there's still 5 rounds to go.
Yeah.
If I'm not incorrect. So, that little kid deciding, that little boy standing over there with his shorts on, look. He's not actually in the pen because he can't see over the top of the sign. So he's over there on the fence, and the marshal's just asked him which car
the marshal's just
race.
gone over there. He said, right, you don't know any of these people here, do you? And the kid goes, no, Dad. No, but that's my dad in that red car.
Yeah. Only my dad's car.
And he said, don't pick me against that one. So, head of the lanes, let's have a quick look over there. Adam Novak, Gary Carr, Katie Booth, and Pete Lane. Tucked in behind them, Pete Creswell, Nick Williams, and I can't quite see who else is there because someone stood in front of the car. It looks like Lee Huxley if I look at the fin that's sticking out the front of it. And the first pair then, Pete Lane and Katie Booth. Katie Booth had the rare honour of the only one in round 1 who got a bye. She was the only one left.
Last car in the lanes,
yeah.
I think, probably did that. Good to get the SP from Ted as well, that Katie kept stamping on his foot so he couldn't drive the car.
It's just laughing down there now.
Yeah, Ted's over there with the crutch. It looks like he's ready to whack Andy Wiltshire with it. So we'll give some. I'll tell you what. You know that tenner that you owe me, Chris. Give it to Ted to give Andy Wiltshire a dink on the head.
Yeah, protection money. Right, Pete Lane with backup Bob. The Darling is 11.82. Katie Booth with the 4 pop. Darling is 10.52. 1.3 seconds the difference on the tree. Pete Lane will be going first with the Barracuda. There he goes. Katie off in pursuit. So heading up to the 1,000 foot, it's the stripe next. Pete Lane's got his nose in front, Katie closing in, but it is Pete Lane that takes it. 11.86 on 11.82, 10.60 against the 10.52. So it is Pete Lane.
That's all because he complained because he didn't actually win a race before.
Yeah, he's actually won 2 this weekend now. He's happy days.
He's run. I thought it was more than that.
No, he's 2 today and 1 yesterday.
Yeah, done all right. Well, Gary Carr and Adam Novak. Adam with a 10.91, Gary Carr with a 9.18.
Yeah, this is a call out for Nostalgia Superstock. We need you guys to race at Doorslammers next year. There's 2 of them here.
Talking of call-outs, we are actually missing some of our big bracket racers who have not yet made it down. So if you are in the big bracket,
seriously,
you need to be in the lanes like now.
Oh, Gary Carr goes red.
He actually rolled the light by the look of that. I didn't think he went red, but he must have moved forward.
Adam Novak with a freebie. Goes 11 flat.
Oh, no.
Gary hits his number. Oh, missed it by 100th.
Well, he was over the finish line by 2/10. Cracking match up, this one. Nick Williams with the Camaro, Kestrel side of the racetrack. 1-1-1 is his darling. Sorry, 1-1-1-1 is his darling. Against Pete Creswell with the full Monty. 8.53 for Pete. Is that right? So we're missing some of our round 2.
Yeah, that's what Dan just come through. He said, can you call out any big bracket racers that are in this round, they need to be in the lanes because they're not here.
Because it's happening now.
What a way to lose money.
You've probably got literally minutes, if that. Or maybe they're hanging back because they don't want to race certain people.
Yeah.
Could be that. Could be that.
So Nick sets off on his way. Pete Creswell goes red. Right, as a big red as well, actually, 0.16. So Nick with a 0.3, the right side. Oh, and he hits his number. Very good indeed.
Do you know what? I have a theory about that. He doesn't want to come and spend the afternoon with us again.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well,
he's keeping going in eliminations because he doesn't want to sit with us.
There's packages again, and Nick Williams a 0.3 light, and he dials an 11.11. He goes 11.11. That's what you need to do.
Awesome.
Right, next up then, the winner from yesterday, Lee Huxley, taking on Dave Cherritt. Now, Dave is one of the most trickiest people to get round in Pro ET. These two have raced each other many a time over the years. They'll be racing each other. Oh, could be run side by side next weekend as well. But this is Doorslammers, is a bit different. Both into stage. Dave's going first. 9.99 is his target. Lee Huxley, 9.63.
That's unusual. Dave gets there first and takes the win. Lee was way off on ET.
Yeah.
And reaction time as well for him, anyway. 0.13 to a 0.12, but very, very unusual.
It is what it is.
Kind of a walk, really, yeah. I can only think Lee had a problem because obviously that was not.
So a bad weekend for the Huxleys. Only $5,000 out of Doorslammers. Well done, guys. But it's Dave Cherritt through.
Bye run for Lee Charles.
Dials in a 10.03. Hits the 10.05, that'll do. Just needs to work in reaction time, but when you're on a solo, it doesn't matter.
So, the Chief Herb in the Kestrel lane, newly married as well, Keith Herb. Whoever would have thought someone would have found that big beard attractive. Taking on Jason Dodd.
Oh dear.
That's all right, he's a huggy bear, he'll be fine.
He's trying to look like John Daly.
Is that right?
Have you seen John Daly, the golfer, at the moment? Oh, unbelievable.
Up against Jason Dodd, the man who was perfect yesterday. Both in reaction time and ET.
All race on.
Green light drag race, which is always a good thing. Perfect. Keith wins it on a hole shot. He was up 0.18 over the stripe win margin. He had 300s in the bank off the line. And he used it to good effect at the top end. The whole idea is to get there first without going too quick.
Yeah.
That's why you see him backing off.
But well done to Jason Dodd this weekend. Absolutely fantastic performance from him. Well done, Pete and the gang. Awesome, mate. Awesome.
Good to see Dave Fulton because we thought Dave had had a leak up the top end, didn't we? Do you remember? There was a cleaner.
Car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he might have done. I don't know.
Hi to the Fulton clan tuned in. I know Nicky Fulton's tuned in. Probably Simon and the rest of them are as well. Going alongside Rocket. Oh no, this is Ronnie Mercer. I was thinking of Rocket Ron Bartlett then.
Yeah, I know. I've just realised you've got no one here to blow you kisses this weekend. Oh, Nicky, you're sacked.
Missing you. And it is Dave Fulton that's going through a 0.3 the right side, but Ronnie Mercer goes 0.2 red. So it is Dave Fulton.
Ronnie's going to run 9.01 as well. Oh no, 9.14.
Yeah, 9.62 on a 57.
I think Dave's going to be saying, why didn't I come yesterday?
He's got a lovely dog and he wouldn't let the car out of the garage.
That's the one. Cracking match up as well. Jordan Payne taking on the package himself. Jester's Diner, Churchwood's Car Sales, Polytech Power Coating, and Gary standing out front. Shows Si the shoots. 8.56. That's John's lad over there with the dialing board. Sorry, not John. Simon's lad over there with the dialing board. Excuse me. In the Auto Glim lane, and taking on Jordan Payne. It's going to be a tough one. Both these two deadly on the tree. Really, really good racers.
So 856, 747, 109 difference on the tree.
Do you know, where we sit here, obviously, we can see both sides of the tree. It's really weird when you go down there and you stand one side of it.
You're right, actually.
It throws you.
That.
Because obviously there's a blinder in the middle, so they...
Oh, Simon bumped forward, he's out. Jordan Payne is through.
Knowing Simon, I'm sure he's inventing new swear words as he goes up the racetrack. 750 to Jordan, moving on.
Well, not only that, he didn't have time to think of them as well. Jordan Payne through, 750 on his 47. He actually went red as well by 008, but it didn't matter. The deed was already done in the other lane.
Well, that's an odd one for Si, especially considering he's so meticulous about what he does, comes up and tests all the time as well. Excellent matchup.
This is a cracker, isn't it?
Whoever's picking these, I like you.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, do it. Keep doing them. Oh, the next pair.
I love that. Ron Bartlett's sitting at the front and he hasn't moved yet.
Right, Colin Morris, the Morris boys, taking on Billy Gain. This is interesting. We've got two former winners of the big bracket here.
Both deadly on the tree.
Boy, are they. This is where you'll have a side bet on this one between the teams because they are both killer. Darlings, 894 plays 862. Oh, Colin Morris goes red by 0-1. It's Billy Gain that is through to the next round. 864 to 62.
Unreal. If you don't red light occasionally, you're not trying hard enough. However, there's lots of people that are trying very hard.
Cool matchup award goes to this one, I think. Tom Atkinson, 11.24 against Thomas Haas, 8.27.
It's a battle of the Toms.
.97 the difference between these two on the tree. Tom will be leaving first. Tom had to buy back in.
Yeah, Tom will be leaving first. Which one?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I couldn't get that one right, could I? Wrong. Even.
Tom's going to hear Thomas closing him down. Thomas Haas moves on. Tom breaks out as well. He also had a .14 reaction time where Thomas Haas had an 0.3. So anyway, no matter what the reaction times were, Tom broke out trying to get there first. There was no way he was going to win that. Actually.
All I can say is Keith Bartlett, you hope you know the result of that race.
Yeah.
It will be revealed.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'm going to say Right, so Thomas Bublitz with the very ratty, cool-looking Nova.
Yeah, sorry, I should have said that. Should have said that.
Okay. In the Kestrel lane, taking on Rocky Ron Bartlett. 8.28 the dial-in for the little Anglia down there. Ron's hoping for a much better day at the office than he had yesterday. Every light he saw was the same colour as the car.
Well, the lanes are empty and there's a few missing, as we've alluded to.
Well, both with very polite reaction times, frankly. Yeah. Ron's going to get there. Ron takes... Oh, look at that. 8.28 on an 8.28. They were both very polite on the tree. 0.17 to a 0.20.
Right, Ben Kennedy taking on Mark Huxley. Funny enough, I was just looking down the list and said, I can't see these two, but there they were. They're underneath the tower. So these, I believe, are the last two in the big bracket. The Darlings then, 10.30 plays 10.17. Just 0.13 of a second difference on the tree. Oh, and Ben Kennedy goes red. So it is Mark Huxley that will be going through.
What turbo car.
10:35.
What a run.
Oh, Mark Huxley, look at that. A 10:17 on a 10:17 dial-in. Very good indeed. Very well judged. So we do have one Huxley through, but it's Mark this time, not Brian.
Do you remember this
Or
chap
Lee.
from earlier? I can't remember what team he was with. It's the German guy who wants to lift to Stansted.
Yeah, okay. It's...
Okay.
Oh. it will come back to me.
But again, still a German crew member.
Yeah.
He's got a flight to, well, back to Germany from Stansted.
Yes.
He's looking for anyone that's going near to Stansted that could give him a lift.
Yeah, we actually may have a result for you on that one. Come pop up to the tower, and we can give you a telephone number. Okay. Right, Daryl is over by the draw area.
Well, we're going to do the draw for Pro Door Slammer semi-finals. The sad news is, unfortunately, someone's got a bye. Well, not for them, obviously. But Andre Arnova, unfortunately, out after that race earlier on. So someone will be getting a bye. I'm trying my best not to look in the bin. There we go. So number 7, first of all, is going to be Kev Slyfield. Now, Kev, keep your fingers, legs and everything crossed. What comes out next? Against number 1, Jan Eriksson. Sorry, Kev, I do apologise. So, it is going to be Bruno Barda that has the bye run in the other round. I took him out first, so he goes in the Kestrel lane. And the bye run goes on the other side. So, Bruno will be in the final to defend his Pro Door Slammer title, and he'll be against Kev Slyfield or Jan Eriksson. Also, I've got to say, commiserations to Andre Arnova. He's been excellent entertainment this weekend. Let's hope whatever the problem is, they get it fixed for next weekend for the main event. So, back to you, fellas.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Darryl. So, the Williams Brothers Speed Shop, big bracket. Those that are through now, and there are 12 of them. Pete Lane, Adam Novak, Nick Williams, Dave Cherritt, Lee Childs, Keith Herbert, Dave Fulton, Jordan Payne, Billy Gain, Thomas Haas, Ron Bartlett, Mark Huxley. So those are the ones. And, of course, if they can win their next round, then they're in the money. OK, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the official lunch break. Half an hour break for our track crew. So an opportunity to... as Luke says, an opportunity to spend your money. Yes. One place you can spend it is behind the main grandstand at the European Front Wheel Drive stand. They are one of the class sponsors this weekend, and they have all their merchandise there. There's some real cool T-shirts, and not only that, Rachel Alice is round there as well.
I'll tell you what, the ladies have been brilliant. The ladies have snapped up the T-shirts.
Good, good.
Gentlemen need to step up. That's it. Well, the thing is, like, my wife was like, we need to do these in pink. And I was like, And she was like, no, we need to do them in pink. Let the girls represent. And I was like, okay, I'll let you have a go. Literally, the ladies have been snapping them up this weekend. So she has free reign of all the T-shirts now. So there's going to be more ladies' T-shirts coming out.
Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff.
Right, so I'm going to head down there and say hello to her as well. So
we'll see you in a bit then. Right, half an hour, folks. So Nitro FM are going to take the airwaves over.
And before we go, just a reminder to all of our racers, grudge racing lane's now open. So if you want to grudge race against people, get your cars ready.
Get your cars down.
Bring them down. Obviously, you'll sit to the side. As soon as we've got a gap, we get you to race. Essentially, it gives us the chance to put on a show for all the wonderful people that are hanging on in. Because obviously, we want you to stay to the end, to the finals. We want you to see who's going to take home the money. So if we can keep the track busy with extra runs, we will do so.
Right. OK, lunch break. Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours. laughing down there now.
Yeah, Ted's over there with the crutch. It looks like he's ready to whack Andy Wiltshire with it. So we'll give some money. I'll tell you what. You know that tenner that you owe me, Chris? Give it to Ted to give Andy Wiltshire a dink on the head.
Yeah, protection money. Right, Pete Lane with backup Bob. The Darling is 11.82. Katie Booth with the 4-pop. Darling is 10.52. 1.3 seconds at the difference on the tree. Pete Lane will be going first with the Barracuda. There he goes. Katie off in pursuit. So heading up to the 1,000 foot, it's the stripe next. Pete Lane's got his nose in front, Katie closing in, but it is Pete Lane that takes it. 11.86 on 11.82, 10.60 against a 10.52. So it is Pete Lane.
That's all because he complained because he didn't actually win a race before.
Yeah, he's actually won 2 this weekend now. He's happy days.
He's run. I thought it was more than that.
No, he's 2 today and 1 yesterday.
Yeah, done all right. Gary Carr and Adam Novak. Adam with a 10.91, Gary Carr with a 9.18.
Yeah, this is a call out for Nostalgia Superstock. We need you guys to race at Doorslammers next year. There's 2 of them here.
Talking of call-outs, we are actually missing some of our big bracket racers who have not yet made it down. So if you are in the big bracket,
seriously,
you need to be in the lanes like now.
Oh, Gary Carr goes red.
He actually rolled the light by the look of that. I didn't think he went red, but he must have moved forward.
Adam Novak with a freebie. Goes 11 flat.
Oh,
no. Gary hits his number. Oh, missed it by 100th.
Well, he was over the finish line by 2/10. Cracking match up, this one. Nick Williams with the Camaro, Kestrel side of the racetrack. 1-1-1 is his darling. Sorry, 1-1-1-1 is his darling. Against Pete Creswell with the full Monty. 8.53 for Pete. Is that right? So we're missing some of our rounds.
Yeah, that's what Dan just come through. He said, can you call out any big bracket racers that are in this round? They need to be in the lanes because
like
they're not here.
Because it's happening now.
What a way to lose money.
You've probably got literally minutes, if that. Or maybe they're hanging back because they don't want to race certain people.
Yeah.
Could be that. Could be that.
So Nick sets off on his way. Pete Creswell goes red. As a big red as well, actually, 0.16. So Nick with a 0.3 the right side. Oh, and he hits his number. Very good indeed.
Do you know what? I have a theory about that. He doesn't want to come and spend the afternoon with us again.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Well, he's keeping going in eliminations because he doesn't want to sit with us.
There's packages again, and Nick Williams a 0.3 light, and he dials in 11.11. He goes 11.11. That's what you need to do.
Awesome.
Right, next up then, the winner from yesterday, Lee Huxley, taking on Dave Cherritt. Now, Dave is one of the most trickiest people to get round in Pro ET. These two have raced each other many a time over the years. They'll be racing each other. Oh, could be run side by side next weekend as well. But this is Doorslammers, is a bit different. Both into stage. Dave's going first. 9.99 is his target. Lee Huxley. 9.63.
That's unusual. Dave gets there first and takes the win. Well, Lee was way off on ET.
Yeah.
And reaction time as well for him, anyway. 0.13 to a 0.12, but very, very unusual.
It is what it is.
Kind of a walk, really, yeah. I can only think Lee had a problem because obviously that was not.
So a bad weekend for the Huxleys. Only $5,000 out of Doorslammers. Well done, guys. But it is Dave Cherritt through.
Bye run for Lee Charles.
Dials in a 10.03. Hits the 10.05, that'll do. Just needs to work in reaction time, but when you're on a solo, it doesn't matter.
So, the Chief Herb in the Kestrel lane, newly married as well, Keith Urban. Whoever would have thought someone would have found that big beard attractive. Taking on Jason Dodd.
Oh dear.
That's all right. He's a huggy bear. He'll be fine.
He's trying to look like John Daly.
Is that right?
Have you seen John Daly, the golfer, at the moment? Oh, unbelievable.
Up against Jason Dodd, the man who was perfect yesterday. Both in reaction time and ET.
Oh, race on.
Green light drag race, which is always a good thing. Oh, perfect. Keith wins it on a hole shot. He was up 0.18 over the stripe win margin. He had 300s in the bank off the line. And used it to good effect at the top end. The whole idea is to get there first without going too quick.
Yeah.
That's why you see him backing off.
But well done to Jason Dodd this weekend. Absolutely fantastic performance from him. Well done, Pete and the gang. Awesome, mate. Awesome.
Good to see Dave Fulton, because we thought Dave had a leak up the top end, didn't we? Do you remember? There was a cleaner.
Car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he might have done. I don't know.
Hi to the Fulton clan tuned in. I know Nicky Fulton's tuned in. Probably Simon and the rest of them are as well. Going alongside Rocket. Oh no, this is Ronnie Mercer. I was thinking of Rocket Ron Bartlett then.
Yeah, I know. I've just realised you've got no one here to blow your kisses this weekend. Oh, Nicky, you're sacked.
Missing you. And it is Dave Fulton that's going through a 0-3 the right side, but Ronnie Mercer goes 0-2 red. So it is Dave Fulton.
Ronnie's going to run 9:01 as well. Oh no, 9:14.
Yeah, 9:62 on a 57.
I think Dave's going to be saying, why didn't I come yesterday?
He's got a lovely dog and he wouldn't let the car out of the garage.
That's the one. Cracking match-up as well. Jordan Payne taking on the package himself. For Jester's Diner, Churchwood Scar Sales, Polytech Power Coating, and Gary standing out front. Shows Sai the shoots. 8:56. That's John's lad over there with the dialing board. Sorry, not John. Simon's lad over there with the dialing board, excuse me. In the Auto Glim Lane, taking on Jordan Payne. It's going to be a tough one. Both these two deadly on the tree. Really, really good racers.
So 8:56, 7:47, 109 difference on the tree.
Do you know, where we sit here, obviously, we can see both sides of the tree. It's really weird when you go down there and you stand one side of it.
You're right, actually.
It throws you.
That.
Because obviously there's a blinder in the middle, so they...
Oh, Simon's bumped forward, he's out. Jordan Payne is through.
Knowing Simon, I'm sure he's inventing new swear words as he goes up the racetrack. 750 to Jordan, moving on.
Well, not only that, enough time to think of them as well. Jordan Payne through, 750 on his 47. He actually went red as well by 008, but it didn't matter. The deed was already done in the other lane.
Well, it's that's an odd one for Sai, especially considering he's so meticulous about what he does, comes up and tests all the time as well. Excellent matchup.
This is a cracker, isn't it?
Whoever's picking these, I like you.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, do it. Keep doing them. Oh, the next pair.
I love that. Ron Bartlett's sitting at the front and he hasn't moved yet.
Right, Colin Morris, the Morris boys, taking on Billy Gain. This is interesting. We've got two former winners of the big bracket here.
Both deadly on the tree.
Boy, are they. This is where you'll have a side bet on this one between the teams because they are both killer. Darling's 894 plays 862. Oh, Colin Morris goes red by 0-1. It's Billy Gain that is through to the next round. 864 to 62.
Unreal. If you don't red light occasionally, you're not trying hard enough. However, there's lots of people that are trying very hard.
Cool matchup award goes to this one, I think. Tom Atkinson, 11.24 against Thomas Haas, 8.27.
It's a battle of the Toms.
.97 the difference between these two on the tree. Tom will be leaving first. Tom had to buy back in.
Yeah, Tom will be leaving first. Which one?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I couldn't get that one right, could I? Wrong. Even.
Tom's going to hear Thomas closing him down. Thomas Haas moves on. Tom breaks out as well. He also had a .14 reaction time where Thomas Haas had an 0.3. So anyway, no matter what the reaction times were, Tom broke out trying to get there first. There was no way he was going to win that.
All I can say is Keith Bartlett, you hope you know the result of that race.
Yeah.
It will be revealed.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'm going to say Right, so Thomas Bublitz with the very ratty, cool looking Nova.
Yeah, sorry, I should have said that. Should have said that.
Okay. In the Kestrel lane, taking on Rocket Ron Bartlett. 8.28 the dial-in for the little Anglia down there. Ron's hoping for a much better day at the office than he had yesterday. Every light he saw was the same colour as the car.
Well, the lanes are empty and there's a few missing, as we've alluded to.
Well, both with very polite reaction times, frankly. Ron's going to get there. Ron takes... Oh, look at that. 8.28 on an 8.28. They were both very polite on the tree, 0.17 to a 0.20.
Right, Ben Kennedy taking on Mark Huxley. Funny enough, these, I was just looking down the list and said, I can't see these two, but there they were, they were underneath the tower. So these, I believe, are the last two in the big bracket. The Darlings then, 10.30 plays 10.17. Just 0.13 of a second difference on the tree. Oh, and Ben Kennedy goes red. So it is Mark Huxley that will be going through.
What a turbo car.
10.35.
What a run.
Oh, Mark Huxley, look at that. 10.17 on a 10.17 dial-in. Very good indeed. Very well judged. So. Right. So there's a little bit of backtrack going
Yeah,
on.
that's
there,
it.
but,
Well,
we're in.
Just before we get going and it gets noisy, just to call out into the pits, any of you guys that want to come and do grudge racing that are knocked out, people are starting to make their way into the lanes and you can get some extra runs in to keep the track flowing as we get into the latter round. Right now, round number 2 of 4-cylinder.
Well, the defending event winner is out in round 1. So we're going to see a new name on the 4-cylinder check.
Have you passed this on? Is this just turned up?
No, we've had this for a little while now,
Oh,
but we can't remember which team.
Oh, the Nova.
Yeah.
The Rusty Nova of
Thomas Burfield, is it?
Christoph Burfeld. That's
Here
it.
we go then, right. Oh, both of them deep stakes. They did get the green light though. Tom Semper is out in front and Skinner is fighting the car. This is where the turbo power comes in at the top end, doing 101 to 93. But the win goes in the Autoglim lane. Adam Skinner goes through, given 11:30 and 130. Wow. For half of the track, Tom Semper thought he was going to be having that race. Okay, so if you're wandering around the pits, these two guys would have been pitted next to each other.
Normally you see Richie in the Beetle on the line with Alex, don't you?
You do. And obviously Richie does the tuning for Alex as well. He builds the engine, I believe, for Alex as well. Richie was our number 2 qualifier. He's already knocked out number 1 qualifier.
Do we know what blew off the car at the top end as well? Because there were bits went everywhere.
I thought it was part of the
it must have been
cover.
it must have been the cover because the bodywork's back. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Green light race. Oh no, the chute comes out for Richie Webb. Is he going to keep his foot in? No.
Alex is going to take it in one of the most unbelievable races we've seen today.
Oh,
9:38 at 1:48. Richie Webb, even towing the chute, couldn't get there first. They are never, ever going to forget that race.
Literally, Pudgy looking at the photo now to see if he's got both cars in shot with the parachute out.
They were in the wrong lanes.
Rerun.
Rerun.
No.
I'm joking. Oh.
Okay, next up, we have got Chris Waterhouse with the Bad Habit Racing Audi A3. He had his new tuners here yesterday, decimal temps. This weekend he did run a personal best of 9 seconds. He's going to be taking on Paul Bates with the VW Beetle.
He's having trouble keeping it lit at the moment.
He's gone into double. Oh, here comes Paul Bate. Green light drag race issues for Paul Bate on the line. So unless anything seriously untoward happens, this is going to be all Chris Waterhouse into the next round of 4-cylinder. 10:52, 127.
Well, this is now wide open.
It is.
As it's ever been. So not only do we not have the fraudster in the mix, we don't have Richie Webb in the mix.
And you're going to have number 3 and number 4 qualifiers racing each other here. Chris Todd and Lee Connor.
Again, the 4-cylinder class giving exciting results.
Whoever wins this will be the highest qualified car into the semis.
Technically as well, ladies and gentlemen, this could be a good side-by-side wheels-up photo.
And an 8-second side-by-side 8-second run.
Yeah.
However, well, Lee Connor's double bowled Chris Todd. I'm sure that won't worry him for now.
Chris just taking his time. bringing up the revs. He's going to bump it into stage, goes deep. He doesn't want to pull a red light, though.
In the meantime, Lee Connor is long gone. That could have been a bit of a shoot yourself in the foot moment for Chris Todd. Ow, he got away with it.
Win margin 0-1-2. 964 beats a 971.
I must admit, looking at the way they left the line, I thought Lee Connor left a lot earlier than that.
No, they were both
I think
pedestrian. Oof.
Well, they were just making sure they didn't red light.
No, they
That's it. Well, Chris Todd literally went into deep stage, and at that point was like, I am not going to red light. I'm going to race this all the way through.
Good run from Lee Connor, though. So, for front-wheel drive, round 3 coming up.
Everyone's excited down there. So, Carl Goldsmith is taking it on Dean Heidemann. Second race is our marquee matchup in round number 3. That is Ahmed Jamshed, Big Man Ting, taking on Calvin Skerritt. That is our number 1 and number 2 qualifiers in the front-wheel drive class. I know Ahmed. I know how this is going to go, ladies and gentlemen. He would literally be up in the pits, and he would have told Gordon from Street Racers, turn it up. All the way. He wants to beat Cats. He wants to continue on. There's so many people around his car at the moment. Everyone's excited for this one.
So are they in the money this round, Colin?
They're
Yes, they
already
are.
in the money.
£250
Yeah.
if you lose.
If you lose,
And
if you win, you're guaranteed.
Grand.
In front-wheel drive, yes, a grand.
That's
Wow.
a jump.
Well, the thing is, that's to win the quarter-final round.
Yeah.
There's still 2 more money rounds after that.
That's it. And again, it's all because of the people buying the T-shirts and stickers from European front-wheel drive, because
we
all
have
of that
amended.
money pops in.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, well, we have just been handed... we're going to say it out loud anyway, whatever. Now, when we did the draw earlier for Pro Door Slammer, there was a buy in there because Andrei Arnover said he had broken. However, he may have fixed it. So instead of Bruno getting a buy, he will be racing the Turbo Mustang from Estonia. That's presuming they can get it fixed.
They can fix it on time, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things that looked quite bad, and the last couple of days during testing and qualifying, they had all kinds of horrible issues that took them a long time to fix each time, and that one looked worse than any of them. But there we go. Good man, nailing it back together for semi-finals. He hasn't come all the way from Estonia to sit there and get a suntan in England.
Hell yeah. I'll tell you what, people are getting suntans, because I nipped down to the shop.
Yeah.
All the hats gone. Everyone has been buying hats.
Yours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To cover the shade. I mean, we kind of forget we're up here in this little bubble here. While it is very hot in here.
It's warmer than outside
It
already.
is
Hopefully it'll be cooler next week.
Yeah, you never know.
No, Andy has messaged us.
It's happening.
To
is
say
it?
I'm not fixing it in. I'm racing next weekend, but he does have a very good team.
Okay.
So hopefully, Andy, I know you tuned in, buddy, because you never miss a beat up here. We know you're racing.
Your backup girl's doing a fantastic job
yeah.
representing VP Race Fuels down on the start line.
Yeah. But just a note of warning that if it's not installed, you've lost your backup girl. There we go.
Oh, that's a bit... Taking hostages, that's pretty harsh. That's a whole new level of mean.
Take a
Colin.
hostage and make her hold a fan and just fan you for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, but it just moves warm air around.
Oh,
It
it
really
does,
yeah.
yeah.
It doesn't
Now
blooming
I've just
work, does it?
opened the floodgates to the abuse from Andy Hadfield, but there we go.
You don't need to normally do that. So we're padding, waiting for the next round of
Paul is
front-wheel
literally
drive.
looking at the front-wheel drive cars, and you give a thumbs up.
Right, just a quick one.
In the meantime.
Right, Darren Robinson, sat on the banking. Darren, where are you? Give us a wave if you're out there somewhere. But he's here wishing Ian and Rachel Lindley a happy 3rd wedding anniversary. Many thanks from Darren. So Darren Robinson, that one's done for you, buddy. And I hope you've got some sun protection on, mate, because like a lot of other people, you'll be going home with podface today.
Look at the army of people and tuners coming round the back.
It is, isn't it? Ian's going to have a baby. He's going to be like, no, not that many people.
You stay there.
Okay, so quarterfinals, guaranteed £250. If you win this round, you are guaranteed £1,000. Carl Goldsmith taking on Dean Hindman.
And Jacob is going to be wanting more money for his tyres if Carl wins this one.
Oh, Carl goes deep. Oh, he goes red! So Dean Hindman goes through. Oh, Dean Hindman has been looking over.
I don't think Carl was going to beat that anyway, frankly. Sadly, 10.50 at 1:41. Carl Goldsmith bows out with the 12.75. Good effort, sir. Just noticed that. I hate saying that a lot. No gloves.
No. Told you last night. Oh, wow. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we were talking about the marquee matchup of this round. Ahmed Jamshed, Big Man Ting, taking on Calvin Skerritt. Calvin's been into the 8s on multiple times this weekend. Ahmed is looking for that 8, but he will have that turned up to 100 now.
Well, basically, this is
Get
either
your cameras ready.
time to go quick or go
This
home.
is.
And he's double bowled him.
Look at how many people are on the start line. Green light drag race. Calvin out. He's got issues. It is Ahmed. 8th mile, 132. The crew are going wild. He goes through 909 at 169 miles an hour. That's what we like to see at the Doorslammers, ladies and gentlemen. Unlucky to Calvin, unfortunately. He bows out, but hopefully
his crew is going to get even bigger by the time he
Oh,
gets to the next
yes.
round, isn't
This
it?
is gonna
Just sort of
turn into that.
expands every round, doesn't it? You know what I mean? And I don't mean wider, I mean sort of like more people. Anyway, Matty Davison, Steve Ray.
Stephen Ray, he's in my lane, taking on Matty Davison. Matty Davison has been into the 9s multiple times this weekend. Stephen Ray, his personal best, has been dropping and dropping. The lights go down. Oh, Steve Ray goes red. So Matty Davison missed a boost.
009 red.
Oh,
Look at that.
as soon as I saw him moving.
Well, they're saving it for the next round as well.
I earned 50 quid. I'm happy with that. I'll buy my Chinese tonight.
Bobby, how much do you eat? No, forget I said that.
Hell yeah. Chinese or meat ones? Me and Carl, well, it depends how much. I know Carl lost as well, didn't he? So he's got 250.
Yeah,
Either
you'll
way,
be all right.
We're here for that. We're here for the week. Right. Oh, this is going to be a nice one.
Opens up the draw massively, this, doesn't it?
So, 10-second Civic versus 10-second Civic. Ryan Armani in the Kestrel Beer Lane has gone 0.1 in every round on the tree. Lights drop.
Done it again.
Done it. Here we go, side by side. Ryan Scott is starting to pull away at the top end, though. He is back half end and goes through with 983, 156 miles an hour. His first ever 9-second run, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Ireland.
And what a time to do it.
Yeah.
What a time.
So your front-wheel drive semi-finalists then. Matt Davidson, Dean Hindman, Ryan Scott and Ahmed Jamshed. Oh, boy.
What a time to do it. And the best thing is, he had a clutch off of Calvin Skerritt. And it probably was Ryan who went to the shop and brought it to help him. But that would have paid for the clutch, basically, because he is guaranteed £1,000 now.
Right, so that is all of our classes to semi-final, with the exception of the big bracket. And obviously we're going to do some draws soon for 4-cylinder and front-wheel drive.
And we're also starting to collect a lot of grudge races around the corner.
Yes. Right, so that one's just taken place. That one's just taken place. I'm just
keeping up.
Keeping up with it now, yeah.
Keeping up with the paperwork. We've still got a ways to go in the bracket, though. In the big bracket.
Yeah, we've a long way to go in the bracket. We've still got 12 cars left. Pete Lane, Adam Novak, Nick Williams, Dave Cherrett, Lee Childs, Keith Herbert, Dave Fulton, Jordan Payne, Billy Gain, Thomas Haas, Ron Bartlett and Mark Huxley. Those are the ones that are still in it to win it. We can see, I think that's 6-cylinder down there.
Joe Bristow at the head of the lanes.
Yeah,
Obviously should have been facing Hubert Strenberger in the last round, but those guys packed up, unfortunately. But fortunately for him.
In one of the more surprising moves.
Yeah, semi-finalists. 750 quid. Guaranteed.
How did that work out? Okay. No.
Well, to be fair,
Right. Just getting an update from race director. Well, we've got Dan and Max this weekend doing a sterling job out there. So massive thanks indeed to them. Just a reminder, folks, if you are loving this weekend, I know a lot of people here for VW Breakout and Transit Mania. Hope you're enjoying the on-track action here for the Doorslammers. We have got European Championship racing starting on Wednesday with the test day, and then public entry is on Thursday for our Sportsman Day. Then it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the main event here at Santa Pod Raceway. Not too late to get your tickets if you fancy coming up for that one. You know where to get your tickets from, because you got tickets from there to come to this event. Just get onto the Santa Pod's website, follow the links, get your tickets.
On that, very quickly, just you mentioned tickets, Carl. I've just got to say this. A number of people have said regarding, because every ticket's got to be done online, yeah, before you get here.
Yep.
And why don't we do tickets on the gate anymore? The thing is, you can get to Airfield Road,
yeah,
and you can park,
yeah,
and you can go on your phone and you can buy the tickets, yeah, and just show it at the gate.
That's it. That's exactly that.
It's exactly the same as turning up and giving your card in to the cash machine.
Yep.
The difference is it makes a very big difference to getting everybody.
It speeds everybody in.
Yeah, into the venue, because everybody just has to be scanned and go in instead of counting money and doing all that sort of stuff. And back at Easter, it made a big difference to getting everyone in.
Yeah,
Also
huge difference.
saves the trees.
What?
You have it on your phone.
You go drag racing and you're concerned about saving trees.
As my t-shirts down there say, F the environment, let's go drag racing.
Something like that, yeah.
The funniest thing is, every time I post on Facebook a photo of the stall, because it's got the t-shirt we call the Greta t-shirt,
yeah,
I now get a climate change warning.
Really?
Because Facebook reads, F the environment, let's go drag racing.
Well, save lots of trees. So the only tree worth saving is the Christmas tree out there in the middle.
Well, again, and we say that. And let's be honest, next weekend when we go drag racing, there's a lot of methanol cars here. And that is eco-friendly.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good job they don't use oil or tyres or anything else, you know.
No, we don't do that at all.
Don't do that.
We
Well,
recycle.
Tyres are good for trees.
Tyres are good for trees.
Yeah.
How'd you work that out?
Well, you put them around the base, and if people crash into the tree, the tyre protects the trunk.
You two are on a different planet today, I think, to be honest.
No, we're saving it.
I did set that up, didn't I? There we go. Anyway. But yeah, anyway, that's with regards to ticketing. Colin was saying about getting your tickets. You can buy them when you leave home in the morning to come up here. You know, you don't have to sit in a queue to purchase your tickets. You can get them, and you can get in quicker as well.
All right, here we go then. 6-cylinder. And this is to determine the finals.
So after Pro Street, we go on roll. We're going to do the last two draws.
Mo with the El Toro in the Auto Glim Lane, taking on the Golvo of Joe Bristow. Could be one hell of a race.
Well, 750 quid to whoever loses this race, but...
Loses?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The winner
This is going to be
guaranteed
a race.
1,500 quid. Wow.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Joe wins this, his crew are going to win. Oh, Joe's away first.
Oh,
I don't
Mo's
think
away.
Mo will have enough to catch him at the top end.
Nope, that was lost
Joe
on the
is
start
way
line.
out, 125 to 129. Joe Bristow, 896, 159. Yeah, boy.
Beats an 881 at 160. That is a perfect example of a hole shot. Someone was dead on time, which was Joe Bristow, and a man in the other lane took over a second to react. Even if he'd have run an 881, he probably still wouldn't have got there in time. Unreal. Sorry, 781, he would have got there in time, even.
Outstanding.
And a new PB. Superb.
So many PBs. So little time to update.
All right, Dave Henderson, Mike Whittaker, heads up.
Very polite reaction times again. Another 1.5 60 foot for Dave Henderson, and another 9-0 at 1:59. That's going to be one hell of a final.
That is a hell of a final.
Mike Whittaker, 9.93 at 1:45. Put up a really good fight.
All right, Pro Street semi-finals. Ash Cooper with the transit van, and Torsten with the Nova.
So one of these is going to be in the money round against either Andy Bond or Al McSweeney. Andy Bond's another one of those that tends to treat this event as a bit of a piggy bank for him, isn't it?
Yeah. 500 quid guaranteed to the semi-final loser here.
So, heads up, first to the finish line wins. Everybody involved in Transit Mania is going to be pulling for one of these vehicles. I can't quite figure which, really. So, Torsten Apple brings the Nova into stage. Wow, Ash with a much better reaction time, and he's long gone with the Transit. Looks like it will be him in the final. With a 968, 144. Torsten bows out with 11.36. Okay. This could well be your street eliminator final in about a week's time as well.
Could be.
You all right, bud? Ah, there we go.
Time to
You're
run.
right, So Andy Bond with the Ugly Sister and Al McSweeney. Andy Bond hasn't been in the sixes yet this weekend. He's been 7-0. He's been over 200 miles an hour. Al McSweeney, though, been in the 7.6s. This could well be a good race. Here we go. Well, Andy Bond gets a whole shot. That's going to be bad news for Al McSweeney if the car runs like it normally does. And it does. 7.04 at 2.09. On form. Those are both street legal, ladies and gentlemen. 768, a huge 182 for Al Mac, but unfortunately 0.45 on the tree was the big difference at the finish line. Andy Bond never headed on that one. Although Al McSweeney had a quicker 60 foot.
He'll take that.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, the car is coming on, the development work they're doing on that, I mean, regular 7.6 second car now. I remember when he was struggling to dip into the 7s, he got hold of those two new Gen 3 turbos, and that made all the difference. And then he's just making the car lighter and lighter and just putting more tune-ups in it, and they're learning all the time. And be very interesting to see how they get on next week as well. Excellent. So that is the final sorted for Pro Street. Andy Bond taking on Ash Cooper.
So the Ash Cooper is guaranteed, where are we going? So Pro Street is guaranteed a grand.
Yep.
Potentially 2.5.
Yeah, that'll do nicely.
Certainly will.
Front-wheel drive, as I say, we're through to semi-finals, and Luke is over at the draw area.
Yeah, we've just literally put up the 4-cylinder sign, so that's the class we're going to be drawing first. 4 chips go into the barrel. That was nice and easy, wasn't it? Well done. Right. In the Kestrel beer lane, in the semi-finals, chip number 3. Chris Todd. Chris Todd is going to be facing up against chip number 7. Chip number 7 is Chris Waterhouse. Next up, in the Kestrel beer lane, chip number 6. And of course, in the other lane, the Autoglim lane, chip number 9. So, Alex Lizarak versus Adam Skinner. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, an 8-second car versus a 9-second car, and an 9-second car versus a 9-second car. That is our 4-cylinder draw for the semi-finals. of course, Neil's just going to... No, he's going to spin it. Oh, you were too slow. Why didn't you run? You're done now. The extra tyre mark is looking good as well. Give it a whirl. Front wheel drive, sponsored by European Front Wheel Drive. There we go. Again, we've got some heavy hitters in here. Just the 4 left. And first one out in the Kestrel beer lane will be chip number 10. That is Dean Hindman. He beat Carl Goldsmith in the last round. Dean Hindman is going to be facing chip number 2. I believe that is Mr. Ahmed Jamshed. That means the other semi-final, Kestrel beer lane, is going to be chip number 5. Who is Matty Davison, and he is going to be facing up against Ryan Scott. Okay, so Dean Hindman, 10-second Ford Fiesta, Ahmed Jamshed, 9-second Honda Civic, and then we have got 2 Civics in the other semi-finals, both of them now 9-second club members. In fact, Ryan Scott team ran to the European front-wheel drive trailer and got a 9-second t-shirt for the next round. So there you go, semi-finals of European front-wheel drive done and dusted.
Well done, Luke. Fantastic job once again. And, well, still to come down, actually. We do have semi-final pairings for Pro Doorslammer. And, of course, we have the big bracket. Still got a way to go in the big bracket, so hopefully they are in the lanes as well. But reaching final stages of some of our other classes. And, of course, we have the call-outs as well, the grudge races. But next up is Oklahoma Willie the Jet. He's started, and it is Perry at the controls. Some standout runs for him this weekend. He's in the 10s, over 150 miles an hour. 1086 on his last run. So Perry Watkins then just building up the thrust of the Jet on the back of Oklahoma Willie. Are we going to see another 10-second, 150 mile an hour plus run here? Outstanding performances from Perry this weekend. Another full ball run there. 11 flat at 148 miles an hour there for Perry. Absolute show quality truck, engineered to perfection, and another great showing from Perry Watkins and Oklahoma Willie. I'm going to say best so far, a 1085 this weekend. Very good indeed. So, got some grudge matches coming up now. We've got Terry Newton down there.
Yeah, before the next round of big bracket, I think is that right? Is that
Excellent.
next?
Well, that's where we need them. Put it that way.
Because we're sort of about to semi-finals, except for them, I think actually.
So Dominic and Ian fighting this one out.
11-13
and 13-30.
We also have Fire Force number 3, the jet car, ready to come round from behind the tower as well.
All right, Sean Duthie is in the auto glim lane. And Ricardo with the Ibiza. Now, these are racers that have been eliminated from their respective classes, or in this particular instance, both have been front-wheel drive, but still on site, so deciding to come down and continue having some fun on the quarter mile.
11:43 at 1:20 for Sean.
So Fire Force 3, then Martin Hill with what we affectionately call the house jet.
And we got big bracket the next
Yeah,
round.
they are making their way down. That is good to see.
Starting to get suited and booted.
Do you know what? I've just been given round 3 eliminations data for the front-wheel drive class. Ryan Armani in round 1, 0.10. Round 2, 0.10. Round 3, 0.10.
Really? Wow.
What a racer.
That is exceptional.
Considering this is his first time ever competing. He's only ever come to like Jap Show and done Run With Your Brung and stuff like that, and that is amazing. Hats off to him.
Taking it seriously. So
Yeah.
it's good to see. You don't just win in the pits. You don't just sort of stick a big tune in it, do you? Go on, Colin.
Had a message from Andy Hadfield. Ready for the main event. I'll see you in your cool commentary booth. Love you.
It's not cool. We're here.
Love you.
It's about to become even uncooler.
Or cooler. One of the two.
In about a minute, it's going to become very uncool.
Oh, that's a good point. Well, it doesn't actually warm us up that much, does it?
It does.
Oh, okay. That's because you're sat there, isn't it?
The heat rises, remember?
Radiates.
So many good. Someone I missed earlier on. I saw the message and I missed it. Nigel Taylor's on site. Nigel, I wonder if he's still in the grandstands, but could be walking around. But a very good afternoon to you, Nigel. I hope you're enjoying your day here at the pod. He said, "Morning, mate, watching you," but then there's a picture from the grandstand. So, oh, there he is. I can see him now. Nigel, is that Kenzie with you? I can't quite tell. It is. Kenzie having a great time. Cool as school, I think it is, with his lovely little Hillman going around. That's just uber cool. That's beyond cool. And Nigel Taylor doing an awesome job with the Unusual Car Sales Facebook page. Yeah, I have a look occasionally, although I can't afford to buy anything. I always have a look. It's interesting to see what's going on.
You lie.
Yeah, but I'm buying little ones at the moment. That's my current weakness, but there we go. Little die-cast ones instead of full-size ones. Here we go then, Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3.
So this is the final run in our 5-4 spree this weekend. I love looking around the grandstand, seeing excited faces. To us, we've seen it so many times, but there's so many people who are excited because it could be their first time ever seeing this. As we said earlier, this bit's the nice bit. The jet exhaust is behind the tower, and then this bit becomes the horrible bit. Richie down there gives Martin Hill the signal to wind up the turbine. He's now going to bring the jet in front of the tower. Literally turned around there, caught the laptop coming off the side. Okay then, for the final time, ladies and gentlemen of VW Breakout, Transit Mania, Doorslammers, give Martin Hill a big, big wave. Let's see what he can do on this final run. He killed the computer, that's what he did.
No, it's okay. 6:16, 257 at the 8th mile. 194 miles an hour he got there in 4.2 seconds. And the reason I'm looking at the timing crew, because our computer got knocked out then.
Computer says no.
Yeah, say no.
Computer says I've had enough, I think that was.
Yeah. So let's see if we can fix our screen. Oh, hang on, we've got a power. No, that one's working. Yeah,
the one good thing.
What's it?
There
we go.
The people listening on the live stream and the commentary hopefully will like this, but once Mr. Hadfield has fixed these, hopefully that is going to stop the amps down here overheating. And that will eliminate the helicopter noise that lots of people hear and they go, what is that noise? It's basically the fans next to us just for the amps getting really hot.
Because it's warm up here.
And because we just had a jet below us.
Yeah. Right, random one this, but I tell you what, if you want to be prepared for an event, you take an umbrella with you up onto the grandstands. And then you sit on the top row of the grandstands and just watch the proceedings. If you look along the grandstand at the top there, you'll see it. And then you realise, you look at the colours of said umbrella, and there's orange in it, and there's black, and there's white. Well, forget about the white bits, but black and orange, what team do you associate black and orange with in the Wild Bunch?
I don't know, because half of the crew never wear the uniform.
No, they never wear the uniform. We never suss them out.
I am risking my mortal
being by they're waving at us, but we haven't got a clue who they are. No. Absolutely no idea. But, we're joking, of course. The Maras are up there. Very, very good afternoon to you all. Lynn... Mark and Lynn, and of course Pete, Rob, Natalie. I think, are they all up there as well? Is Hayley up there as well? Yeah, I think they're all there. Are the youngsters there as well? Well, we got.
I don't think there are any youngsters anymore.
Well, we got Harley, who's still the youngster.
He's not that young anymore.
Oh yeah, I think that's good. I'll tell you what, I'll have a look through the binoculars. Actually, they've covered themselves up. Oh, I can see the Cassises as well. They're all there. Excellent job. Well, I hope you're enjoying your weekend here. And, of course, we have the Maras actually racing in Super Pro next weekend. Right. So, good job for them.
VWDLC Grudge Racing now. Charlie went into the 11s earlier with the 5 up. Doing 96 at the 8th and goes through with 11.81, 122.
Oh, Jason Turner with the bus. Going alongside Darren Scannell. Oh no, it's going to be a solo for Darren actually. As Jason Jason might have an issue there, but down Scannell then. Did actually lift the front wheel then. Oh, is he back in the nines for this one? Yeah, 972, 144 mile an hour pass there for Darren Scannell. Johnny Marriage. Jason Turner.
Charles 63 at 103 and 15.37 as we move into. Oh, we got one more run.
All right, big bracket coming up next. James Wootton with the Beetle. It's been in the nines, the mid-nines of course. Cheeky little wheelie, but the wheelie bar's keeping the car from going too high. Right then, oh dear, two former winners of the big bracket lining up to race each other here. Regular competitors in the world of Pro ET. You got Nick Williams representing Williams Brothers Speed Shop, and of course the team dialing in that 11.11. Going alongside Mr. Keith Herbert, dialing in 9.68 with the Plymouth Sport Fury. One of the former winners is going out this round. So Nick Williams in the Kestrel Beer lane. Keith Herbert in the Autoglim lane. Your first pair to race for some money in the next round. Keith goes in. Nick's in. So Keith is closing Nick down, but has he brought it up? It's going to be Nick Williams that takes it. It's the lesser of the two breakouts, 11.09 on 11.11. Keith Herbert 9.62 on a 68.
Both
but
way
Nick,
too quick.
Yeah, Nick had a 10th in the bag off the line. So it is Nick Williams that continues his journey, and he's into the money.
Adam Novak with the gorgeous Roadrunner, 10.98 down there. As Colin said earlier, call to all of our Nostalgia Superstock racers for next year.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, come get some money. Against Dave Fulton. Dave only turned up this morning.
No, it was last night. He was in.
Last night? Okay.
Yeah.
With the Nova.
10.98, plays 9.62. Adam we're going first. Two beautiful cars, got to say that though. Oh, and it's game over for Dave Fulton. It's Adam Novak that's going to be taking the win, a cherry on the tree for Dave. And he breaks out as well. They both break out.
Everybody has so
Adam
far.
Novak went 10.95 on a 98. 9.60 on a 9.62, but it was already done deal on the start line with a cherry on the tree for Dave Fulton. So it's Adam Novak that goes through.
Oh, up next, Lee Charles with the nodding dog in the back in the Kestrel lane with a 10.05. Everybody, like I said, so far has broken out. This is another perfect... Oh, these are both Plymouth Valiants. That's why they look the same.
Yeah, they are actually the same this time.
They are the same, yeah. Just one sort of a bit lower and a bit quicker. That belongs to Thomas Haas. Trying to go to round 4 here on race day number 2 at the big bracket. Lee's going to go first. Thomas
he's going to win.
Goes red by 0-2. Well, they're both back off. Lee just rolls over the line with a 10.10. On to round 4. Unfortunately, Thomas bows out. He's still got the main event next weekend.
He has. All right, Billy Gain. And going alongside Mark Huxley.
So Mark Huxley is going to be taking the green first, well, possibly the green first. I don't want to be presumptive. With the 10.18, 863 for Billy Gain, which is around about the number he's dialed every single run for the last couple of days. Billy went to the semis yesterday. This is to make the quarterfinals, I think. Cole, is that right?
Yes, it is. Yep. Into the money rounds. Well, they start to. Well, they guarantee themselves 250 quid if they win here.
So Mark might get some of the money back he spent on buybacks. Nudges into stage. Proper race this one's going to be.
Who's got the better race car?
Mark's still in front. Oh, Billy Gain on the money. They both had 0-2 lights, but Mark, unfortunately, the car performance dropped off. 10.25 on an 18. Billy Gain was 64 on a 63.
All right, next up then, Dave Cherritt and Jordan Payne. Darling's then, 9.99 for Dave Cherritt, 7.48 for Jordan Payne. 2.51 seconds difference on the tree. And it's going to be the Dark Revenger leaving first. Green light drag race. And a good one as well.
Their closing speed's going to be big for Jordan Payne. The win light's big for Jordan Payne as well, with a 7.48 on a 7.48. A 0-2 light.
Finally, Jordan Payne is going to take some money away from Doorslammers.
he's going to put back in the buyback pot, isn't he?
Yeah. Right, last pair then. Pete Lane and Rocket Ron Bartlett. So this will leave 6 cars left in the big bracket. At the moment, Nick Williams, Adam Novak, Lee Charles, Billy Gain, Jordan Payne, and whoever wins out of these two.
Well, we've got grudge races coming up. So Andy Nichols hasn't packed up and gone home yet.
No, he is still looking. Ooh. It's a good grudge race, that is.
So 11.85 for Pete Lane in the Kestrel lane. I think Ron was thinking about barbecuing.
He probably was.
Yeah, Pete Lane just needs not to break out, which he doesn't. Yeah, Ron Bartlett was 0.26 on the tree. Really unusual.
Yeah.
I can only think it's the sort of the change in rhythm. And really, I think it can only be the change in rhythm from running in Super Pro to running against sort of random competitors, something like that, obviously, because this should be the sort of thing that Ron would be awesome at. But anyway.
So, your big bracket then. Nick Williams, Adam Novak, Lee Charles, Billy Gain, Jordan Payne, Pete Lane. Nick Williams has won it before. Billy Gain has won it before. Pete Lane has been a finalist. Jordan is going to take some money out of it at last. Lee Charles, I don't know, I'm not sure about Lee Charles' form in Doorslammers. And again, Adam Novak, I think he's maybe his first, possibly second one. So, garages.
Then. So Andy Lickles looking to improve on a 9.25. Taking time on the start line. There's 166 foot. Wow, look at that 60 foot for manager though. 148. Andy Nichols goes through at a 9.13, 167. That's a new personal best for him. Manager goes through with a 9.86, 136. Both. Yeah, both. Right, now this is a proper grudge race between two good friends. Hader versus Arshad. Well, Arshad well out in front. I'm hoping there's some good money on this. Doing 91 at the 8th to 100. It's tight at the top though. Arshad Jamshid takes it with him at 11.59.
We're chasing that at the moment, so we're on it.
So front-wheel drive and four-cylinder semi-finals, please. If you could make your way down. Front-wheel drive and four-cylinder semi-finals, please. We're about semi-final stage for everything, apart from big bracket, I think, actually.
Yeah, we are. We are semi-finals everywhere. Well, with the exception of six-cylinder, we have the final set for that one with Joe Bristow and Dave Henderson.
And the street class as well.
Yeah. Andy Bond and Ash Cooper. So, yeah, so front-wheel drive, Pro Door Slammer and four-cylinder are at semi-final stage. So for Christoph Burfin's crew that needed to get to Stansted Airport tomorrow, if you could pop up to the tower, we may have a result for you. But pop up to the tower, we do have somebody that we'll put you in touch with. Might just be able to come up with a plan for you. $11.44, 117 for the Audi. Very nicely done.
So we have a little bit of a gap while we accumulate race cars once again. It's been a terrific day so far. We've also got Pro Door Slammer semi-finals to come, ASAP, along with everything else. So,
but if you are leaving the grandstand, I do advise you. Again, I love it I can do this because I sponsored the class. If you're leaving the grandstand, go and visit European Front-Wheel Drive merchandise stall just behind the main grandstand. Plenty of T-shirts and stickers available. Again, thank you very much to everyone who has bought stickers and T-shirts this weekend. All of that basically went into the pot to pay for the sponsorship for this weekend's event, creating the monster prize fund that is in the front-wheel drive class. So all of the racers really appreciate it. So please do go and get some of the merchandise from European Front-Wheel Drive just behind the main grandstand. Right. Is our Nitro FM there? I wonder if they've got some good tunes for us. I was thinking, I couldn't remember. I was thinking, I have no idea on the song. What I'll do is, you play me one song, and I'll message you the song that I love to sing to Ed Keach.
I'd still like to know see these pies or the money that he keeps sponsoring it with. What do you reckon he sponsors it with? I'll go and tap him on the shoulder.
Okay then, so we are back to eliminations. And it's semi-final time. First up then is the 4-cylinder class. Alex Lizarak taking on Adam Skinner. £750 to the loser, but the winner goes to fight it out for £3,750 in the final. Alex is away first. Is Adam closing in? No, I think Alex has got enough here. And Alex takes it 9.83 to a lose out 10.14.
Even with a wiggle through the top end.
Yeah.
Good run for Adam, no? 10.14.
He was the faster at the stripe, actually. 141 to 136, but then I think Alex was off the gas at the stripe. So the other side of the ladder then, ladder of the pairings, Chris Waterhouse and Chris Todd.
Well, performance advantage to Mr. Todd.
I'm playing race fan now. Come on.
Oh, I didn't move. He's done an Ed Keach. He's done an Ed Keach. I like it. Chris Todd making his way into the final then with a 9.63 at 145 miles an hour. 10.32, 132 with a large spoiler going through the stripe there, but excellent job. So it is Chris Todd taking on Alex Lizarak in the final of 4-cylinder for £3,750.
Any bad day's work, eh? Never mind, £750 for the runner-up there. It's not too bad.
No.
So Tom Semper getting in another test run. It's being chased by the VW Beetle. It's almost like Top Gear. Go the Beetle. Well, Tom lets off.
That's a big ask for the Beetle to close that gap.
It is. Well, unfortunately, we've got people in the way as well, slowing it down. Right, so continuing on, we have got more grudge racing.
Yeah, John Bean is there. Oh no. Hard.
Come flying around the corner there.
Dan Pert with the awesome Cortina. Well, we all know about the story of him having a roll a couple of weeks ago. But when we saw that Facebook notification on his page to say the doors finally slam, we knew he was going to be back. And what an achievement for the team. Well done. Has been well into the sevens. Let's see what he's got for us here in a checkout pass. Little bit of tyre shake, wheelie, everything off the line, chassis twist, 782, 173 miles an hour.
He needs to stick around and run in Super Pro.
Yeah, easily.
Very, very easily. It'd be the perfect car for that. I've lost me fluffy thing again.
I've got a photo,
Well, he could actually run in sumo, because that is a former sumo car. Could run on a
I
799.
don't know whether it's the same combo in it, though. That's the only thing. I don't think so.
Right. I've got a photo. Made the Santa Pod Instagram reel.
Can you send that to me?
Yeah, of course I can.
Don't worry, mate. You'll be a social media sensation by the end of the day. Everybody be sending it to you.
Thing is, though, it's croissants. You should put on there, no brioches were hurt in the making of this photograph.
What is it with you and was it Dave Fulton and a water barrel as well?
Oh, that was so funny.
I don't know if you read this out earlier. I did get a message through on the Instagram from the Shogun. He says, please, can you do a shout out, please, for Pell Norman Racing in the Shogun, whose birthday is on Thursday. And obviously,
qualifying day number 1, so we can say it then.
We can say it again then, but give us a reminder for that as Team Shogun. We want to see balloons on the back attached to the parachute.
Holly Mitchell's been in touch, tuned in at home. Holly, good afternoon to you. She's been watching the live stream over the weekend. So many red lights, everyone trying so hard. Do the timing crew have any stats on how many red lights there have been this weekend? They probably will, but that will all be, the data is normally gone through after the event, and we can actually get that information. So, Holly, good question, and we'll be able to answer it during the week. So, thanks for that one. I hope you enjoy the live feed as well.
Well, some of our racers that have been... No. Luke, it's the semis.
What, front-wheel drive?
Looking like it.
Yeah.
And Ricardo. I had my card out because I'm paying bills. I've got parts from Williams Rose Racing.
You're a good man.
Ready to get me going for next weekend. Right, semi-finals in European front-wheel drive. What's a race? Ahmed Jamshed taking on Dean Heinemann. Well, they're side by side from the start. Now comes in the power for Ahmed Jamshed at the top end, 131 at the 8th, and Ahmed goes through 9:14, 169. And a new personal best as well, massive. Can you quickly take a photo of Dean's, the top one? The top 10, the top one, 10:06 and 140 for Dean Heinemann. So to meet Ahmed Jamshed in the final. 2 9-second Civics, arms up. Look at the boys, they're still down there. Who do you want, left lane or right lane? Oh, they want Matty Davison. Ryan's into full stage. Here comes Matt Davison taking his time.
Winner is guaranteed $2,000.
Not bad, no pressure, no pressure. Oh, Ryan Scott sleeping on the line. Matty Davison is away. But at the top end, Ryan is catching. But the win goes. Matty Davison, 10:16, 152 to a 10 flat at 156.
Ryan Scott still had a great weekend.
He did. Well, he is going home, Ireland's quickest and fastest front-wheel drive. He's taken that from Robert Byrne.
And he's got a grand.
And he's got a grand in his hand, but the final is going to be Ahmed Jamshed versus Matty Davison. That is going to be a good final. Carl Goldsmith, who unfortunately went out in the quarterfinals with a red light, literally put on the group, I went red, and he doesn't know what happened. He said he was sitting there and it went red.
It just sounds a little off.
It does, it's missing all
Sounds
the way
like
up.
a motorbike.
Definitely missing all the way up the track.
Well, we've got some more grudge racing coming up. We've got semi-finals of Pro Doorslammers, not far away too.
Yeah, that is actually the only semi-final left in our dedicated
classes
as such, but we've still got a long way to go in the big bracket. We've still got to run the quarterfinals in big bracket.
But also, I mean, with Pro Mod, it is now coming up to 3:45. Pro Mod need at least 45 minutes to turn around once they've done a run.
Yeah.
So if you are looking to get some test hits in, you've got a good, couple of hours at least to get some hits in. And ladies and gentlemen, there's no point going home yet. You might as well stay to the very, very end. Obviously, we want as many people to come and join us for the big money presentations at the end of the event. So do not go anywhere. And if you are leaving the grandstand, make sure you're just going up a little bit to the right to European front-wheel drive. Support the cause.
Big bracket quarterfinals.
Now, is that Bruno's tow wagon?
We also need the
Looks
big
like it.
bracket into the lanes, please. The big bracket quarter-finalists. So it's a call then for Nick Williams, Adam Novak, Lee Charles, Billy Gain, Jordan Payne and Pete Lane. We need you into the pairing lanes, please. Thank you very much indeed. All right, so whilst it's gone quiet as we await race cars, and the Bluebird is just about to go out as well. Oh, no. No, the Bluebird's going out. Okay, so we're going to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back when we continue the action here at Doorslammers at Santa Pod Raceway.
Well, after Andrei Arnova was reinstated into the ladder, unfortunately, he's not made it down for the call. So the whole team from Estonia up there, I'm sure, working their absolute backsides off. They've now got about 3 or 4 days to get it ready for first round of the FIA European Pro Mod Championship at the main event next week. In the meantime, we have Bruno. Now, Bruno is probably going to see what he can chuck at the racetrack and help it stick, because the race in the final is going to be for £10,000. I'm not sure what that is in Swiss francs, but it's not a bad afternoon's work, whatever which way it works out, I think, to be honest with you. This run, though, earns him at least £4,000 when he takes the green, because he'll be in the final. The runner-up gets 4,000 quid.
Well, considering he took the 10 grand last time here.
I think it was reduced because it was an, yeah, I think that was the 5 grand last time round. It was only reduced because the amount of cars, I think, wasn't it? Yeah. Also got Dave Vector around there for a test run. The next one is going to be a race between Kev Slyfield and Jan Eriksson. I mean, the loser in this semi-final race, or the next semi-final race as well, 2,000 quid.
All helps.
Well, it certainly does. I mean, Bruno's pretty much funding his racing from winning the Doorslammers. He used a bit of luck early on, but the last round was outstanding with a 594. I can only presume he's going to run it through a couple of gears and just make sure that it sticks. Because lane choice doesn't matter with a random draw. Well, they found the limit and stepped over it again. I'm most unlike Bruno to be inconsistent. That's the weird part, to be honest with you. Very, very unlike him.
But when he needs to be consistent, he's there.
But
So
when he needs to be good, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You need to be good when you're racing someone.
yeah. But he's into the final.
So it's going to be Bruno against one of these two, either from the UK or from Sweden. Will it be a rematch of the Doorslammers final from September? Will Kev Slyfield get there again, or will Jan Eriksson make the long trek down worth it? So in the semis, Kev Slyfield went 598, Jan Eriksson went 587. Well, Jan Eriksson went to do the burnout and didn't.
Oh, possible issue. Possible issue.
Well, those tyres ain't going to be anything like warm. One of the really weird things about that car, and it was the same when Paul Brander owned it in Finland, it's got a line lock on it. It's one of the only Pro Mods I've ever seen anywhere in the world with a line lock. And what I mean by that is it locks the front wheels so that the rear tyres can start spinning. And I can only think he was having an issue with that, so it wouldn't start the tyres spinning. But anyway, tyres definitely not at optimum temperature for Jan Eriksson. Could this be the break that Kev Slyfield's need to go to the money round again? At the moment, he's liking his chances. However, Jan Eriksson did spin the tyres a little bit. It's just whether they're up to operating temperature. Doesn't matter. It's only 4 grand to win, or 10 grand to win the next round, you know. No big deal. Jan Eriksson, Sweden, Auto Glim Lane. Kev Slyfield from Verwood in Dorset in the Kestrel Lane. Place in the Pro Doorslammer final awaits the winner.
Kev Slyfield goes red.
It was a hell of a race, though. 588 to 240. Well, no burnouts of the way forwards, obviously. Kev would have won. Kev was actually over the line first by 03, but he went 009 red. Oh, no. That would have been the whole shot win of his career if it had just hung on for another couple of measly thousandths of a second.
But 588, 245 with no burnout. Outstanding.
Oh, Kev tried everything on that one. I think he went a little deep as well, because 103 to 60 foot is a bit slow for that car by comparison. But Jan Eriksson anyway, 386 at 194 to the 8th. Still a terrific side-by-side run. What the?
Right, okay then, big bracket. Quarterfinals. And this is random, don't forget. Right then, Pete Lane is in the Auto Grim Lane going alongside Lee Childs. So, Pete Lane representing Outlaw Street, that's where he does most of his racing. Lee Childs, normally find him in Nostalgia Superstock. £250 to the loser. And whoever gets through guarantees themselves £1,000. Big money at stake here in the Williams Brothers Speed Shop big bracket. The Darlings then, 1186 pays 10.05. The Yellow Barracuda will be going first, and then Lee Charles the Valiant will be trying to chase him down at the stripe. Pete Lane, a former finalist in the big bracket. Wonder if he can do it again.
The next pair. Deary me.
Right, we've got a green light drag race.
You can see that was a very good light. Yeah. When it looks like it's going to be a red light, but it isn't. That's good. Lee hasn't really caught him yet either, but Lee, oh wow. 02 on the tree, 10.05 on a 10.05. Takes out a 0.15 and breakouts. Big breakout as well, actually, for Pete Lane. There was no way. There was no way that Pete Lane could win that one. Look at this one, Colin.
Oh, it's a comp eliminator matchup. Nick Williams and Jordan Payne. 11.07 plays 7.47. These two have raced each other a fair bit over the last few seasons. They finished 1 and 2 in the Comp Eliminator Championship last year. But this is all about Doorslammers. Nick has taken the event title before. Jordan Payne.
Not everybody in this class is called Williams.
No, it's not. Jordan Payne wants to extend his money run here. But Nick Williams is in his way. So, 11.07, 7.47. The green Camaro will be going first. Jordan will be playing catch-up.
Going to be the biggest gap as well. I think Jordan's used to this though, isn't he? We're running in comp.
Oh.
Nick tickling it into stage. And goes red. 0-2 red for Nick.
The curse of the team continues. 7.48 of the 47. Nick hits his number as well. Oh. They're bang on their numbers, both sides of the track. 11.07 dial for Nick, goes 11.07. Jordan dials 7.48, 7 dials 7, goes 7.48. But the 0-2 red for Nick ends his progress. He still takes 250 quid away.
Those pesky ex-junior drag races get everywhere, don't they?
But Jordan Payne extending his run.
Okay, this is the last race. And it's going to be Mr. Billy Gain, Mr. 0-2 reaction himself. In the Kestrel Lane, taking on Adam Novak. Got a few grudge races coming up.
So another Nostalgia Superstock going alongside a Super Pro car this time. Adam Novak, Billy Gain. Adam Darling in 10.95, Billy 8.63. for Billy. A race to the stripe.
Adam's way out in front.
Oh,
Adam goes too quick.
Adam Novak. Double breakout, in fact, but by the lesser amount. It is Billy Gain.
No, Billy was on it. 8.64 and a 63, mate, I think.
Oh, I do.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
sorry.
right. And an 03 light. Also, as a result of that, looks like Simon Goff's pulled. Billy Gain's dad, effectively, but there we go. So Billy is into the semi-finals
Again.
2 days in a row. Jordan is the king of buybacks again, I think.
Yep. And Lee Charles. Lee Charles was a buyback.
Really?
Yep. Jordan Payne was a buyback.
So it could be an all-buyback final, potentially.
It could be, yeah. Billy Gain didn't have to buy back. But yeah, 2 of the 3 semi-finalists are buybacks.
And who's going to get the buy run? So Nova Scotia in the Kestrel lane of Brett Featherstone and John Bean, 2 very, very good bracket racers who, well, I think the thing is not everyone can win, even though they'll kind of deserve to.
It's actually quite a good match. You know, I know it's a heads up, no darlings here, but similar numbers being run by both of these cars.
Is this a proper grudge race?
Yeah,
no one's staging.
It's around about 9-6 between them.
Yeah, but no one's staging. Oh, there we go. John Bean goes in.
Oh, away first was Brett. Let's see how close they run each other here. 9.74, 9.75. It would be close. That close on the numbers. Well done. Jens Konecki, former finalist.
Yeah, just with a test run.
The governor getting suited and booted to get into Roaring Rat.
And Dave Victor's around there as well.
Yeah, well.
Oh, is that? You're joking.
No, that's what he wanted. Seriously.
.860 at 159. Just didn't sound like it shifted here. Well, that's definitely David fired up. No, it won't be against Keith. He's got a crash over it on.
He's getting it on.
Yeah, he won't be a time, I don't think, though. So, David.
They've got to do a big old burnout.
One of the meanest looking Camaros you see
awesome.
anywhere in the Pro Mod world. It's pretty much a stealth Camaro, that, isn't it? Apart from the orange. Now I don't know what when he read lit earlier. I was down there, so I didn't see what the numbers were. But the numbers he had yesterday were outstanding. Low ET of the weekend so far is a 584. Belongs to Jan Eriksson. However, David is well capable of week killing or better that. But there's a brand new engine combination in there. Their primary objective this weekend was to come here and test, make sure everything was up to speed for the first round of the FIA European Championship in 1 week's time here. That's the main. Well, it's not even 1 week, is it? 4 days at the main event.
Yeah, test day Wednesday. Track crew haven't got much of a break,
I
have
was
they?
just going to say for you as well, Luke. You got like potentially 11 qualifying runs, something like that in comp.
Well, I got 10 qualifying runs and 1 elimination round.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. So Ellen guiding David into stage or guiding forward. The de-icer. Those injectors, okay, are an absolute work of art. You know the spray bar that's in the Mike Janis ones?
Yeah.
There's actually like a vortex spray bar inside that curls round.
I had a look inside
it's
of
amazing.
Wayne Nicholson. It's lovely. You can see the fuel line going in the back of the injector hat to feed
it. Yep. And it's so basically the fuel atomizes in with the way that the air flows into the injector. It's very, very clever.
And it makes such a difference for performance.
So David Vector, not sure how far he's going to go down the track. A bit of a soft 60 foot.
Oh, he clicked it just early.
6.26. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, Dave, well held.
Save!
Give him a round of applause. That was one serious save. That was very, very soft compared to everything that he's done the rest of the weekend. He was only 105 to 60 foot, 268 to 330, only 398 at 188. Normally expect him to be a lot quicker than that. And he was off the throttle not long after that, but shoots out before the finish line.
And we got the...
Ellen, you can breathe again. Don't worry. Deary me.
Well, what did you used to say, Darryl? Get that man a straight jacket.
Yeah, get that. Yeah, exactly. Or get him some dry cleaning. I think after that one. But Dave's actually been. He's done a 180 up the top end before here. He knows what it's like, and that was when the shutdown area was bumpy, and now it's nice and smooth. He's tried to do the same thing.
He's just testing.
Of course. Better it happens now than like next weekend. Also, it's good there was no one in the other lane.
Definitely.
You know. Anyway.
Well, we a minute ago we were saying he possibly was going to race Keith.
There's been sweets given out on the start line.
And why not? Hey, come on.
Brilliant.
Doorslammers on Sunday afternoon is sweets, don't you think? So we've got a few more
Up here as well.
Grudge matches to go. We've only got one semi-final, I think, which is the big bracket, if that's right.
Yep, correct.
And we're at finals for all of our other classes.
And, of course, the governor. He's down there, suited, booted and strapped in. Yeah, so David's car hooked up to the quad, and that'll disappear. Probably take it all the way down to the top end and go around the corner down there. So a bit of a moment there for Dave, but as we say, well held. Very well held indeed. So here comes the governor, Keith Bartlett in Roaring Rat. Here he's actually going to be racing in 2 weeks' time in Gasser Circus at the Nostalgia Nationals. Car's had a little bit of a freshen up a couple of weeks ago over at the Williams Brothers workshops. Well, service really more than anything else. Change all the oils and check all the fluids. You always see it's quite interesting when Dan Williams comes down on the start line and has a good look, because Dan basically now is responsible for the tuning on that engine. Well, not out and out. He hasn't built the engine at all, but he's starting to look after that car. So. Probably into the 11s once again. 11.08, 126. Almost back into the 10s. One of our front-wheel drive racers coming down. That's Asher Jamshed. Disappearing again. So Jason Tunnock with the bus. Was doing rather well in the four-cylinder class this weekend. Going to be going alongside Darren Scannell. Second run for Darren. Comfortably into the nines once again. 982, 142 miles an hour. Jason goes through with a 14.21 at 86 miles an hour. Right, next up then in the six-cylinder class. Don't forget our eliminated races coming down and come and have another go. This is Mike Whitaker, Sleepy Mike Racing. Made it all the way through to the semi-finals. Oh, proper launch this time round. That is looking very, very good indeed. 6:59, 114, 10:07, 142 miles an hour at the stripe. Oh, way better than his PB coming into the event. Not quite sure what he ran all the way through, but 10:88 was his best before that. 133 coming into the weekend. Outstanding performance increase. All right, Sean Duthie with the Golf. And I'm led to believe that's Gerald Wells. But Lukey Boy's disappeared at the moment, so... Oh, unfortunately being pushed back now is Sean. All right, pairing lane's pretty much empty now. Don't forget we've still got semi-finals to run of the big bracket. Don't forget it is still random pairings. One of them is going to get a bye, and that is between Lee Childs, Jordan Payne, and Billy Gain. Some serious money up for grabs in the big bracket. One of them is going to have £1,000, one of them is going to end up with £2,000, one of them is going to end up with £5,000. All right, James Wooten with the Beetle. Regular 9-second runner. And Alan Williamson with the Audi. Goes through with 11.5. James goes through 10:03, 141.
Andy Nichols coming back for one more stab with the splitter on the front as well. Look, I know that's been on there before, but going to be going against Sean Duthie by the looks of it. So Sean Duthie, I think been in the 11s the majority of the time. Andy Nichols as well. Luke's down there on the start line this time.
That's where he is.
Ran a 9.1 personal best on the last run, so we can do this time. Bit too much spinning going on for Andy Nichols on the hit of the throttle. I think that time 161 to 60. He's doing 133 at the 8th. Goes 904 at 168. Oh, so close to his first ever 8-second run. 1141 at 119 for young Mr. Duthie. Doing very well indeed.
Well, Al Max made it down with the Evolution.
Everyone knows now. Yeah, so Al McSweeney with the Evolution just getting set behind the tower too. We are at finals, everything apart from big bracket, but they can turn around pretty quickly. So those are the last races. We've actually only got about 7 races left to go. Everything else is going to be grudge races, that kind of thing too. So Nitro FM, if you want to play the rest of that Foreigner song, you're very welcome to. If not, something else, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. and is effectively morphed into what it is now. Strange to think one of the world's, one of Sweden's most famous car makers didn't make them with big block Chevys and twin turbos in. They should have done. Might have sold a few more. He's going to be going up against the front-wheel drive Astra, who was here just a couple of moments ago. So if this Volvo hooks and goes, it's normally in about the 760s to 77s. He's had one dip in the 75s. Still breaking traction around about 60 foot out. Backs out of it at the top end, unfortunately. Still goes 905, 115 miles an hour, though. So, lanes are empty. They're going to be filling up soon with our finalists. So, Nitro FM once again, if you can have the reins back, we'll be back shortly.
Right, just a final call out into the pits. Anybody that wants to come down to have a test run or a grudge run, get yourselves into the lanes, please. Anybody that wants to come down for a grudge match or just a test run, get yourselves into the lanes. Thanks very much indeed. It's just laughing down there.
Yeah, Ted's over there with the crutch. Looks like he's ready to whack Andy Wiltshire with it. So we'll give some. I'll tell you what. You know that tenner that you owe me, Chris. Give it to Ted to give Andy Wiltshire a dink on the head.
Yeah, protection money. Right, Pete Latham with backup Bob. The Darling is 11.82. Katie Booth with the 4 pop. Darling is 10.52. 1.3 seconds the difference on the tree. Pete Lane will be going first with the Barracuda. There he goes. Katie off in pursuit. So heading up to the 1,000 foot, it's the stripe next. Pete Lane's got his nose in front, Katie closing in, but it is Pete Lane that takes it. 11.86 on 11.82, 10.60 against a 10.52. So it is Pete Lane.
That's all because he complained because he didn't actually win a race before.
Yeah, he's actually won 2 this weekend now. He's happy days.
He's run. I thought it was more than that.
No, he's 2 today and 1 yesterday.
Yeah, done all right. Gary Carr and Adam Novak. Adam with a 10.91, Gary Carr with a 9.18.
Yeah, this is a call out for Nostalgia Superstock. We need you guys to race at Doorslammers next year. There's 2 of them here.
Talking of call outs, we are actually missing some of our big bracket racers who have not yet made it down. So if you are in the big bracket,
seriously,
you need to be in the lanes like now.
Oh, Gary Carr goes red.
He actually rolled the light by the look of that. I didn't think he went red, but he must have moved forward.
Adam Novak with the freebie. Goes 11 flat.
Oh, no.
Gary hits his number, or missed it by 100th.
Well, he was over the finish line by 2 tenths. Cracking match up, this one. Nick Williams with the Camaro. Kestrel side of the racetrack. 1-1-1 is his darling. Sorry, 1-1-1-1 is his darling. Against Pete Creswell with the full Monty. 8.53 for Pete. Is that right? So we're missing some of our round 2.
Yeah, that's what Dan just come through. He said, can you call out any big bracket racers that are in this round? They need to be in the lanes because
like
they're not here.
Because it's happening now.
What a way to lose money.
You've probably got literally minutes, if that. Or maybe they're hanging back because they don't want to race certain people.
Yeah.
Could be that. Could be that.
So Nick sets off on his way. Pete Creswell goes red. As a big red as well, actually, 0.16. So Nick with a 0.3 the right side. Oh, and he hits his number. Very good indeed.
Do you know what? I have a theory about that. He doesn't want to come and spend the afternoon with us again.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well,
he's keeping going in eliminations because he doesn't want to sit with us.
There's packages again, and Nick Williams a 0.3 light, and he dials in 11.11. He goes 11.11. That's what you need to do.
Awesome.
Right, next up then, the winner from yesterday, Lee Huxley, taking on Dave Cherritt. Now, Dave is one of the most trickiest people to get round in Pro ET. These two have raced each other many a time over the years. They'll be racing each other, or could be run live side by side next weekend as well. But this is Doorslammers, it's a bit different. Both into stage. Dave's going first. 9.99 is his target. Lee Huxley. 9.63.
That's unusual. Dave gets there first and takes the win. Lee was way off on ET.
Yeah.
And reaction time as well for him, anyway. 0.13 to a 0.12, but very, very unusual.
It is what it is.
Kind of a walk, really, yeah. I can only think Lee had a problem because obviously that was not.
So a bad weekend for the Huxleys. Only $5 out of Doorslammers. Well done, guys. But it is Dave Cherritt through.
Bye run for Lee Charles.
Dials in a 10.03. Hits the 10.05, that'll do. Just needs to work in reaction time, but when you're on a solo, it doesn't matter.
So, the Chief Herb in the Kestrel lane, newly married as well, Keith Herb. Whoever would have thought someone would have found that big beard attractive. Taking on Jason Dodd.
Oh dear.
That's all right, he's a huggy bear, he'll be fine.
He's trying to look like John Daly.
Is that right?
Have you seen John Daly, the golfer, at the moment? Oh, unbelievable.
Up against Jason Dodd, the man who was perfect yesterday. Both in reaction time and ET.
All race on.
Green light drag race, which is always a good thing. Perfect.
Have suddenly appeared.
Well, there's no one to choose them.
Yeah, but last time they did it at the crossroads, didn't they?
Oh, of course they did, yeah. So Mo with the Skyline. There's loads of tape on the front of it, and it actually looks like duct tape, not racer tape. We'll see how, see what sort of speed it stands up to.
Yeah, this is one of the 6-cylinder cars that got eliminated in the semi-finals, actually. Mo?
He went 880 something, I think, didn't he, in the semi?
He did. But Lee Charles is down there. And just waiting for Jordan Payne and Billy Gain to join him.
Can Billy Payne go one? Billy Payne, Jesus. Billy Gain.
He's got my disease
go
now.
one round further, yeah.
Jordan Williams and Billy Payne, that's it, yeah.
Is it a mispronunciation disease by any chance?
Proper building their boost up, and they're not. And they're not.
A little bit of a pause before launch that time.
Whoa, 860, 559 miles an hour.
Quickest run of the weekend.
Yeah, could have done with that one earlier. Very nice indeed.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he had that in the round before...
Yeah, he'd have been through.
He might have been around for the final.
Well, something else has started up round the corner. But so we're waiting for the other two semi-finalists for the big bracket to come round.
They won't be far away.
No, and then we are in finals
for everything,
for all classes. No, hang on a sec. I think this could be the final of.
No, it's not. They both got eliminated.
Ah, right. Okay. Sorry. Well, no, we had a red car and a silver car in the final.
So that's your #1 qualifier in front-wheel drive out there in the Kestrel lane, coming out for a test run. He did get beat in the semi-finals. Both these two got beat in the semi-finals. wasn't a race, it doesn't matter. He can back up and try again.
990, 137 miles an hour.
And just wait till the Silver Civic clears the top end of the racetrack. We've got Billy Gain down here as well.
Right, so Calvin Scarrett, what's he got for us here?
Box for the neutrals.
Yep.
Still goes 166 miles an hour through the finish line.
All right, so we've got two of them. Possibly Jordan is around the back as well. But yes, semi-final for the Williams Brothers Speed Shop big bracket. Some serious money up for grabs here. As I say, with 3 cars left, one of them is going away with £1,000. One of them is going to go away with £2,000 for losing the final. And whoever wins the final is going to have £5,000. Very, very nice indeed, and what you could call a good day at the races.
A good earning day at the races. Not everyone has those.
Thank you ever so much for everybody that's sticking around. Really do appreciate you staying with us today. Transit Mania, VW Breakout, and of course a lot of the people staying behind for the Doorslammers racing. Including the Maras, they're still here. Very good afternoon to you up there. Doing it the cool way, actually, just taking umbrellas and putting them on the back of the grounds. Trouble is, the sun's going. You're going to have to move the umbrellas forward soon because the sun is is going to come in at a different angle. So what? The second I do this, I know Jordan's going to appear. We're going to run, but I'm going to.
Well, no, they're not strapped in and ready.
No,
that's the main thing.
Good
if
stuff.
you look, Lee's actually not got his crash helmet
hang
on.
on. Paul has just put his ear defenders back on.
Yeah. Oh, Jordan won't be far away, but it'll take him a couple of minutes to suit up. So we'll give it back to Nitro FM because that's the sure way to make sure they fire up and come round. So if it's all right, folks, just for a couple of minutes.
.3 seconds at the difference on the tree. Pete Lane will be going first with the Barracuda. There he goes. Katie off in pursuit. So heading up to the 1,000 foot, it's the stripe next. Pete Lane's got his nose in front. Katie closing in, but it is Pete Lane that takes it. 11.86 on 11. Oh boy, we'll be looking forward to this. We talked about the money, but this is where it all stops and the racing continues.
Well, one of your finalists will be...
Yeah, it's Lee Charles has got the bye run into the final.
The Nodding Dog will be round one more time.
We have a Nostalgia Superstocker into the final of the big bracket. I keep badgering the Nostalgia Superstock guys. This is an event made for you. I want to see lots of you enter next time round. Oh, carried the front wheel beautifully there. Line 98, breakout. Doesn't matter. It's into the final.
Well, this is going to be one great race between two incredibly talented young lads.
All right, 8.63 the game. Taking on Jordan Payne. Well, Jordan started his season late this year because he was doing his final studies for his dissertation, for his degree. That's all over now, so he can continue and concentrate on his racing. Doing a fine job this weekend. But one of the toughest nuts to crack is Billy Gain. Jordan Darling in 7.48. 8.63 for Billy, two of the top door racers in the UK. Both of them capable of literally chopping down the tree. Both of them capable of running the numbers. This is a pick and choose race.
Well, we already have one of the buybacks in the final.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Well, that's the furthest anybody's ever gone with a buyback, isn't it? Could we have an all buyback final? That would be exceptional.
It would.
And very much worth the money.
Yeah, you bet. 50 quid well invested, that. However, Jordan's got the small matter of Billy Gain to beat in the other lane first. Here we go then.
Jordan's in. Billy's in. Billy's tree will run first. Green light drag race. Oh boy, we got a race.
It's who's got the best race car. They're almost dead even on the tree. It's Billy.
8.65 on a 63. Lose out 57 on a 48. Billy a 0.59. Jordan a 0.61. They were 2 thou difference off the line.
Well, Jordan picked, for him, the worst time of the day to run his slowest run of the day, actually.
Billy Gain. Could Billy Gain be the second member of the double winner for the big bracket? Lee Huxley did it yesterday. Can Billy Gain double up and win his second big bracket, or is it going to be Lee Childs?
Going to be fun.
It's going to be fun indeed,
so,
yeah.
A bit of grudge racing. We have all of our finals set now. It's just a case of getting everybody down here and getting a run.
Yeah. Right, top fuel car.
It's still sounding a bit ill. Does not sound happy.
Caddy going well, 10.86.
It's consistent, but consistently not as quick.
Yeah.
But he is running consistent Pro ET times.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I said. He's consistent, but it just doesn't sound well.
It doesn't.
Okay, so we've got one more run, and then we have we will be collecting finalists.
Ben Kennedy with the pop. Not sure if he's going to be here next weekend, but he could be. But weekend after, certainly expect him to see him at the Nostalgia Nationals. Well done to Billy Gain's team. Another final for Billy. Actually, just looking at Billy, losing semi-finalist yesterday. Whoa, 982, 132 there for Ben. Nicely done. Yeah, so Billy, £1,000 yesterday.
Minimum.
Yeah. Yes, no, you won 1,000 yesterday. And a minimum today, £2,000, could be 5. So, yeah, nice weekend for Billy. But the lanes are empty once again, so until we get more vehicles down, we're going to give it back over to Nitro FM 96.2. But we do know of at least one grudge match coming up. We'll see if there's any more. Nitro FM, airwaves are yours. No, you look scared of me now.
What?
That was Doorslammers last time out we did it.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah. I actually surprised myself. I quit my van and went up. I was quite pleased with that. Despite the automatic stop-start kicking in stage, it was quite funny.
I can grudge match him in the race car, but just not, unfortunately, my road car.
No, that's
my
true.
road car is severely suffering these days.
Yeah.
She's only... Hell yeah. Any day.
Unfair.
Any day.
No, I've got a great idea.
I get a 2-second head start and £500.
Race car against race car. Street car versus street car. Add the numbers up together. See where we are. It's not bad. It's not far off.
I mean, obviously, I'm just going to bring the other street car.
Yeah, but I can as well.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll just run the street car twice. No, we've been silly now. You can take over the airwaves and Luke and I will discuss things.
It is, but what a... Oh, God.
Okay, just a very quick announcement from up here in race control. The staging lanes for grudge matches and everything else will close at 5:10, which is in around about 6 minutes. So if you do want to get in another run, please get down here now. And then after that, it will be all of the finals.
I'm looking forward to the finals. It is also, ladies and gentlemen, last orders at European front-wheel drive as well. The wife will be there until just after the finals, just in case someone runs a new personal best. You never know.
You certainly don't. So anyway. Around about 5 minutes left to go. If anybody wants to get in the lanes, they will shut in a few minutes' time. Anyone wants to put in a grudge match. Other than that, it will be just finalists coming down for the classes that we have as part of the Doorslammers. Back to Nitro FM.
Okay, grudge match racing. We love this. This is Heads Up. Keith Bartlett has a habit of calling people out. And this time he's called out Tom Atkinson with the Oreo Speedwagon. And that's the sign that we were looking for. Andy Dibley leaning into the boot of the wagon. And why is he doing that? Turned on the nitrous bottle. Tom Atkinson purges the nitrous. Keith Bartlett's going to have to run in the 10-second zone to live with Tom. Now then, Tom, consummate racer. Keith's going to have to be on his A game here. Pull a light. Now then, the car's got it. Keith's got it. Have they both got it together? So then, both into pre-stage. Roaring Rat and the Oreo Speedwagon. Tom's gone in. There goes Keith. Oh, they're both away well. In actual fact, better reaction time to Keith Bartlett. Oh, neck and neck all the way. Looks like Tom might have his nose out in front, and he has. Whoa, 10.63. Plays a 10.85. And it's Tom Atkinson that takes that one. Used all the gas on that one and made the most of it. Good race, though. Well done, guys. But Tom Atkinson got left on. Oh. But, yeah, well done, guys. So Keith Bartlett runs a 10.85 with Roaring Rat. But it is Tom that takes that one with a 10.63. Right, okay. Lanes are empty once again. So Nitro FM, it's back to you.
tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, tico, tock. This tico, tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Bring it back.
So the first final of the day, and the first check we're going to give out is going to be the biggest of all of them. Pro Door Slammer for VP Racing Fuels. The final between Jan Eriksson from Sweden and Bruno Barda from Switzerland. So up to this point, Jan Eriksson has been the absolute model of consistency. In the 580s, just about every pass today, whereas Bruno has been the opposite. He was good when he needed to be, went 594.
Did you know, right now, there is £49,000 on the line.
For these final round races.
These 6 final round races.
Wow. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Well, there's 14 grand on the line to be dished out just in this race. In fact, I dare say this is the richest race of the season.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 4 grand is going to one of them.
Well,
10 is going to the other.
That's until me and Colin match race.
What, you're going to pony up some some winnings, are you? So Jan Eriksson with the orange car in the Kestrel lane. Chromam gives him the G up. Not that he should need a G up, going for 10 grand. And Bruno Barda with the Gotham City Corvette in the Autoglim lane. Switzerland, Sweden. Are we going to have a staging duel? No, we're not. Bruno's in. Here goes Jan. Almost dead even on the tree. Jan Eriksson's got the lead. Jan Eriksson takes the win. Whoa. What a race. 588 at 242. Takes out a 592 at 239. Bruno did everything he could. Do you know what? Look at those numbers. 03 reaction time for Jan Eriksson. 05 for Bruno. Bruno went past him at 60 foot. Unreal. 386 to 387 in either lane. Everybody glad handing down there on the start line. That was the race we hoped it would be. And now they've all got to spend the week in the pits together.
Yeah, imagine that. With all that money. When
When
does the money get deposited?
Yeah,
Come
exactly.
on. Okay then, a pair of VWDRC race cars
Just having a
in
quick
the final.
Timing system reboot. Yeah, so go on, carry on. Sorry.
Joe Bristow. This weekend he went 8.9. He's taking on Dave Henderson, who has been 9.0. This is going to be a super tight final. Dave Henderson currently leading VWDRC heads up in the championship, so he's got the heads up pedigree. As he goes into deep stage, that's worrying territory. He's trying to reverse. Oh. He's got to be careful here. The lights drop. Better reaction time for Joe Bristow by a country mile. He is way out in front. And the win is going to the Kestrel Beer Lane with a 9.06, 158 whole shot win.
So go on then. What's he just won? How much did he just win for that race?
He just won
£3,750
for a whole shot.
Yeah.
Right, next
That'll
up.
work.
European front-wheel drive. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 2 Hondas on the start line. D-Series and K20. Loads of people in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Mr. Boost taking on Bidman Ting. This is for £5,000, ladies and gentlemen. Matty Davidson taking his time. The lights drop. Green light drag race. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 164 to 167, 64. Ahmed is out in front, and he takes the win with a 9.01. Oh, 169 miles an hour, but £5,000 is going to Ahmed Jamshed, Big Man Ting Racing. Nevertheless, Manny Davison still takes home an astounding £2,000 as a runner-up prize.
This is your final of the 4-cylinder class. Chris Todd, the quickest car left in the field in the Kestrel lane, taking on Alex Lazarak, who...
Could this be the point that Alex gets his 8?
Well, it would be a best time he could possibly pick to it. I think winner picks up 3,750 quid.
They do.
And Alex has double bulbed him. Here we go then. Chris Todd goes red.
Look at the guys on the start line.
Alex.
Let's see what he runs. Let's see what 121 in the 8th. Alex Lazarak goes 901, 151 miles an hour.
In style, personal best.
Now let that man into main event. He'll pay double.
It is the Williams Brothers Speed Shop Big Bracket Final. £2,000 to the runner-up, 5G to the winner. Now then, Billy Gain won the big bracket in September last year. He took it all the way through to the final there, and he won it big. Lee Childs, his first big money final. Is he going to go away with £2,000 for being runner-up? Is he going to take that £5,000 away for being the winner? The dial-ins then, 10.01 for Lee Childs. Billy Gain dialing in, 8.63.
I've just got to say very quickly about Alex, what a way to win your first ever race as well, and what a first ever race to win. Unbelievable.
Outstanding.
Lee Charles, Billy Gain, as we said, the 2.5 he's going to be going to the Plymouth. The nerves must be jangling off the charts for this.
Well, Billy Gain's used to these nerves. Lee Charles will be the one leaving first. Will his nerve hold? Both in pre-stage, both experienced racers, don't forget.
Got to be the biggest pressure bracket race of the year right here. And it will be a green light one. Who has the best race car? The answer is... unbelievably Lee, by the lesser of 2 breakouts. Billy Gain was 0-2 on the tree. Lee was 0-6. Billy took the strike by 0.5, but he broke out by less than 100th of a second. Outrageously tense. But Lee Charles, your winner in the big bracket.
Well, there's an advert for Nostalgia Superstock. One of your guys came through to win it. Wow.
Oh, Billy's going to be thinking about that all the way. Why didn't I just lift slightly? Oh, dear.
That's racing. That's racing.
Final for the Doorslammers in 2022. What a weekend it's been.
£1,000 to the runner-up, £2,500 to the winner.
Just realised as well, poster boy for Transit Mania.
Yeah.
This is just going to make the event. Well, he's in the final, which is something anyway, isn't it? Eh? The Transit God, Ashley Cooper in the Kestrel Lane, going up against last year's runner-up.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to do that again. Andy Bond with the ugly sister. Here we go. Ash Cooper is outgunned. Oh, and he spins the tyres. No mistake at all for Andy Bond. 7.02, 208 miles an hour. Ash blasts on through the finish line, 140 miles an hour. He's still going to pick up £1,000 for his day's work. But it is Andy Bond once again in the street class. Outstanding. Fellas, it's been an absolute pleasure the last few days.
Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Don't forget, trophy and check presentations will be taking place in the presentation area at 6 o'clock. You've got 25 minutes to sort yourselves out and get yourselves up there. In the meantime, Luke, Darryl, what an event. What a few days we've had up here. It's been a pleasure, guys. Absolutely awesome.
It certainly has. It was a lot of fun. It's a good job. We get to do it again, well, sort of to do it again. You're going to have fun.
I get the other best view.
Right, and just so that you don't put a call out for a lost phone, it's there on the stand.
But again, as a proud sponsor of the European Front Wheel Drive, What a weekend.
Yeah, you
I
got it.
I can't wait to go and see those guys. And to anyone who's visited the stall, thank you very much. And of course, thank you very much to my wife and Tom and Carrie.
You couldn't have done it without
You'd
him.
have
could you?
thought he'd just got an Oscar.
There we go.
Well, yeah, something like that. You never know. Anyway, he'll save that speech for when he wins round 1 next week, wouldn't you?
Oh, mate, if I win round 1.
Got to be in it
folks,
to win it.
We're going to sign off from the tower. Nitro FM are going to take the airwaves over. Don't forget the presentation area, please, for 6 o'clock, where we're going to be handing out some big checks and some trophies. We look forward to seeing you over there. Thanks ever so much, folks. We'll see you soon. Cheers.